Nothos, plural of Nuzzo. NRE, abbreviation of Nevada, the state of the United States. NRE, abbreviation of November. NRE, initialism of North Vietnamese Army. NVC, initialism of nonverbal communication. NVCJD, initialism of new variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. NVD, initialism of night vision device. NVD, initialism of non-violent direct action. NVD, plural of NVD. NVD, initialism of new variety of English. NVD, plural of NVA. NVG, initialism of night vision goggles. NVG, plural of NVG. NVA, initialism of noise, vibration, and harshness. NVA, initialism of non-virtual interface. NVA, plural of NVI. NLD, initialism of non-verbal learning disorder. NLD, plural of NVLD. NVD, initialism of never mind. NVD, alternative letter case form of NVM. NVM, initialism of non-volatile memory express, a protocol for efficiently accessing typically solid-state NVRAM over a PCIe bus. NVA, initialism of non-vessel operating common carrier. NVA, plural of NVOC. NVP, initialism of nausea and vomiting of pregnancy, morning sickness. NVQ, initialism of national vocational qualification. NVQ, plural of NVQ. NVQ, initialism of non-violent resistance. NVQ, abbreviation of MEVR. NVRARE, non-volatile random access memory. NVRARE, plural of NVRAM. NVRAM, abbreviation of Nevermind. NV, plural of NV. NSU, initialism of the State University. NW, North Rhine-Westphalia, a federal state of Germany. NW, abbreviation of Northwest. NWA, initialism of Northwest Airlines. NWACHEQU, a surname. NWACHEQUES, plural of NWACHEQU. NWANQUO is surname from Igbo. NWANQUOS, plural of NWANQUO. NLAB, initialism of new ways of analyzing variation, an annual academic conference in sociolinguistics. NLAB, plural of NWAB. NWBN, abbreviation of Northwest by North. NWBW, abbreviation of Northwest by West. NWCCU, initialism of Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. NWCG, initialism of National Wildfire Coordinating Group. NOM, non-weather emergency message is synonym for civil emergency message sends put out via the NWS dissemination infrastructure to the Emergency Alert System EAS. NOM, plural of NWM. NWFP, initialism of Northwest Frontier Province, a northern province of Pakistan with the capital Peshawar. NWSC, initialism of Nuclear Weapon-Free Zone. NWFC, plural of NWFC. NWG. Initialism of Northumbrian Water Group. NWHRC. Initialism of National Women's Health Resource Center. NWEP. Initialism of Nuclear Weapons Inheritance Project. NWM. Initialism of Network Marketing. NWNP. Initialism of Northwest Mounted Police, the police force in Western Canada before merging with the Dominion Police to become the RCMP. NWO. Initialism of New World Order. NWO. Initialism of New Wave of American Heavy Metal. NWABUM. Initialism of New Wave of British Heavy Metal. NWASU. A surname from Igbo. NWSS, plural of NWASU. NWP, initialism of Northwestern Provinces. NWR, No Weather Radio. NWS, initialism of National Weather Service. NWS, initialism of No Worries. NWSA, initialism of National Women's Suffrage Association. NWSL, initialism of National Women's Soccer League, the top league of women's soccer in the U.S. NWT, initialism of Northwest Territories. NWTZ, initialism of Northwest Territories Court of Appeal. NWTSC, initialism of Northwest Territories Supreme Court. NXM, filter avoidance spelling of man. NXN, abbreviation of Nike Cross Nationals. NXD, initialism of Nick Xenophon Team. NXD, abbreviation of Next. NY, abbreviation of New York, a state of the United States. NY, obsolete spelling of nine. NY Lesson, a town in Svalbard, Norway. Not initialism of National Youth Administration. Not the Cryo Cat, meow meow. Not the Cryo Cat, meow meow. Nyabarongo, a major river in Rwanda. Nyabeni, a religious sect of the Rastafarian religion. Nyack, a village in Rockland County, New York, United States. Nyack, a small or contemptible person. Nyack, initialism of New York State Attorney General. Nyack, plural of Nyack. Nyack, expressing smug triumph. Indicates taunting or mocking. Nyakyusa, a people of Tanzania. And Malawi. Nyawa, a southern African antelope, Tragelaphus angusiae sin, Nydala angusiae, with thin white stripes in the gray or brown coat, a ridge of tufted hair running all along the spine, and long horns with a spiral twist. Nyawas, plural of Nyawa. Naya, an Afro-Asiatic language of Nigeria. Nyama choma, barbecued beef. Nyambalo, synonym of Nyam language. Nyami, synonym of Mayam. Nyamis, plural of Mayami. Nyamivirus, any virus of the Nyamiviridae family. Nyam, simple past and past participle of Nyam. Nyami, present participle and gerund of Nyam. Nyams, third person singular simple present indicative of Nyam. Nyamwezi, a people of Tanzania. Nyan, the cryo cat. Meow, meow. Nyan binary, non-binary, in contexts relating to cats. Nyan binary, alternative form of Nyan binary. Nyanganum, a tribe of Nilotic pastoralists in southwestern Ethiopia, or the language spoken by them. Nyanymarda, a Pamunyungan Australian Aboriginal language spoken in and around La Grange and Port Hedland in the Pilbara region of Western Australia. Nyanymarda, alternative spelling of Nyanymarda. Nyanya, the Chichewa language. Nyankole, the Bantu lexicon spoken by more than 2 million members of the Angkor, Banyankor, and Hemahima peoples of southwestern Uganda, closely related to the Kiga language and sometimes considered with Kiga to be a dialect of Angkor Kiga, or with Kiga, Nyoro, and Toro a dialect of Katara. Nyansuk, alternative form of Nansuk. Nyansuks, plural of Nyansuk. Nyanza, a lake in Africa. Nyanzas, plural of Nyanza. Nyandi, a surname. That, the cryo cat. Meow, meow. Nyop, Wuna. Nyops, plural of Nyaya. Nyarko, a surname from Akin. Nyarkos, plural of Nyarko. Naya, an eye is a fledgling falcon. Nyasaland, a former colony of the United Kingdom in Africa, modern Malawi. Nyasalander, a native or inhabitant of Nyasaland. Nyasalanders, plural of Nyasalander. Nyasas, plural of Nyas. Nyash, ass, booty, buttocks, backside. Nyatiti, a traditional type of lyre with 8 strings used by the Luo people of Kenya. Nyatitis, plural of Nyatiti. Nyato, the reddish hardwood of trees of the genera Palaquium and Paina. Nyatsi, the mistress of a married man. Nyatsis, plural of Nyatsi. Nyachurecha, a Bantu language of Tanzania. Nyachuruwa, a Bantu language of Tanzania. Nyandobang, a town in the Bago region, Myanmar. Nyawarangu, alternative form of Nybarongo. Naya, one of the 6 orthodox or Astika schools of Hindu philosophy, specifically the school of logic. Noah, alternative spelling of nibble, unit of memory equal to half a byte, or chiefly 4 bits. Nevels, plural of nibble. Nyber, a surname from Swedish. Nybirds, plural of Nyber. Noah, alternative form of nibble. Nevels, plural of nibble. Nyborg, a city and municipality in central Denmark on the island of Fun and Danish Finn. Nyby, a surname. Nybite, a double chain and silicate mineral. Net, initialism of New York City. A city in New York, United States. Net, nice. Nice, a surname. Nicer, comparative form of Nick, more Nick. Nisos, plural of nice. Nices, superlative form of Nick, most Nick. Nitshubara, plural of Nichthumaran. Nitshumaro. relating to or lasting a Nichthimmeren a period of 24 hours. Netshommeren, a period of 1 day and 1 night. A date, in the West, a period of 24 consecutive hours. Nechommerens, plural of Nichthimmeren. Negel harpa, a string instrument chordophone with a long body and a bow-shaped soundbox, with keys attached to tangents that act like frets when the keys are depressed, and most commonly featuring chromatic and sympathetic strings in modern instruments, originating in the traditional music of Sweden. Negel harpas, plural of nickel harpa. Nickel harbor, plural of nickel harpa. Mega, initialism of New York consolidated laws. Night or darkness. Necta, initialism of New York City Transit Authority. Nectogenaceous, belonging to the family Nectogenaceae of flowering plants. Nectalgia, pin that occurs only at night, especially pin associated with the bone Pseudosyphilis. Nyctalopes, plural of nyctalopes. Nyctalopia, the inability to see clearly in dim light, night blindness. Nyctalopiae, plural of nyctalopia. Nyctalopias, plural of nyctalopia. Nyctalope, unable to see clearly in low light, night blind, suffering from nyctalopia. Nyctalopin, a protoglican, mutations of which are associated with nyctalopia. Nyctalops, a person who has nyctalopia, night blindness. Nyctalope, archaic nyctanthus, flowering at night. Nyctanthi, the condition of being nyctanthus. Nyctimeral, misspelling of Nichthimmeren. Nycteridae, any fly of the family Nycteridae. Nycterids, plural of Nycteridae. Nycteria, any member of the family Nycteridae of slit-faced bats. Nycterids, plural of Nycterid. Nycterolteridae, any parareptile of the family Nycterolteridae. Nycterolterids, plural of Nycterolteridae. Nycthimera, plural of Nycthimmeren. Nycthimeral, alternative spelling of Nichthimeral. Nycthimere, alternative form of Nichthimmeren. Nycthimeres, plural of Nycthimere. Nycthimmeren, altern. Nycthimerens, plural of Nycthimmeren. Nyctobatrachid, any frog of the family Nyctobatrachidae. Nyctobatrachids, plural of Nyctobatrachid. Nycte, any pachi in the family Nyctobae. Netes, plural of Nyctobae. Nyctinastic, relating to Nyctinesti, the movement of leaves or petals in response to darkness. Nyctinastism, synonym of Nyctinasti. Nyctinasti, the movement of leaves or petals in response to darkness, the closing of a flower at night. Nyctiferatidae, any parareptile in the family Nyctiferatidae. Nyctiferatids, plural of Nyctiferatid. Nyctiuridae, any member of the family Nyctithuridae of extinct mammals. Nyctiuriids, plural of Nyctifuriid. Nyctotropic, turning or bending at night into different positions. Nyctotropism, synonym of Nyctinasty. Nyctera, alternative form of nyct. Nyctograph, a device that allows a person to write in a form of shorthand nyctography in the dark. The use of the nyctograph. Nyctohumeral, alternative form of nyctomeral. Nyctowillophobia, the fear of dark forests or wooded areas. Nyctophile, someone who loves the night or darkness. Nyctophile, plural of nyctophile. Nyctophilia, love of the night, attraction sometimes sexual to night or darkness. Nyctophiliac, a nyctophile, a person who loves the night or darkness. Nyctophiliacs, plural of nyctophiliac. Nyctophilic, tending to be active at night. Nyctophobe, someone who is afraid of the night or darkness. Nyctophobes, plural of nyctophobe. Phobia, a fear of the nighttime, or darkness. Nyctophobic, afflicted with nyctophobia, fearful of the dark or of night. Nyctosaurid, any pterosaur in the family Nyctosauridae. Nyctosaurids, plural of nyctosaurid. Nyctotropic, alternative form of nyctotropic. Nycturia, nocturia. Initialism of New Year's Day. Nido, a surname. Nidums, plural of nidum. Maya, a female given name. Niveri, a place in the southeastern part of the island of Lefkada in western Greece. Nai, initialism of New Year's Eve. Nye, a surname from Middle English. Nye County, the county of Nevada, United States. County seat, Tonopah. Naivo Land, a peninsula in far northwestern Greenland. Nyermo, a county of Lhasa, Tibet Autonomous Region, China. Nyams, plural of Nyam. Nyingatu, alternative form of Nhingatu. Nyingatu, alternative form of Nhingatu. Nyanhuis, a surname from Dutch. Nyanhuises, plural of Nyanhuis. Nyabi, a Hindu Balinese day of silence, fasting, and meditation that falls on Bali's Lunar New Year. Nyabis, plural of Nyabi. Enyar, a New Yorker. Nair, a surname from Zanaki, especially when referring to Tanzanian politician Julius Nyerere. Nyererian, or relating to Julius Nyerere, 1922-1999, Tanzanian politician and anti-colonial activist. Nyererate, a mineral with the chemical formula Natu Casio. Nyererates, plural of Nyererate. Nyerges, a surname. Nyeri, a large town and county of the same name in central Kenya. Anyers, plural of Enyer. Nyes, plural of Nye. Nye, a no, a negative response in a Russian context. F, initialism of New York Fire Department. Neva, initialism of New York City foreign mail, specifically that of the period 1870 to 1879. Nevor, initialism of New York Fashion Week. Nygaard, a surname from Danish or Norwegian. Nygaard, a surname from the North Germanic languages. Nygaards, plural of Nygaard. Neva, a spot on the wings of certain endopterygotes, having a peculiar dense cuticular structure and of uncertain function. Nemata, plural of negma. Negren, a surname from Swedish. Negrens, plural of Nigren. The abbreviation of New York Islanders. Myth, a Bantu language of Zambia. Nene, of or pertaining to an Aboriginal people of Kimberley, Western Australia. Vida, a sub-ethnic group of the Nuba peoples living in northern Sudan. Vidi, a prefecture-level city of the Tibet Autonomous Region, China. Nena, one of the four major traditions of Tibetan Buddhism. Mirahingo, a territory of North Kivu Democratic Republic of the Congo, in full of Miragingo territory. Neraba, a Bantu language of Tanzania. Nerdeheza, a city in Hungary. Neras, spelling of Neras. Neras, a village in Shatmarbereg County, Hungary. Niger, alternative spelling of Niger Gizosha Abyssinica. Niger seed, alternative form of Niger seed. Niger seeds, plural of Niger seed. Nikarlahti, a town and municipality of Ostrobothnia, Finland. Nykøbing Falster, a town on the island of Falster, Denmark. Nile, a female given name. Nile, a female given name. Nyland, a surname from Norwegian. Nylander, a surname from Swedish. Nylanders, plural of Nylander. Nyans, plural of Nyland. Nilesdal, alternative form of Nilesterial. Nildown, alternative form of Nilgai. Nildas, plural of Nilgau. Nilgai, alternative form of Nilgai. Nildas, plural of Nil. I. Nildar, alternative form of Nilgai. Nildas, plural of Nilgau. Nilodrin. Motherny. Nylon. New York, London, a reference to transatlantic life, people who spend time, or a transatlantic culture featuring both cities. Nylon, alternative letter case form of nylon. Nylon, originally the DuPont Company trade name for polyamide, a copolymer whose molecules consist of alternating diamine and dicarboxylic acid monomers bonded together, now generically used for this type of polymer. Nylon string guitar, a guitar strung with nylon strings and with a neck that joins the body at the 12th rather than the 14th fret, as in a typical guitar. Nylon string guitar, plural of nylon string guitar. Nylonase, collectively a type of enzyme capable of digesting man-made molecules of nylon. Nylon, covered by nylon clothing. Nylon Kong, 3 cities, New York, London, and Hong Kong, that form a global network that facilitates the global economy. Nylons, plural of nylon. Niles, a hamlet in the municipality of Pinilla, Pyrénées-Orientales Department, Occitania, France, historically part of northern Catalonia. Nelt, initialism of national youth leadership training. Nylon, a surname from Swedish. Nylons, plural of nylon. Note, a pseudonym used when posting messages. Nyon, a surname. Nimboda, a village in Clarence Valley Council area, Northern Rivers Region, New South Wales, Australia. Nynotype, the first described form of a species. Nymotypical, the same as the first described form of a species. No, any female nature spirit associated with water, forests, grotto, wind, etc. Nymph of darkness, a female prostitute. Nymph of the pavane, a female prostitute. Nymph of the pavement, a female prostitute. Nymph, a nymph. Nymphe, plural of nymph. Nymphea, originally the European white water lily, later also a species of the genus Nymphea.
Invincible.
Nymphaceous, of or relating to the family Nymphaceae of water lilies. Nymphaeos, plural of Nymphea. Nymphaea, a plant rooted in the bottom, but with leaves floating on the water surface. Nymphaea, plural of Nymphaea. Nympha, an ancient Greek or Roman shrine consecrated to water nymphs, often with a fountain. Nymphaeas, plural of Nymphaea. Nemo, of or pertaining to a nymph or nymphs. Nymphalid, any butterfly of the family Nymphalidae. Nymphalids, plural of Nymphalid. Nymphali, any butterfly of the subfamily Nymphalaenae. Nymphalines, plural of Nymphaline. No. Alternative spelling of nymph. Noem, of or pertaining to a nymph or nymphs. Nymphectomies, plural of nymphectomy. Nymphectomy, removal of all or part of the labia minora. Note, simple past and past participle of nymph. Nemes, plural of nymph. Nymphus, a small nymph. Nymphicary, the state of being nymphid. Nymphets, plural of nymphid. Nymphet, alternative form of nymphid. Nymphets, plural of nymphet. Nympha, of or pertaining to a nymph or nymphs. Nymphical, of or pertaining to a nymph or nymphs. Nymbicidal, that kills nymphs, insect, larvae. Nympha, any winged insect of the family Nymphidae, a split-footed lacewing. Nymphets, plural of nymphid. Nymphine, pertaining to a nymph or nymphs. Nymphae, present participle and gerund of nymph. Nymphiparous, producing nymphs. Nymphish, of or pertaining to a nymph or nymphs. Nymphitis, inflammation of the labia minora. Nembli, resembling a nymph. Nembli, befitting a nymph. Nympho, a nymphomaniac. Nympho, nympha, nymphilabia minora. Nymphos, plural of nympho. Nymphi, of or pertaining to a nymph. Nymphides, plural of nymphoid. Nympholepsia, alternative form of nympholepsy. Nympholepsies, plural of nympholepsy. Nympholepsy, a frenzied state of usually erotic emotion, especially concerning something or someone unattainable. Nympholept, a person in a state of nympholepsy. Nympholeptic, of or relating to or having characteristics of an instance of nympholepsy. Nympholept, plural of nympholept. Nymphologist, an expert in nymphology. Nymphologists, plural of nymphologists. Nymphology, the study of mythological nymphs.
Invincible.
Nymphomania, excess of sexual behavior or desire in women. Nymphomaniac, a woman with an excessive libido. Nymphomaniacal, characteristic of nymphomania or a nymphomaniac. Nymphomaniacally, like a nymphomaniac in a nymphomaniac manner. Nymphomaniacs, plural of nymphomaniac. Nymphomanias, plural of nymphomania. Nymphomanic, nymphomaniac. Nymphomanics, plural of nymphomanic. Nymphomanic, any fly in the family Nymphomede. Nymphomanids, plural of nymphomede. Nymphonid, any sea spider in the family Nymphonidae. Nymphonids, plural of nymphonid. Nymphophile, a hebephile who is attracted to girls. Nymphophiles, plural of nymphophile. Nymphophilia, hebephilia toward girls. Nymphos, plural of nympho. Nymphosis, the passage from the larval state to the nymph state of an insect. Nymphotomies, plural of nymphotomy. Nymphotomy, incision into the labia minora. Nemus, plural of nymph. Nymphs of darkness, plural of nymph of darkness. Nymphs of the pavé, plural of nymph of the pavé. Nymphs of the pavement, plural of nymph of the pavement. Nymphelin, any moth of the former crambid subfamily Nymphelini nalacentropini. Nymphelins, plural of nymphelin. Nymphae, plural of nymph. Nymphaea, plural of nymphium, alternative spelling of nymphea. Nympha, alternative spelling of nymphium. Noah's, plural of nymph. Nebieft, to change one's pseudonym so as to appear to be posting messages as an unrelated user. Nemshif, simple past and past participle of nimshif. Nemshifter, one who deceptively posts messages under several different pseudonyms. Nemiefters, plural of nimshifter. Nimshifting, present participle and gerund of nimshif. Nimiefts, third person singular simple present indicative of nimshifs. Nimwars, conflicts over policies mandating that users of internet services identify themselves using their real legal names. Ninanthian, NEC and Emini and Subord or Nidani. Ninanthians, plural of Ninanthian. Ninisham, a town, a municipality. And port in Stockholm County, Sweden. Ninge, a village and civil parish in Somerset West and Taunton District, Somerset, England. Previously in Taunton Deane District OS Grid Ref ST 1322. Nynorsk, one of the two major written standards language variants of Norwegian. Nyo, pronunciation or cuticy spelling of no. Na, a municipality and district Nyan district in the canton of Vaud, Switzerland. Nyanya, a female Paranakan. Nyanya Chang, a variant of Bak Chang Zonzi originating in Paranakan cuisine, made with minced pork, candied winter melons, and sometimes roasted peanuts and blue pea flower extract for color. Nyanya Zhang, alternative spelling of Nyanya Chang. Nyanyas, plural of Nyanya. Nyunga, alternative spelling of Nyunga. Nyungar, alternative spelling of Nyunga. Mayoro, a Bantu ethnic group native to the traditional kingdom of Bunyoro in modern Uganda. Nade Maori, the practice of serving sashimi or sushi on the naked body of a woman. No, initialism of not yet published. NYPD, initialism of New York Police Department. Naiplay, belonging or relating to the palms of the subfamily Naipoidae. Nyquist, a surname from Swedish. Nyquist noise, synonym of John's Nyquist noise. Nyquist rate, twice the bandwidth of a band-limited function or a band-limited channel. Nyquist rates, plural of Nyquist rate. Nyquists, plural of Nyquists. Abbreviation of New York Rangers. Naira, initialism Rights Association. Naira, a surname. No, initialism of New York Road Runners. Nais, abbreviation of New York State. Naisa, a female given name. Na, initialism of New York Southern District, the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. NYSE, initialism of New York Stock Exchange. F, abbreviation of New York State Police. NESPI, initialism of New York State Psychiatric Institute. Nessa, a female given name. Nessacious, of or relating to the Nissisi. Neda, plural of Nessa. Nystagmus, exhibiting or pertaining to nystagmus involuntary eye movement. Nystagmiform, resembling nystagmus. Nystagmogram, a diagnostic image produced by nystagmography. Nystagmograms, plural of nystagmogram. Nystagmographic, relating to nystagmography. Nystagmography, the diagnostic recording of eye movements to identify nystagmus. Nystagmoi, resembling nystagmus. Nystagmus, rapid involuntary eye movement, usually lateral. Nystagmuses, plural of nystagmus. Nystatin, an antifungal drug that is derived from the soil actinomycete streptomyces nurse used especially against Candida. Nystatinoli, the lactone of nystatin that is an antifungal antibiotic. Nystatins, plural of nystatin. Nestars, an oligosaccharide consisting of 3 fructose and 1 glucose residues. Nystoses, plural of nystos. Nystrom, a surname from Swedish. Nystroms, plural of nystrom. NYT, initialism of New York Times, a U.S. newspaper. Netro, an artificial fiber containing vinylidene dinitrile. Nayuhafu, alternative form of Nuhaf. Naya, alternative form of Nayak, exaggerated laugh. Naya, an exaggerated laugh. Noah, the Igniman, or Egyptian mongoose. Noas, plural of Nula. Eoda, an extinct Nyulnyalan, Australian Aboriginal language. Which formerly spoken in the Kimberley region of Western Australia. Nyulnyalan, a family of non-Pominungan Australian Aboriginal prefixing languages spoken in the north of Western Australia. Nyuna, an indigenous people of southwestern Australia. Nyuna, alternative spelling of Nyunga. Nyungan, of or relating to the Pominungan Australian Aboriginal languages spoken in the southwestern region of Western Australia. Nyungar, alternative spelling of Nyunga. Nyungers, plural of Nyungar. Nushu, alternative spelling of Nushu. Nyuanya, alternative spelling of Nyunga. Netit, NYSC group. Net, the primordial goddess of night. Nixai, a single-dose nasal spray used for the emergency treatment of an opioid overdose. Nai, initialism of New York Yankees. And initialism of New Zaire. Inadi, a people who live on the Kasai River in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And Nafel, alternative form of affluence. And Nzalbo, initialism of New Zealand Airline Pilots Association. And the F, initialism of New Zealand Defence Force. And it, initialism of New Zealand English. And Ama, any member of an Akan people of southwestern Ghana and southeast Cote d'Ivoire. And Zar, a citizen or resident of New Zealand, a New Zealander. Enzers, plural of Enzer. Enzema, alternative spelling of Enzema. And NC, initialism of New Zealand Medical Corps. Enze Beth, initialism of New Zealand Property Investors Federation. And ZSBK, initialism of New Zealand Superbike Championship. And the SL, acronym of New Zealand Sign Language. And is a initialism of New Zealand Standard Time. And 8E, abbreviation of New Zealand Time. And the abbreviation of nanozerovalent iron. And the plural of NZVI. Mistiri, a town and municipality in southern Zealand, Denmark. The obsolete form of Neve. Mes, plural of Neve. Neve, plural of Nevis. Nimen, archaic spelling of Nevian. Meras, obsolete form of Nevis. Norebro, an area of Denmark. Nørresundby, a city in
Invincible.
Aalborg municipality north of the Limfjord, Denmark. A dialect of the N-1C1NG language spoken in South Africa. Sometimes also used for the language as a whole. N-1C1NG, a two-language spoken in South Africa. N reversed glottal stop a YLINTN, large ridge of rock, made of gneiss, located south of Vassar Lake between Okanagan Falls and Oliver in British Columbia, Canada. The 15th letter of the English alphabet, called O and written in the Latin script. An orthographic O with a diacritic that marks it as being the strut vowel, as in the word sun. O circumflex, a dictionary transcription for the thought vowel. Also an orthographic O with a diacritic that marks it as having the value, as in the word nor. O tilde, the letter O with a tilde, replacing the sequence on or om. O umlaut, a dictionary transcription for the thought vowel. O magrad, a dictionary transcription for the goat vowel. O reeve, a dictionary transcription for the LOT vowel. Letter 2 to F, a dictionary transcription for the thought vowel. O alvo, or something. O antiphon, one of the antiphons sung or read at Vespers at the end of Advent, in the days immediately before Christmas, each beginning O in Latin and English, addressing Christ and beseeching him to come. The basis for the hymn O come, Emmanuel. O antiphons, plural of O antiphon. O Canada, the national anthem of Canada. O caudata, a form of the letter O modified by the addition of a diacritical tail, letter 1EB, used in Old Norse. Ocam, alternative form of Ocam. Ocam, alternative form of Ocam. O-clip, a kind of crimped hose clip over a barbed spigot, used with gas hoses in oxy-fuel welding and cutting. O-clips, plural of O-clip. O-Corgo, a municipality of Lugo, Galicia, Spain. O-face, alternative form of O-face. O-faces, plural of O-face. O-NCO, a municipality of Lugo, Galicia, Spain. O-level, alternative spelling of O-level. O-mark, a circle that serves as a check mark in Japanese. O-marks, plural of O-mark. O-mio, of little faith, drawing attention to one's own doubt or skepticism. Oh my God, dated form of oh my God. Oh Pino, a municipality of A Coruña, Galicia, Spain. O-RLY, expressing interest, usually with implied sarcasm or disdain. O-RLY, alternative form of O-RLY. O-Savignal, a Canchello in Lugo, Galicia, Spain. O-star, synonym of O-type star. O-stars, plural of O-star. O-Valadura, a municipality of Lugo, Galicia, Spain. O-Visto, a municipality of Lugo, Galicia, Spain. O-E of little faith, a response to an expression of doubt or uncertainty. O-dollar P dollar, abbreviation of O-money, pay money, and admonition to debtors, especially by loan sharks alongs. O and D, origin and destination. O and G, alternative form of OBS and Guinea British Commonwealth, not Canada. O and M, initialism of organization and methods. O and O, abbreviation of owned and operated. O and S, initialism of olfin and surfactant. O, descendant of, used to form Irish patronymic surnames. O course, informal form of course. O'Banion, a surname from Irish. O'Banions, plural of O'Banion. O'Bansawan, a surname from Abenaki. Obansewens, plural of Obansewen. Ovar, a surname from Irish. Ovar, a surname from Irish. Obars, plural of Obar. Obars, plural of Obar. Ober, a surname from Irish. Aubers, plural of Aubern. Aubery, a surname from Irish. Auberries, plural of Aubery. Obiden, alternative spelling of Abide. Obansewen, alternative form of Obansewen. Ovoy, a surname. O'Brien, a surname. O'Brien, a surname from Irish. O'Brien County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Primgar. O'Brien potatoes. Synonym of potatoes O'Brien. O'Bobber, alternative form of Obamer. O'Callaghan, a surname from Irish. O'Casey, a surname from Irish. Oh. Holly, a surname. O'Clary, a surname. Ahala, in conjunction with a numeral, indicates the time within a 12-hour period, midnight to noon or noon to midnight, specifically the time when the hour hand of a clock points precisely to the symbol or marking corresponding to the designated numeral, i.e. at the hour. O'clockish, after a numeral, denotes a time of around the start of that hour. O'Cocker, a native of Ocracoke Island, North Carolina, as opposed to an Ocracoker, which is any resident. O'Cockers, plural of O'Cocker. O'Connell, a surname from Irish. O'Connellism, support for Daniel O'Connell Donald O'Acute Canal. 1775-1847, Irish political leader who campaigned for Catholic emancipation. O'Connellite, a supporter of Daniel O'Connell Donald O'Acute Canal. 1775-1847, Irish political leader who campaigned for Catholic emancipation. O'Connellites, plural of O'Connellite. O'Connor, a surname from Irish. O'Connors, plural of O'Connor. O'Connor, a patrilineal surname from Irish.
Invincible.
O'Callaghan, a surname. O'Danielite, a mineral comprising mainly zinc, arsenic, and oxygen. O'There, a surname from Irish. O'Dith, a surname from Irish. O'Dis, plural of O'D. O'Dell, a surname. O'Docharty, a surname. O'Doherty, a surname from Irish. O'Hardy's, plural of O'Doherty. O'Donnell, a surname from Irish. O'Donnell's, plural of O'Donnell. O'Donnell, a surname from Irish. O'Donnell, a surname from Irish. O'Donnell's, plural of O'Donnell. O'Donoghue, a surname from Irish. O'Donohue's, plural of O'Donoghue. O'Donoghue, a surname from Irish. O'Donohue's, plural of O'Donoghue. O'Donovan, a surname from Irish. O'Dore, a surname. O'Dowd, a surname from Irish. O'Dowds, plural of O'Dowd. O'Dwyer, a surname from Irish. O'Dwyers, plural of O'Dwyer. O'd, contraction of over. Orcane, simple past of Orcum. Orga, alternative form of overcome. Orcums, third person singular simple present indicative of Orcum. Orcuming, present participle and gerund of Orcum. Orgrown, overgrown. Contraction of overhead. Orjoy, contraction of overjoy. Orjoy, simple past and past participle of orjoy. Orjoying. Present participle and gerund of orjoy. Orjoys, third person singular simple present indicative of orjoy. Orlay, simple past and past participle of orlay. Orlay, alternative form of overlay. Orlay, present participle and gerund of orlay. Orlays, third person singular simple present indicative of orlay. Orlay, contraction of overleap. Overload, contraction of overload. Overloaded, simple past and past participle of overload. Overloading, present participle and gerund of overload. Overloads, third person singular simple present indicative of overload. Contraction of overloads. Overload, contraction of overload. Arthro, simple past of overthrow. Overthrow, alternative form of overthrow. Overthrowing, present participle and gerund of overthrow. Overthrow. Past participle of overthrow. Overthrows, third person singular simple present indicative of overthrow. O'Fallen, a surname from Irish. O'Fallens, plural of O'Fallen. O'Farrell, a surname. O'Flen, a surname from Irish. O'Flens, plural of O'Flen. O'Gara, a surname from Irish. O'Garas, plural of O'Gara. O'Garo, a surname. O'Garos, plural of O'Gara. O'Gorman, a surname from Irish. O'Gormans, plural of O'Gorman. O'Grady, a surname from Irish. O'Grady's, plural of O'Grady. Odin, a surname from Irish. Odin, a surname from Irish. O'Gens, plural of O'Gin. O'Gens, plural of O'Gin. O'Hagan, a surname. O'Halloran, a surname from Irish. O'Hallorans, plural of O'Halloran. O'Halloman, a surname from Irish. O'Hallorans, plural of O'Halloran. O'Halpin, a surname from Irish. O'Halpins, plural of O'Halpin. O'Hiram, a surname from Irish. O'Hare, a surname from Irish. O'Es, plural of O'Hare. O'Hara, a surname from Irish. O'Haras, plural of O'Hara. O'Higgins, a surname. O'Higgins Land, synonym of Antarctic Peninsula. O'Hurley, a surname from Irish. O'Hurleys, plural of O'Hurley. O'Keefe, a surname from Irish. O'Keefes, plural of O'Keefe. O'Keefe, a surname from Irish. O'Keefes, plural of O'Keefe. O'Keefean, of or relating to American artist Georgia O'Keeffe. O'Callaghan, an Irish surname. Orlando, pronunciation spelling of Orlando in many senses. O'Lear, a surname from Irish. O'Lear's, plural of O'Lear. O'Leary, a surname from Irish. O'Loughlin, a surname from Irish. O'Loughlin's, plural of O'Loughlin. O'Malley, a surname from Irish. O'Malley's Alley, the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. O'Mara, a surname from Irish. O'Maras, plural of O'Mara. O'Mary, a surname from Irish. O'Marys, plural of O'Mary. O'Meara, a surname from Irish. O'Mearas, plural of O'Meara. O'Neill, a surname from Irish in turn originating as a patronymic, a variant of O'Neill. O'Neill, a surname from Irish. O'Neill colonies, plural of O'Neill colony. O'Neill colony. Synonym of O'Neill cylinder. O'Neill cylinder, a proposed space settlement consisting of two cylinders that rotate to provide artificial gravity via centrifugal force. O'Neill cylinders, plural of O'Neill cylinder. O'Neillian, of or relating to Eugene O'Neill 1888, 1953, American playwright who introduced realism into American drama. O'Neillism, the policies of Terence O'Neill 1914-1990, 4th Prime Minister of Northern Ireland. O'Neillite, a supporter of O'Neillism. O'Neillites, plural of O'Neillite. O'Latam, a person of Tohono O'odham, formerly Papago. Akimel O'odham, formerly Pima, or other O'odham ancestry. O'Ladams, plural of O'Latam. O'Quinn, a surname from Irish. O'Quinn, a surname from Irish. O'Quins, plural of O'Quinn. O'Quins, plural of O'Quinn. O'Reilly, a surname. O'Reilly, a surname from Irish in turn originating as a patronymic from Riley. O'Rithrew, simple past of O'Rithrow. O'Rithrow, obsolete spelling of Orthrow, alternative form of overthrow. O'Rithrowing, present participle and gerund of overthrow. O'Rithrow, past participle of overthrow. O'Rithrows, third person singular simple present indicative of overthrow. O'Reilly, a surname from Irish. O'Riordan, a surname from Irish. O'Riordans, plural of O'Riordan. O'Rourke, a surname from Irish. O'Rourke's, plural of O'Rourke. O'Ryan, a surname from Irish. O's, plural of O. O'Shaughnessy, a surname from Irish. O'Shea, a surname from Irish. O'Shea's vent barnacle. Vulcanopus ashii, a species of barnacle found around hydrothermal vents and active underwater volcanoes. O'Shea's vent barnacles, plural of O'Shea's vent barnacle. O'Shea's, plural of O'Shea. O'Sheridan, a surname. O'Shields, a surname. O'Lutch, a surname. O'Suches, plural of O'Such. O'Sullivan, a surname from Irish. O'Sullivan's Law, the observation that all organizations that are not explicitly right-wing will over time become left-wing. O'Toole, an Irish surname. Award, a surname. Awards, plural of award. Oyat, a surname from Cantonese. A blood type that has no antigens. It lacks the A, B, and Rh factors on the blood cells. It is the universal donor for blood and can give blood to any blood type, but can only receive O blood. I will say H-Ang, alternative form of H-Ang. O-Chem, alternative form of O-Chem. O-Chem, organic chemistry. O-Chem, alternative form of Azure. OZNB, abbreviation of orthochloronitrobenzene. O-Dark 30, O-Hours. O-Vase, alternative letter case form of O-Face. O-Faces, plural of O-Face. Over, alternative spelling of Ophor. Ophers, plural of Ophir. Ovray, in Proto-Indo-European linguistics, an ablab form of a Proto-Indo-European root characterized by the presence of the **o/vowel phoneme in place of Ovray. In Proto-Indo-European linguistics, an ablab form of a Proto-Indo-European root characterized by the presence of the **o/vowel phoneme in place of **e/. Okay, alternative form of kakang. Little, a subject-based qualification superseded in England by GCSE, but still available as an international examination. Levels, plural of O-level. O-Lut, synonym of wheel-lot. O-Lux, plural of O-lot. Omikuji, a random fortune on a strip of paper, available from Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples in Japan in exchange for a small offering. Omoxi, Jimhana. O-Wule, alternative form of Uwa. O-Lola, alternative form of Uwa. O-Ring, a circular gasket, usually made of rubber. O-Rins, plural of O-Ring. O-Right, pronunciation spelling of all right. Oscope, oscilloscope. Oscopes, plural of oscope. O-Shaped, shaped like the capital letter O, circular. O-The, abbreviation of Buddhism shot. Ozats, plural of O-Shot. Osta, a word, especially a noun in Indo-European linguistics whose stem ends in slash shows slash. O-Stems, plural of O-Stem. O-Tsukimi, alternative form of Otsukimi. O-Week, abbreviation of Orientation Week. O-Weeks, Plural of O week. O word. Any word beginning with O that is not normally taboo, but is considered often humorously to be so in the given context. O words. Plural of O word. Oh. Abbreviation of Ohio. Oh. Alternative letter case form of OBO, or best offer. OBO. Alternative letter case form of OBO, or best offer. Oh, the alternative form of OC. Okay. Alternative spelling of OK. Oh, the alternative form of ONG. Oh, they. Alternative form of OPP. Oh, they. Yes. Plural of O. They. Oh, us. Alternative form of OS. Oh, yeah. Alternative letter case form of OBO, or best offer. Oh, yeah. Alternative letter case form of OBO, or best offer. OSIT. Abbreviation of Orange County, New York. OD. Alternative form of OD. OG. Alternative form of OG. OD, yes. Plural of OG. OF. Initialism of order of merit. OMG. Alternative form of ONG. ONO. Alternative form of ONO or nearest offer. OPP. Alternative form of OPP. OPPS. Plural of OPP. OS. Alternative form of OS. OS. Initialism of old series. OE. Alternative form of OZ ounce. O/B/O. Alternative letter case form of OBO, or best offer. O/B/O. Initialism of on behalf of. O/D. Abbreviation of overdrive. O/O. Or /O. Designating that a ship can carry both ore and oil. O/RM. Alternative form of ORM. O/W. Initialism of overt /withhold. O/WS. Plural of O/W. O11Y. Abbreviation of observability. O2. Mode eyes. Initialism of on or about. The initialism of overactive bladder. Initialism of oral anticoagulant. Plural of OAC. Obsolete form of woke. OD. A town in OB and Wigston Borough. Leicestershire, England. Oadby and Wigston, a local government district with borough status of Leicestershire, England, formed in 1974 with its headquarters in Wigston Magna. The initialism of optical add/drop multiplexer. The plural of Odom. Initialism of old Antarctic. Explore a person who has spent significant time in Antarctica. A member of the order of the OS. Plural of. Explore a person who has spent significant time in Antarctica. A member of the order of the OS. Plural of OR. Plural of OAE. A person, especially a large male, who is clumsy or a simpleton. Ovrat. Weak of intellect from infancy. Ovdom. The state or condition of an oaf. Oafishness. Oafish. Characteristic of or resembling an oaf. Clumsy, stupid. Oafishly. In an oafish manner. Oafeness. The state or condition of being oafish, stupidity, dullness, folly. Oaflike. Oafish, plural of oaf. Oaf. Initialism of Office of the Attorney General. Oahu, the third largest island of Hawaii, included in the city and county of Honolulu. Oahuan, of or relating to Oahu in Hawaii. Oahuans, plural of Ohuan. Oh, a male given name. Oh. Initialism of a kind. Oh. A deciduous tree with distinctive, deeply lobed leaves, acorns, and notably strong wood, typically of England and northeastern North America, included in genus Quercus. Oak and nettle day. Synonym of oak apple day. Oak apple. A spherical type of oak gall, produced by an oak gall wasp. Tribe Sinapini. Oak Apple Day, an English public holiday formerly observed on 29 May but abolished in 1859, commemorating the restoration of the English monarchy in 1660. People wore oak apples or sprigs of oak leaves in reference to the Roundhead army by hiding in an oak tree after the Battle of Worcester. Oak apples, plural of oak apple. Oak Bay, a district municipality and bay near Victoria, Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. Oak Bluffs, a town on Martha's Vineyard in Dukes County, Massachusetts, United States. Oak Cliff, a neighborhood of Dallas, Texas, United States. Oak Creek, a number of streams in the United States. Oak Decline, a disease of uncertain origin affecting mature pedunculate oak Quercus robur and sessile oak Quercus petrea trees in Britain. Oak fern, a fern of genus Gymicarpium sin, the Lipteris which grows on trees, especially Gymicarpium dryopteris. Oak ferns, plural of oak fern. Oak forest, a city in Cook County, Illinois, United States. Oak gall, a gall produced by an oak by larvae of a common oak gall wasp Cynips quercusfolii. Oak galls, plural of oak gall. Oak Glen, a census-designated place in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Oak Grove, a number of places in the United States. Oak Harbor, a city in Whidbey Island, Ketty, Washington. Oak Hills, a census-designated place in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Oak Island, an island of Lunenburg County, Nova Scotia, Canada in Mahone Bay, Atlantic Ocean, known for rumors of buried pirate treasure and a booby-trapped pit. Oak Mill, a neighborhood of Pasadena, California, United States. Oak Lawn, a village in Cook County, Illinois, United States. Oak leaf, alternative form of oak leaf. Oak leather, fungal mycelia in the fissures of old oak trees. Oak leaves, plural of oak leaf. Oak of Jerusalem, synonym of Jerusalem oak episode. Oak paper, wallpaper with a veined pattern like oak wood. Oak papers, plural of oak paper. Oak Park, a census-designated place in Ventura County, California, United States. Oak processionary moth, Thaumanopia processionia, a processionary native to oak forests across southern Europe. also occurring as an invasive species in northern Europe.
Invincible.
Oak processionary moths. Plural of oak processionary moth. Oak ridge. A number of landforms in various places with this name. Oak ruff bullet gall wasp. The gall wasp Dyshalkaskis quercus mamma. Oak shores. A census-designated place in San Luis Obispo County, California, United States. Oak tag. A flexible material akin to thick paper. Oak tags. Plural of oak tag. Oak titmouse. Plural of oak titmouse. Oak titmouse. A bird of species Bealophus inornatus. It's a small tits in family parody, found from southern Oregon to Baja California. Oak titmouses. Plural of oak titmouse. Oak tree. A tree of the genus Quercus, bearing acorns and having lobed leaves. Oak trees. Plural of oak tree. Oak view. A census-designated place in Ventura County, California, United States. Oak wilt. A disease of oak trees caused by a fungus, Bretziella phagozorum, affecting trees in the eastern U.S. Its origin is unknown. Oak wreath. A chaplet of common oak leaves woven to form a crown honoring a soldier who had saved the life of a citizen in battle. Oak wreaths. Plural of oak wreath. Oak loo. Any of various lichenid butterflies of the genus Arhipala of Asia and Australasia. Oak blues. Plural of oak blue. Oak gall. Alternative spelling of oak gall. Oak galls. Plural of oak gall. Oak leaves. Used in the names of various plants, the leaves of which resemble those of the oak. Oak tag. A flexible material akin to thick paper. Oak tags. Plural of oak tag. Oak Camor. A small village and civil parish in Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England. OS grid ref SK 0544. Oak bark. The bark of the oak tree, often specifically as a source of tannic acid, tan. Oak dye, a member of the Hearts of Oak, a protest movement of farmers and weavers that arose in County Armagh, Ireland, in 1761 in reaction to excessive taxation. Oak boys, plural of oak boy. Oakdale, a number of places in the United States. Oh, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District. OS grid ref SD 1525. Of wine aged in oak so that it acquires flavor from tannins in the wood. Oven, made from the wood of the oak tree, also in metaphorical uses, suggesting robustness. Oaken towel, a truncheon. Oaken towels. Plural of oaken towel. Oakenthal, a surname. Oaken Gates, a town and civil parish with a town council in Telford and Wrekin Borough, Shropshire, England. OS grid ref SJ 7010. Oakenshaw, a village in Greater Willington Parish, County Durham, England. OS grid ref NZ 2036. Oakenshaws, plural of Oakenshaw. Ogre, obsolete form of ogre. Oaks, a suburban area of Huddersfield, West Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 112,341. Oakseas, plural of oaks. Oakshot, a surname. Oakshottian, alternative form of Oakshottian. Oakshottian, of or relating to Michael Joseph Oakeshott 1901-1990, English philosopher and political theorist. Oakshotins, plural of Oakshotin. Oh, a surname. Ogies, plural of Okie. Oakford, a suburb of Perth, Western Australia, Australia. Oakba, alternative spelling of Oakball. Oakballs, plural of Oakball. Oakdale, a town and civil parish with a town council in and the county town of Rutland, England. OS Grid Ref SK 8508. Oakhanger, a small village in Haslington Parish, Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7654. Oakhill, a village in Ashwick Parish, Mendip District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6347. Oakhurst, a census-designated place in Madera County, California, United States. Ovi, a surname. Ophir, comparative form of Okie, more Okie. Okiest, superlative form of Okie, most Okie. Okiness, the Papua in Okie. Oakington, a village in Oakington and Westwick Parish, South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4164. Oakland, the 8th largest city in California, United States, and the county seat of Olinda County. Oakland County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Pontiac. Oakland Park, a city in Broward County, Florida, United States. Oaklander, a native or inhabitant of Oakland, California. Oaklanders, plural of Oaklander. Oaklands, a town in the Riverina area of southern New South Wales, Australia. Oakle Street, a small village or hamlet in Churcham Parish, Forest of Dean District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 7517. Oak leaf, the leaf of the oak. Oak leaf hydrangea, a type of deciduous shrub native to the southeastern United States, often cultivated as an ornamental plant, of species Hydrangea quercifolia. Oakleaf hydrangeas, plural of oakleaf hydrangea. Oakleaves, plural of oakleaf. Oakley, a suburb in southeast Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Oakley Park, a suburban area in the borough of Barnet, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2694. Oakbus, having no oak trees. Oaklet, a little oak tree. Oaklets, plural of oaklet. Oakbay, several places in England. Oak-like, resembling or characteristic of an oak or its wood. Oakbay, a small or young oak tree. Oaklings, plural of oakling. Oakden, a surname. Oakmere, a village in Delamere and Oakmere Parish, Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5769. Oakmet, a place in the United States. Oakmess, Evernia prunestri, a lichen found primarily on oak trees and used in perfume. Oakmusses, plural of oakmus. Oakness, the quality of VOT. Oakbridge, a city in Lane County, Oregon, United States. Oaks, a surname. Oaks, a village and civil parish in North Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9893. Oakte, a flexible material akin to thick paper. Oak tatters, plural of Oaktay. Oaktor, a village in Oakthorpe and Donisthorpe Parish, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 321981. O-Town, Oakland, a city in California. O-Tree, alternative form of oak tree. Oak trees, plural of oak tree. Of, coarse fibers separated by hackling from flax or hemp when preparing the latter for spinning. Oakhams, plural of Oakham. Oakville, a suburb in the city of Hawkesbury, New South Wales, Australia. Oakware, articles made from oak. Oakwood, a number of places in England. Oakwoods, plural of Oakwood. Oakware, a village in the Worth Valley, in Keighley Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Bradford, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 0338. Of, resembling or characteristic of the oak tree or its wood. O, initialism of Oxford Advanced Learner's Dictionary of Current English. Oamaru, a large town bordering the Pacific Ocean in North Otago, New Zealand. O, initialism of once a month cooking. O, initialism of One America News. O, a female given name. O, the plural of omnium. Omnium, an appositional lugonium that forms oospores by free cell formation, as in sap. Me. O, initialism of One America News Network. O, initialism of orthogonal array processor. O, plural of OAP. Or, initialism of original aspect ratio. Or, a type of lever used to propel a boat, having a flat blade at one end and a handle at the other, and pivoted in a rowlock atop the gunwale, whereby a rower seated in the boat and pulling the handle can pass the blade through the water by repeated strokes against the water's resistance, thus moving the boat. Oar belay, the flanged portion of an oar, not the handle nor the shaft. Oar blades, plural of oar blade. Or in someone's boat, an interest in someone else's affairs, possibly through meddling. The hole, alternative form of oar hole. Or holes, plural of oar hole. Or, the act of using oars, rowing. Oarblade, alternative form of oar blade. Oar blades, plural of oar blade. Or, a place in England. Moe, having oars. Oe, plural of oar. Orish, a large, greatly elongated type of fish of the family Regalcidae. Orpheus, plural of oarfish. Uhol, a slot or opening in the side of a galley or ship through which an oar is fitted. Orhos, plural of oarhole. Ore, present participle and gerund of oar. Oritis, archaic form of ovaritis. Arles, without oars. Arlessness, absence of oars. Orli, resembling or characteristic of an oar. Orla, a usually U-shaped device attached to the gunwale of a rowboat to hold the oars in place while rowing. Orlax, plural of orla. Arla, obsolete form of orla. Arlaps, plural of orla. Orma, alternative form of oarsmen. Warman, plural of oarmen. Uro, a coastal settlement in North Canterbury, New Zealand. Initialism of old age revolving pension. Plural of oarsman, a person who rows a boat, either alone or with others. Oarsmanship, the skill of rowing a boat. Oaruan, plural of oarsman. Oarsperson, a rower, an oarswoman or oarsman. Oarswoman, a female oarsman. Oarswomen, plural of oarswoman. A coconut plantation. Orts, plural of ort. Ori, a brown alga, Laminaria digitata, found on exposed shores. Oids, plural of orwi. Ori, like an oar. Initialism of oral allergy syndrome. A municipality of Albay. Philippines. Odel, Oside. Oze, initialism of old age survivors and disability insurance. Then, of or relating to an oasis. Oases, plural of oas. The initialism of old age and survival. Then, of or relating to an oasis. Oases, plural of oas. The initialism of old age and survivors insurance. Ossification, the process of restoring water, soil, and plant life to an environment that has been degraded by soil erosion. OASIS, acronym of Organization for the Advancement of Structured Information Standards. Oasis, a census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Oasis America, a broad cultural area of pre-Columbian southwestern North America between Utah and Chihuahua and bordering the Gulf of California on the Mexican mainland. Oasis American, of or relating to Oasis America. Oasis Americans, plural of Oasis American. Oasises, plural of oasis. Oasisless, lacking oases. Oasis-like, resembling or characteristic of an oasis. Oside, of or relating to an oasis. Us, a kiln for drying tobacco, malt, and especially hops. Oast house, a building containing oasts used in conjunction with hop harvesting. Oast houses, plural of oast house. Oast house, alternative spelling of oast house. Oast houses, plural of oast house. Oasts, plural of oast. Widely cultivated cereal grass, typically Avena sativa. Oat burner, alternative form of oat burner. Oat burners, plural of oat burner. Oat cell, a small oval cell that resembles an oat grain and is characteristic of small cell carcinoma. Oat cells, plural of oat cell. Oat grass, any of various grasses resembling oats. Oat grasses, plural of oat grass. Oat milk, a milky liquid made from oats and used as a milk substitute, cooking ingredient or beverage. Oat milks, plural of oat milk. Oat opera, a film or novel depicting adventures of characters in the American Old West, a Western. Oat operas, plural of oat opera. Outselde. Wir. Outsodes. Plural of oat soda. Oat burner. A horse. Oat burners. Plural of oat burner. Oath-like. Alternative form of oat-like. Oat opera. Alternative form of oat opera. Oat operas. Plural of oat opera. Oat bread. Bread made with oatmeal. Oat. Any of many flat biscuits or cakes made from oatmeal. Oatcakes. Plural of oat cake. Of a surname. Oaten bread. Any type of bread made or prepared with oats. Oaten breads. Plural of oaten bread. Oatmeal. Oatmeal. Over. A movie or television show about cowboy or frontier life. A Western movie. Odors. Plural of odor. Oats. A surname. Oat. A surname. Oat-like. A flake made from oat. Oat flakes. Plural of oat flake. Oatgrass. Any of various grasses resembling oats. Oatgrasses. Plural of oatgrass. Oath. A solemn pledge or promise that invokes a deity, a ruler, or another entity not necessarily present to attest the truth of a statement or sincerity of one's desire to fulfill a contract or promise. Oath of abjuration. An oath asserting the right of the present royal family to the crown of England and expressly abjuring allegiance to the descendants of Charles Edward Stuart, the Jacobite pretender. Oath of calumny. A method for the prevention of calumnious and unnecessary suits, by which both parties at the beginning of a cause swear, either by themselves or their counsel, that the facts set forth by them are true. Oath of office. An oath taken before officially taking office. Oath brother. One of two or more men who have sworn an oath together. Oath brothers. Plural of oath brother. Oath helper. One brought into court to swear to the truth and testify on oath on behalf of the accused to clear them from suspicion of crime. Oath helpers. Plural of oath helper. Oath helping. Testimony introduced for the purpose of bolstering the credibility of a witness and their testimony rather than proving or disproving a fact in issue. It is often inadmissible. Oath ring. A ring particularly an arm ring on which oaths are sworn. Oath rings. Plural of oath ring. Oath double. Capable of having an oath administered to one, fit to be sworn. Oath bound. Bound by an oath. Oath breach. Breach or breaking of an oath, perjury. Oath breaches. Plural of oath breach. Oath breaker. Someone who breaks an oath, a perjurer. Oath breakers. Plural of oath breaker. Oath breaking. The violation of an oath, perjury. Oath. Simple past and past participle of oath. Oathal. Inclined to swear oaths or curse. Of it. Present participle and gerund of oath. Oathless. Without an oath or oaths. Oath. Immense. Oath. Oathless. Plural of oathlet. Oath-like. Resembling or characteristic of an oath. Oath maker. One who makes an oath. Oath makers. Plural of oath maker. Oath out. A surname from Dutch. Oath outs. Plural of oath out. Oaths. plural of oath. Oaths of calumny, plural of oath of calumny. Oaths of office, plural of oath of office. Oathsec. Synonym of the bang that was promised. Oath-taker, one who takes an oath. Oath-takers, plural of oath-taker. Oath-taking, the taking of an oath or vow. Oath-free, of sufficiently good character to be able to swear an oath and be believed. Oatabix, a breakfast cereal sold in the United Kingdom consisting of biscuits of compressed oats. Oath and moat. Cookie. Oath, comparative form of odi, more odi. Obies, plural of odi. Oat is superlative form of odi, most odi. Otines, the state or condition of being odi. Obies, a surname. Odies, plural of odies. Oathlant. Silage made from oats, oat silage. Owthens, a southern suburb of Harrogate, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 3053. Oatlands Park, a suburb and ward in Weybridge, Elmbridge Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 0965. Oathus, without oats. Oath-like, resembling an oat or oats. Oatmeal, meal made from rolled or round oats. Oatmeal cake, synonym of oatcake, type of biscuit made with oatmeal. Oatmeal cakes, plural of oatmeal cake. Oatmeal cookie, a cocktail consisting of Irish cream, Goldschläger, and butterscotch schnapps. Oatmeal paper, a coarse wallpaper coated with sawdust or a similar substance and sometimes dyed or patterned. Oatmeal papers, plural of oatmeal paper. Oatmealish, resembling or full of oatmeal. Oatmeals, plural of oatmeal. Oatmeal, resembling or full of oatmeal. Oat milk, alternative spelling of oat milk. Oat milks, plural of oat milk. Oats, plural of oat. Oat straw, straw from the oat plant. Oat, energetic, frisky. Elvis. On a totally unrelated subject. Of the, a surname. Oatlays, plural of oatway. Oath, containing oats. Oath, initialism of organization of African unity. Oath, initialism of original animation video, a direct-to-video Japanese anime. O is O. Oath, plural of OIV. Oat, abbreviation of Oaxaca, a state of Mexico. Oaxaca, a city in Mexico. Oaxaca City, synonym of Oaxaca. Oaxaca mud turtle, a Mexican mud turtle of species Kinistern and Oaxaca. Oaxaca, California, the part of California inhabited by Oaxacans. Oaxacan, relating to or from the Mexican state of Oaxaca. Oaxacans, plural of Oaxacan. Oaxacas, plural of Oaxaca. Oaxtepec, a town in Yautepec, Morelos, Mexico. Initialism of Olympic best. A river in Russia, the westernmost of the three great Siberian rivers. OB marker. A governmental restriction on free speech, limiting topics that can be written about. OB markers. Plural of OB marker. Alternative form of ob Russian river. Against, facing. A combining prefix found in verbs of Latin origin. Ob-in. Obstetrics and gynecology. Ob-in. Alternative letter case form of OBGYN. Ob-gyn. Alternative form of OBGYN. OB-gyns. Plural of OB-gyn. Ob-in. Plural of OBGYN. Ob-gyns. Plural of ob-gyn. Obogrian. Synonym of obogric. Obogre. Of or pertaining to a subgroup of languages in the Uralic language family, including Khanty and Mansi. Abbreviation of Abo. Ob/gyn. Alternative form of OBGYN. Ob/gyn. Plural of OB/GYN. Of. Initialism of one Bermuda alliance. Of. A king of a Yoruba polity. Of. Abbreviation of Obadiah. Obacunon. A natural compound present in citrus fruits that has anti-inflammatory and anti-cancer properties. That. Abbreviation of Obadiah. Obadiah. A book of the Old Testament of the Bible and of the Tanakh. Obai. Achitemi people of Sierra Leone. Obhthit. And yesit ife of the Feliabite. Obhthids. Plural of Obhthid. Obed. A surname from Arabic. Obeds. Plural of Obey. Obis. Plural of Obai. Obet. A ghost or apparition in Japanese folklore. Alana. An African surname from Luo. Obamacare. Alternative form of Obamacare. Obamamania. Alternative spelling of Obamamania. Obamaphone. Alternative letter case form of Obamaphone. Obamaphone. A cell phone provided as part of the United States Lifeline program. Obama phones. Plural of Obama phone. Obama phones. Plural of Obama phone. Obamacan. Alternative form of Obamacan. Obamacans. Plural of Obamacan. Obamacare. Alternative form of Obamacare. Obamacan. Alternative form of Obamac. Obamacans. Plural of Obamacan. Obama-esque. Resembling or characteristic of Barack Obama, born 1961, American politician who served as the 44th President of the United States from 2009 to 2017. Obamamania. Alternative spelling of Obamamania. Obamarama. Obsession with or over-attention given to U.S. President Barack Obama, especially around the time of the 2008 election. Obamamania. Obamabot. A supporter of Barack Obama, the 44th President of the United States. Obamabots. Plural of Obamacan, a member of the U.S. Republican Party who supports or supported the election of Barack Obama as president. Obamacans, plural of Obamacan. Obamacare, any of various healthcare plans seen as associated with Barack Obama before or during his tenure as U.S. President, especially the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act H.R. 3590, a healthcare reform plan that was passed in 2010 and signed into law by him. Obamacare, alternative form of Obamacare. Obamacan, a conservative, especially a Republican who supports or supported the election of Barack Obama as president. Obamacans, plural of Obamacan. Obamacrat, a Democratic supporter of Barack Obama. Obamacrats, plural of Obamacrat. Obamace, alternative form of Obamask. Obamagate, alleged attempts by President Barack Obama and those in his administration to sabotage Donald Trump's candidacy and administration through various illegitimate means, according to a conspiracy theory promoted by Trump. Obamageddon, the decline or fall of the United States caused by the presidency of Barack Obama. Obamaism, the philosophy and politics espoused by former United States President Barack Obama. Obama, a supporter of U.S. President Barack Obama, especially a member of his team. Obamates, plural of Obamate. Obamates, the state of supporting or being similar to Barack Obama. American politician, said as if it were due to a disease or affliction. Obamamania, fervent admiration of Barack Obama. Obadan, of or pertaining to Barack Obama or to his ideology or policies. Obamanation, the presidency or political actions of Barack Obama viewed as detrimental to the United States. Obamanations, plural of Obamanation. Obamania, alternative form of Obamamania. Obamanomics, the economic policies of Barack Obama. Obamaphone, alternative form of Obamaphone. Obamaphones, plural of Obamaphone. Obamas, plural of Obama. Obamatard, a supporter of Barack Obama. Obamatards, plural of Obamatard. Obamatan, a person who follows U.S. President Barack Obama blindly. Obamatans, plural of Obamatan. Obamarald, Barack Obama's circle of associates, employees, and appointees. Obambulate, to walk about, to wander aimlessly. Obambulated, simple past and past participle of obambulate. Obambulates, third person singular simple present indicative of obambulate. Obambulating, present participle and gerund of obambulate. Obambulation, wandering about, a casual outing. Obambulations, plural of obambulation. Ovami, alternative form of Obamate. Obamites, plural of Obamite. Obamitis, alternative form of Obamates. Obama, Barack Obama. Obamsawant, alternative form of Obansuin. Obamunism, the economic or political policies of the Obama administration viewed as socialism, communism, or government overreach. Obamunis, a supporter of U.S. President Barack Obama. Obemunists, plural of Obemunists. Oban, a town in Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NN 8530. Obando, a municipality of Bulacan, Philippines. Obe, an old Japanese gold coin. Obens, plural of Obeng. Obens, plural of Oben. Obensawan, alternate form of Obansawan. Obara, a surname. Obaras, plural of Obara. Obarsea, a commune of Olt County, Romania. Obes, plural of Oba. Obasan, a Japanese middle-aged woman. Obasans, plural of Obasan. Obashep, the role or status of an Oba. Obasheps, plural of Obaship. Ovata, a Japanese male surname. From Japanese. Obataklax, an experimental drug candidate for the treatment of various cancers. Obatsta, a Bavarian cheese delicacy. It is prepared by mixing 1/3 aged Camembert, 1/3 aged Ramadir cheese 60%, and 1/3 butter and seasoning with onions and spices. Obazoan, any organism of the clade Obazoa. Obazoans, plural of Obazoan. Abbreviation of Obbligato. Austrian Federal Railways Österreichische Bundesbahnen. Abatu, synonym of Babetlu sweet flatbread. Abanai, a religious supporter of Ob Philips Ka 1568, one of the early founders of Dutch Anabaptism. Abanites, plural of Abanite. Abe, plural of Abi. Obligati, plural of obligato. Obligato, an obligato section, a prominent counter melody, often written to be played or sung above the principal theme in a higher pitch range. Obligatos, plural of obligato. Ado. Police observation. Abos, plural of abo. Ab, an obstacle course. Ab, plural of abi. Ab, initialism of onboard credit. Abzal, a hypothetical protoorganism consisting of a cup-shaped half-cell. Abdals, plural of obsal. Obclavate, inversely clavate, thicker at the base. Obcompressed, compressed or flattened anteroposteriorly or in a way opposite to the usual one. Obcone, of a fruit, conical in shape and attached to the stalk by the pointed end. Obconical, alternative form of obconic. Obconically, in an obconic manner. Obchordate, of a reversed chordate shape, heart-shaped but attached to the stalk by the pointed end. Obchordately, in an obchordate form. Obchordiform, inversely chordiform. Obchordate. Ob, plural of OBC. Ob, initialism of onboard diagnostic. Obdiltate, in the shape of an equilateral triangle with the apex at the base. Obdiltoi, triangular and attached to the stem via a tip. Obdiplostominous, having two sets of stamens in alternating whorls with the outer whorl opposite the petals. Obdiplastomeny, the condition of being obdiplastominous. Opt or mission, the sensation of numbness that occurs in a limb when it falls asleep due to pressure on a nerve. Ob, plural of OBD. Ob, abbreviation of obedient at one time used in correspondence. Obvious, to cover. Obdat, to draw over, to cover. Obducted, simple past and past participle of obduct. Obducting, present participle and gerund of obduct. Adduction, the act of drawing or laying over as a covering. Obductions, plural of abduction. Obx, third person singular simple present indicative of obduct. Obduracies, plural of obduracy. Obduracy, the state of being obdurate, intractable, or stubbornly inflexible. Obdurance, hardness, stubbornness. Obdurate, unyieldingly stubborn. Obdurately, in an obdurate manner. Obdurate, stubbornly persistent, generally in wrongdoing, refusing to reform or repent. Obdurated, simple past and past participle of obdurate. Obdurately, in an obdurate manner, stubbornly, intractably, or inflexibly. Obdurateness, the characteristic of being obdurate, stubbornness. Obdurates, third person singular simple present indicative of obdurate. Obdurating, present participle and gerund of obdurate. Obduration, a hardening of the heart, hardness of heart. Obdurations, plural of obduration. Obdurator, a rigid part of a sigmoid oscope or similar device. Obdurators, plural of obdurator. Obdure, synonym of obdurate. Obdure, simple past and past participle of obdure. Obdureness, hardness. Obdures, third person singular simple present indicative of obdure. Obduring, present participle and gerund of obdure. Of, initialism of Office of Bilingual Education. Of, a particular subdivision. Ancient Laconia. That, a stew or mother sauce in Yoruba cuisine, made from tomatoes, peppers, onions, oil, and spices. Ovia, alternative form of oba. A form of folk magic, medicine, or witchcraft originating in Africa and practiced in parts of the Caribbean. Oba doctor, one who practices voodoo. Oba doctors. Plural of oba doctor, originating in Africa and practiced in parts of the Caribbean. Oba doctor, one who practices voodoo. Oba doctors, plural of oba doctor. Oba, simple past and past participle of oba. Ore, present participle and gerund of oba. Obazam, alternative form of obaism. Ovalan, a male practitioner of oba. Ovaman, plural of obaman. Obis, plural of oba. Obast, a very obese or overweight person. Obasts, plural of obasts. Obiase, a particular steroid glycoside. Ovtalp, any medicine that is a placebo. Obis, Triplichitin scleroxylin, a tropical tree of Africa. Obuches, plural of obuch. Ob, the son of Ruth and Boaz, father of Jesse and grandfather of David, grandson of Naomi. Obedable, Obedient. Obedience. The quality of being obedient. Obediences. Plural of obedience. Obedientiaries. Plural of obedientiary. Obedientiary. One yielding obedience. Obediencies. Plural of obediency. Obediency. Obedience of the quality of being obedient. Obedient. Willing to comply with the commands, orders, or instructions of those in authority. Biddable. Obedient plant. A flowering plant in the mint family, Physastegia virginiana, native to eastern North America and known for the way that individual flowers stay in the position they're moved to when pushed to one side or the other. Obedient plants. Plural of obedient plant. Obediential. According to the rule of obedience. Obedientially. In an obediential manner. Obedientialness. The quality of obediential. Obedienci. Alternative form of obedientiary. Obedientiaries. Plural of obedientiary. Obedienciars. Plural of obedientiare. Obedientiary. The holder of a monastic rank or office below that of superior. Obediently. In an obedient manner. Obedientness. Quality of obedient. Obedience. Plural of obedient. Obedinsky. A surname from Ukrainian. Abbreviation of obedient in letter-closing formulas such as your obedient servant. Obeisance. Demonstration of an obedient attitude, especially by bowing deeply, a deep bow which demonstrates such an attitude. Obeisances. Plural of obeisance. Obeisances. Plural of obeisancy. Obeisancy. Alternative form of obeisance. Obeison. Courteously deferential and respectful. Obeisantly. In an obeisant manner. Obeisance. Obsolete form of obeisance. Obeisances. Plural of obeisance. Obeisant. Obsolete form of obeisant. Obeism. Alternative form of obeism. Obeldesivir. A drug with the chemical formula CHN505, currently in phase Roman 3 trials for the outpatient treatment of COVID-19 in high-risk patients. Obli. Plural of oblis. Obelia. Any of various colonial marine hydroids of the genus Obelia. Obelia. Relating to, pertaining to, or situated near. The Obelian. Obelias. Plural of obelia. Ova. Relating to an obelisk or typographical dagger. Ovulin. A calcia-regulated bioluminescent photoprotein for marine organisms of the genus Obelia. Obelia. A craniometric point on the sagittal suture between the parietal foramina near the lambdoid suture. Organisms of the genus Obelia. Obelia. A craniometric point on the sagittal suture between the parietal foramina near the lambdoid suture. Obelians. Plural of obelian. Obelisk. Archaic spelling of obelisk. Obeliskao. Resembling or pertaining to an obelisk. Obeliskar. In the form of an obelisk. Obeliskoi. Alternative form of obeliskoi. Obeliskolochnes. Plural of obeliskolochny. Obeliskolochny, a lighthouse. Obelisks, plural of obelisk. Oblize, alternative spelling of oblize. Oblized, simple past and past participle of oblize. Oblize, third person singular simple present indicative of oblize. Oblizing, present participle and gerund of oblize. Obelisk, a tall, square, tapered, stone monolith topped with a pyramidal point, frequently used as a monument. Obelisk, simple past and past participle of obelisk. Obeliskine, resembling or pertaining to an obelisk. Obelisking, present participle and gerund of obelisk. Obelisk-like, resembling an obelisk. Obeliskoi, resembling an obelisk. Obelisks, plural of obelisk. Obelism, the practice of annotating manuscripts with marks set in the margins. Obelisms, plural of obelism. Obelize, to mark a written or printed passage with an obelus, to judge as spurious or doubtful. Obelize, simple past and past participle of obelize. Obelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of obelize. Obelizing, present participle and gerund of obelize. Obelus, a symbol resembling a horizontal line, sometimes together with one or two dots for example, or divided, which was used in ancient manuscripts and texts to mark a word or passage as doubtful or spurious or redundant, an obelisk. Obelisis, plural of obelisk. Obento, alternative form of bento. Obentos, plural of obento. Ober, a surname from German. Obraut Pass, a mountain pass between Uri Canton and Grissens Canton, Switzerland. Oberalp See, a lake below the Obraut Pass, Uri Canton, Switzerland. Obermurgau, a municipality of Garmisch-Partenkirchen district, Upper Bavaria region, Bavaria, Germany. Oberdorf, a surname from German. Oberdorfs, plural of Oberdorf. Obrek, a lively Polish dance with many lifts and jumps. Obreks, plural of Obrek. Obergefell, a surname. Obergruppenführer, a Nazi Party paramilitary rank that was first created in 1932 as a rank of the SA, and until 1942 it was the highest rank in the SS. Obergruppenführer, plural of Obergruppenführer. Oberhasli goat, a modern American breed of dairy goat that derives from the subtype of the chamois-colored goat from the Oberhasli district of the Bernese Oberland in central Switzerland. The original creation/pure line of the Oberhasli goat was lost in the country of Switzerland. Oberhausen, a city in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Oberhaf, the yeast that forms at the top surface of the vat. Oberkorn, a town in Luxembourg in the commune of Differdange in the canton of Esch-sur-Alzette. Oberländer, alternative form of Oberländer. Oberländers, plural of Oberländer. Oberlandstein, a part of Landstein, Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Oberländer, a surname from German. Oberländers, plural of Oberländer. Ober, a surname from German. Oberländer, alternative form of Oberländer. Oberländers, plural of Oberländer. Oberländer. Plural of Oberl. Oberles. A surname. Oberlin. A surname. Oberle. A surname from German. Oberles. Plural of Oberle. Obermiller. A surname from German. Obermillers. Plural of Obermiller. Obre. A surname from Punjabi. Ovoa. Plural of Oberoi. Obra. A fictional character in medieval and Renaissance literature, the king of the fairies, appearing for example in William Shakespeare's play A Midsummer Night's Dream. Obronian. Of or relating to the Shakespearean character Oberon. Oberetten. A municipality of Neuwied district, Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Oberation. A wandering about. Oberations. Plural of oberation. Oberitten. A municipality in Unterallgäu, Bavaria, Germany. Oberudi. A municipality in Aargau Canton, Switzerland. Oders. Plural of Ober. Oberstaufen. A municipality in Oberallgäu district, Bavaria, Germany. Obertangbi. Collectively, the members of a medieval Frankish dynasty of Italian nobility comprising Obertoi and descendants, the dynasty itself. Oberth effect. The concept that the most efficient place for spacecraft to change velocity is at the periapsis, the lowest point of an orbit. Oberwall. A village in Obergums municipality, Gams district, Valais Canton, Switzerland. Plural of obe. Ovis. Plural of ob. Obese. Extremely overweight, especially, weighing more than 20% for men or 25% for women over their conventionally ideal weight determined by height and build, or having a body mass index over 30 kg/m2. Obesism. Discrimination against very fat people. Obesely. In an obese manner. Obeseness. Obesity. Obesogenic. Alternative form of obesogenic. Obeser. Comparative form of obese, more obese. Obesities. Plural of obese. Obesus. Superlative form of obese, most obese. Obesi. A particular steroid glycoside. Obesification. The action or the result of obesifying. Obesify. Simple past and past participle of obesify. Obesifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of obesify. Obesify. To become or to make obese. Obesifying. Present participle and gerund of obesify. Obesigenic. Alternative form of obesogenic. Obesity. To become or to make obese. Obesifying. Present participle and gerund of obesify. Obesigenic. Alternative form of obesogenic. Obesities. Plural of obesity. Obesity. The state of being obese. Obesity hypoventilation syndrome. A condition in which a severely overweight person fails to breathe rapidly or deeply enough, resulting in low blood oxygen levels and high blood carbon dioxide levels. Obesity hypoventilation syndromes. Plural of obesity hypoventilation syndrome. Obesogen. A chemical or other factor that disturbs the body's normal processes, causing it to tend toward obesity. Obesogenesis. The creation of obesity. Obesogenic. causing obesity. Obesogenicity, the quality of being obesogenic, the ability to cause obesity. Obesogens, plural of obesogen. Obesophobia, fear of being fat. Obestatin, an oligopeptide sequence present in ghrelin that binds to a specific orphan receptor. Obestatins, plural of obestatin. Obticolic acid, the bile acid analog 6-alpha-ethylchenodeoxycholic acid. Obtivacity, a particular steroid glycoside. Obex, a small crescentic fold of white matter that covers the inferior angle of the floor of the fourth ventricle. Ove, to do as ordered by a person, institution, etc., to act according to the bidding of. Obey, simple past and past participle of obey. Obeyable, capable of being obeyed. Obedience, obedience. Obey, simple past and past participle of obey. Obets, second person singular simple past indicative of obey. Obeyer, one who obeys. Obeyers, plural of obeyer. Obeyest, second person singular simple present indicative of obey. Obey, third person singular present simple form of obey. Obeying, present participle and gerund of obey. Obeyingly, obediently. Obeys, third person singular simple present indicative of obey. Obeisant, obsolete form of obeisant. Obeisant, obsolete form of obeisant. Obver, to make firm or stubborn. Obformation, stubbornness. Obduracy. Obvernt, simple past and past participle of obfirm. Obfirming, present participle and gerund of obfirm. Obfirms, third person singular simple present indicative of obfirm. Obfuscatable, which can be obfuscated. Obfuscate, to make dark, to overshadow. Obfuscated, simple past and past participle of obfuscate. Obfuscates, third person singular simple present indicative of obfuscate. Obfuscateth, third person singular simple present indicative of obfuscate. Obfuscating. Present participle and gerund of obfuscate. Obfuscation, the act or process of obfuscating or obscuring the perception of something, the concept of concealing the meaning of a communication by making it more confusing and harder to interpret. Obfuscational, relating to or employing obfuscation, obfuscatory. Obfuscations, plural of obfuscation. Obfuscator, agent noun of obfuscate, one who obfuscates. Obfuscatorily, in an obfuscatory manner, so as to confuse or conceal. Obfuscators, plural of obfuscator. Obfuscatory, tending to obfuscate, intended to conceal the truth by confusion. Obfuscity, obfuscation. Obfuscus, dark, obscure, shadowy. Obfusticate, synonym of obfuscate. Obfusticated, simple past and past participle of obfusticate. Obfusticates, third person singular simple present indicative of obfusticate. Obfusticating, present participle and gerund of obfusticate. Obfuscation. Synonym of obfuscation. Obfuscations. Plural of obfuscation. Obje. Alternative form of OBGYN. Obgyn. Alternative form of OBGYN. Obje. Plural of obgyn. Obhauplastomenous. Having a single series of stamens equal in number to petals, but opposite with them. Ob-oaf. The double ship of Hermione Granger / Ron Weasley and Harry Potter / Ginny Weasley from the Harry Potter series. Obi. A sash worn with a kimono. Obi-Angwa. A local government area of Abia State, Nigeria. Obi-NWA. Alternative spelling of Obi-Angwa. Obi-Wan Kenobia. Leucospora multifida, a small annual plant in the family Plantagenaceae that has pale lavender flowers and grows to around 20 cm 8 in tall. Obi-Wan Kenobi. A trusted mentor. Obi-Wan Kenobis. Plural of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi. Alternative form of Oba. Obiang. Kitschy, tasteless, inauthentic. Obistrapib. A certain CEP inhibitor medication. Biden. The political union of Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Arese. An ancient people dwelling along the Meotian swamp. Obidoxime. An oxime used to treat nerve gas poisoning. Nobi. A small lamp positioned over the camera, sometimes used to produce catchlights in the subject's eyes. Obis. Plural of obi. Obiism. Belief in, or the practice of, the Oba superstitions and rites. Abijime. A thin rope attached to an obi. Abijimes. Plural of abijime. Abeltoxeximab. A monoclonal antibody medication designed to treat exposure to anthrax spores. Abenutuzumab. Synonym of afutuzumab. Ovia. A surname. Ovia. A town in Obion County, Tennessee, United States. Obion County. One of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Union City. Abes. Plural of Obi. Obispo. A surname from Spanish. Obispos. Plural of obispo. Death of a person. Abital. Of or relating to an abbot. Abiter. Incidentally, in passing. Obiter dicta. Plural of obiter dictum. Obiter dictum. An incidental remark, especially law a statement or remark in a court's judgment that is not essential to the disposition of the case. Obiter scripta. Plural of obiter scriptum. Obiter scriptum. A smaller piece, written during the process of writing a larger piece, which is supplementary or incidental to that larger piece, something written on the way to writing something else, a subsidiary composition or publication. Obiters. Plural of obiter. Obis. Plural of obit. Obitual. Of or relating to obits. Obitueo. Of or relating to an obituary. Obituarian. One who writes obituaries. Obituarians. Plural of obituaries. Plural of obituary. Obituarily. In terms of, or by means of, an obituary. Obituarius. one who writes obituaries. Obituaris, plural of obituaris. Obituarize, to write an obituary about. Obituarize, simple past and past participle of obituarize. Obituarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of obituarize. Obituarizing. Present participle and gerund of obituarize. Obituary, a brief notice of a person's death, especially one published in a newspaper or other publication. Also obsolete, the section of a newspaper where notices of deaths are published. Obit, abbreviation of object. Objet, abbreviation of object. Obj-C, clipped compound of objective-C. Object, a thing that has physical existence but is not alive. Object adapter pattern, an adapter pattern where the adapter contains an instance of the class it wraps. Object adapter patterns, plural of object adapter pattern. Object ball, the ball which the cue ball is intended to hit. Object balls, plural of object ball. Object camp, a subgenre of online reality games where people usually play as an object character or object persona. Object camps, plural of object camp. Object clause, a clause that is the object of a sentence. Object clauses, plural of object clause. Object code, the output of a compiler or assembler. It is not necessarily executable directly without linking to other modules. Object complement, a complement which is coupled to an object. Object complements, plural of object complement. Object finder, a device in microscopes for locating an object in the field before examination at higher magnification. Object finders, plural of object finder. Object glass, synonym of objective part of a microscope, telescope, etc. Object glasses, plural of object glass. Object graph, a view of an object system at a particular point in time that details the relationships between class instances. Object graphs, plural of object graph. A view of an object system at a particular point in time that details the relationships between class instances. Object graphs, plural of object graph. Object head, the head of a subject which is an object. Object heads, plural of object head. Object language, the language of the headwords in a dictionary. In a French to English translation dictionary, French is the object language. Object languages, plural of object language. Object lesson, a lesson taught especially to young children using a familiar or unusual object as a focus. Object lessons, plural of object lesson. Object manipulation, the performing art of manipulating one or more objects, principally using one's body. Object of art, synonym of object artwork. Object-oriented programming, alternative spelling of object-oriented programming. Object permanence, the understanding typically developed during early infancy that an object still exists even when it disappears from sight or other senses. Object pool pattern, a creational design pattern that uses a set of initialized objects kept ready to use, rather than allocating and destroying them on demand. Object pool patterns, plural of object pool pattern. Object pronoun, a pronoun that is used as the object of a sentence, such as me, him, or us in English. Object pronouns. Plural of object pronoun. Object request broker. A piece of middleware in distributed software that enables program calls from one computer to another via a network. Object request brokers. Plural of object request broker. Object sexuality. Sexual attraction to inanimate objects or things. Object show. An animated web series, typically depicting a fictional game show, starring a cast of simply drawn anthropomorphic objects with voting for who gets eliminated. Object shows. Plural of object show. Object space. The region of space containing objects that an optical system can form images of. Object spaces. Plural of object space. Object thing. A word found in a username where a user appears to have an object persona or a slang term described for a new object character. Object world. The world of external objects as distinct from a person perceiving them, especially considered as differing from person to person. Object worlds. Plural of object world. Object base. Based upon the concept of an object. Object-based language. Any programming language that encapsulates the state and operations inside objects that may or may not support inheritance. Object-based languages. Plural of object-based language. Object-based programming. A programming paradigm that encapsulates states and operations inside objects to design applications and computer programs. Object control. A control verb whose shared object is not the subject. Object-oriented. Using entities called objects that can process data and exchange messages with other objects. Object-oriented language. Any programming language that encapsulates the state and operations inside objects that support inheritance. Object-oriented languages. Plural of object-oriented language. Object-oriented programming. A programming paradigm that uses hierarchies of objects instantiated from templates called classes to design applications and computer programs. Object soul. A vital principle attributed by the primitive mind to inanimate objects. Object souls. Plural of object soul. Objectable. Capable of being put forward as an objection. Objectal. Having the form of an object or objects pertaining to the physical form of something. Material. Objectalities. Plural of objectality. Objectality. The quality of being objectal. Objectant. Synonym of objector. Objectance. Plural of objectant. Objective. Simple past and past participle of object. Objectant. Synonym of objector. Objectance. Plural of objectant. Objective. Simple past and past participle of object. Objectee. A person whom somebody else objects to. Objectees. Plural of objectee. Objectus. Second person singular simple present indicative of object. Objecta. Third person singular simple present indicative of object. Objectful. Of or relating to the presence and employment of object in a programming language. Objectude. The condition of being an object. Objectifiability. The quality of being objectifiable. Objectifiable. That can be objectified. Objectification. The process of objectifying something. Objectifications. Plural of objectification. Objectify. Simple past and past participle of objectify. Objectifier. One who, or that which, objectifies. Objectifiers. Plural of objectifier. Objectifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of objectify. Objectify. To make something, such as an abstract idea, possible to be perceived by the senses. Objectifying. Present participle and gerund of objectify. Objectifyings. Plural of objectifying. Objecting. Present participle and gerund of object. Objectingly. With objection or disagreement. Objection. The act of objecting. Objectionabilities. Plural of objectionability. Objectionability. The quality of being objectionable. Objectionable. Arousing disapproval, worthy of objection, offensive. Objectionableness. The quality of being objectionable. Objectionably. In an objectionable manner. Objectional. Objectionable. Objectioner. One who lodges a legal objection. Objectioners. Plural of objectioner. Objectionism. A policy of objecting to something, opposition. Objectionist. One who objects to some action or policy. Objectionists. Plural of objectionists. Objections. Plural of objection. Objectism. An approach to poetry in which the poet is regarded as just one object among the other objects in existence, rather than a subject through they are mediated. Objectist. An objectivist. Objectists. Plural of objectists. Objectival. Of or pertaining to the object of a sentence. Objectivate. To objectify. Objectivative. Simple past and past participle of objectivate. Objectivates. Third person singular simple present indicative of objectivate. Objectivating. Present participle and gerund of objectivate. Objectivation. The conversion of a concept or abstraction into an object. Objectivations. Plural of objectivation. Objective. Of or relating to a material object, actual existence, or reality. Objective case. The form of a noun or pronoun used as the object of a verb or a preposition. Objective cases. Plural of objective case. Objective clause. A clause that takes place of the direct object of a verb. Objective clauses. Plural of objective clause. Objective correlative. A physical representation or manifestation of an abstract concept, especially a symbolic artistic representation of a particular emotion, feeling, etc. Objective correlatives. Plural of objective correlative. Objective function. A function to be maximized or minimized in optimization theory. Objective functions. Plural of objective function. Objective lens. A lens or a system of lenses in a microscope or telescope that is located nearest to the object that is being viewed. Objective lenses. Plural of objective lens. Objective piece. The initial piece of stone from which a tool is made. Objective pieces. Plural of objective piece. Objective synonym. A synonym that shares the same type with the another name. Objective synonyms. Plural of objective synonym. Objective tinnitus. A ringing sound in the ear that is produced by physical phenomena in the inner ear and can be detected using a stethoscope. Plural of objective synonym. Objective tinnitus. A ringing sound in the ear that is produced by physical phenomena in the inner ear and can be detected using a stethoscope. Objective-C. An object-oriented programming language that adds Smalltalk-style message passing to the C programming language, mainly used on Apple platforms. Objectively. In an impartial, objective manner. Objectiveness. The characteristic of being objective, neutrality. Objectivenesses, plural of objectiveness. Objectives, plural of objective. Objectivize, alternative form of objectivize. Objectivize, simple past and past participle of objectivize. Objectivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of objectivize. Objectivizing, present participle and gerund of objectivize. Objectivism, alternative letter case form of objectivism, the philosophy based around Ayn Rand's writings. Objectivisms, plural of objectivism. Objectivists, of or pertaining to objectivism. Objectiviste, of or pertaining to objectivism. Objectivistically, in an objectivistic manner. Objectivists, plural of objectivists. Objectivities, plural of objectivity. Objectivity, the state of being objective, just, unbiased, and not influenced by irrational emotions or personal prejudices. Objectivization, the process or result of objectivizing. Objectivizations, plural of objectivization. Objectivize, to objectify. Objectivize, simple past and past participle of objectivize. Objectivizer, one who objectivizes. Objectivizers, plural of objectivizer. Objectivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of objectivize. Objectivizing, present participle and gerund of objectivize. Objectization, objectification. Objectizations, plural of objectization. Objectize, to turn into or treat as an object, to objectify. Objectize, simple past and past participle of objectize. Objectizes, third person singular simple present indicative of objectize. Objectizing, present participle and gerund of objectize. Objectless, without a purpose. Objectlessly, without a purpose. Objectlessness, the state or condition of being objectless. Objectly, resembling an object. Objectness, the state of being an object. Objectnesses, plural of objectness. Objectophilia, synonym of object sexuality. Objector, a person who objects to something. Objectors, plural of objector. Objectress, a female objector. Objectresses, plural of objectress. Objectresses, plural of objectrix. Objectrix, a woman who objects, a female objector, compare objectress. Objects, plural of object. Objects clause, a provision in a company's constitution stating the purpose and range of activities for which the company is carried on. Objects clauses, plural of objects clause. Objects of art, plural of object of art. Object persona, an object alter ego or self-insert character, a persona which is an inanimate object. Object personas, plural of object persona. Objectual, relating to or represented as an object. Objectually, in an objectual manner. Objectum, a person that is sexually or romantically attracted to inanimate objects. Objectum sexual, someone who is sexually attracted to inanimate objects or things. Objectum sexuality, synonym of object sexuality. Objectum sexuals, plural of objectum sexual. Objectums, plural of objectum. Objet, clipping of objet d'art. Objet d'art, a work of art with some artistic merit. Objet de vertu, an object of particular interest for reasons of history, workmanship, etc. Objet trouvé, synonym of found object. Objet de vertu, an object of particular interest for reasons of history, workmanship, etc. Objet trouvé, synonym of found object. Objets, plural of objet. Objets d'art, plural of objet d'art. Objets de vertu, plural of objet de vertu. Objets trouvés, plural of objet trouvé. Objectant, one who makes objection, an objector. Objections, plural of objectant. Obs, plural of obj. Objuration, the act of objuring, a firm binding by oath. Objurations, plural of objuration. Objuratory, relating to objuration. Objure, to swear an oath. Objured, simple past and past participle of objure. Objures, third person singular simple present indicative of objure. Objurgates, to rebuke or scold strongly. Objurgated, simple past and past participle of objurgate. Objurgates, third person singular simple present indicative of objurgate. Objurgating, present participle and gerund of objurgate. Objurgation, a strong rebuke or scolding. Objurgations, plural of objurgation. Objurgative, that objurgates, sharply disapproving. Objurgatively, in an objurgative or reproving manner. Objurgator, one who objurgates, a scolder or rebuker. Objurgatorily, in an objurgatory manner. Objurgators, plural of objurgator. Objurgatory, strongly rebuking or scolding. Objuring, present participle and gerund of objure. Initialism of Osama bin Laden. A lanceolate, a reverse lanceolate shape, attached to the stem by the pointed end, with the other end rounded. Oblanceolately, in an oblanceolate manner. Oblasts, a region or province in Slavic or Slavic-influenced countries. Oblasti, plural of oblast. Oblasts, plural of oblast. Oblata, plural of oblatum. Oblate, A person dedicated to a life of religion or monasticism, especially a member of an order without religious vows or a lay member of a religion. Oblative. Simple past and past participle of oblate. Oblately. In an oblate manner. Oblateness. The state of being oblate. Oblatenesses. Plural of oblateness. Oblates. Plural of oblate. Oblati. Plural of oblate. Oblating. Present participle and gerund of oblate. Oblation. The offering of bread and wine at the Eucharist. Oblational. Of or pertaining to oblation. Oblatory. Oblationaries. Plural of oblationary. Oblationary. Relating to an oblation. Oblationer. One who makes an offering as an act of worship or reverence. Oblationers. Plural of oblationer. Oblations. Plural of oblation. Oblata. Of or pertaining to oblation. Oblatory. Of or pertaining to oblation. Oblational. Obliteration. The act of barking at someone or something. Figuratively, the act of ranting at someone or something. An instance of these. Obliterations. Plural of obliteration. Oblabum. An oblate spheroid, a figure described by the revolution of an ellipse about its minor axis. Abaya. A dessert from several countries in Latin America, consisting of two thin wafers sandwiching a sweet filling. Oblate. To delight, to please greatly. Oblate. Simple past and past participle of oblate. Oblatates. Third person singular simple present indicative of oblate. Oblatating. Present participle and gerund of oblate. Oblation. The act of pleasing highly or state of being greatly pleased, delight. Oblations. Plural of oblation. Obligate. To oblige. Obliged. Simple past and past participle of oblige. Obliges. Third person singular simple present indicative of oblige. Obliging. Present participle and gerund of oblige. Oblets. A surname. Obli. A communion wafer. Ally. Plural of obli. Oblate. Simple past and past participle of oblige. Obligeability. The quality of being obligeable. Obligeable. Acknowledging or complying with obligation, trustworthy. Obligala. A formal ball which two characters, usually Fox Mulder and Dana Scully, are required to attend as a setup in romantic fan fiction. Obligalas. Plural of obligala. Obligancy. The status of being an obligant. Obligant. One who binds themselves to another to pay or to perform something. Obligants. Plural of obligant. Obligata. Plural of obligatum. Obligate. To bind, compel, constrain, or oblige by. A social, legal, or moral tie. Obligate carrier. an individual who may be clinically unaffected but who must carry a gene mutation based on analysis of the family history. This usually applies to disorders inherited in an autosomal recessive and X-linked recessive manner. Obligate carriers, plural of obligate carrier. Obligated, simple past and past participle of obligate. Obligatedly, alternative spelling of obligately. Obligati, a person who is obligated by law to do something. Obligaties, plural of obligati. Obligately, in an obligate manner. Obligates, third person singular simple present indicative of obligate. Obligati, plural of obligato. Obligating, present participle and gerund of obligate. Obligation, the act of binding oneself by a social, legal, or moral tie to someone. Obligational, pertaining to or in the nature of obligation. Obligations, plural of obligation. Obligative, synonym of obligatory. Obligativeness, the quality of being obligative. Obligato, alternative spelling of obligato. Obligator. One who establishes an obligation under law. Obligatorification, the act or process of or an instance of something becoming or being made more obligatory, especially as part of the process of grammaticalization. Obligatorifications, plural of obligatorification. Obligatorily, in an obligatory manner. Obligatoriness, the quality or state of being obligatory. Obligatorization, synonym of obligatorification. Obligatarizations, plural of obligatorization. Obligatorize, to make something obligatory or more obligatory. Obligatorize, simple past and past participle of obligatorize. Obligatorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of obligatorize. Obligatorizing, present participle and gerund of obligatorize. Obligators, plural of obligator. Obligatory, imposing obligation legally, morally, or otherwise, binding. Mandatory. Obligatos, plural of obligato. Obligatum, that which is or must be granted. Oblige, to constrain someone by force or by social, moral, or legal means. Obliged, under an obligation to do something. Obligedly, gratefully, indebtedly. Obligedness, quality of being obliged. Obligee, the party owed obligation by another party, the obliger. Obligees, plural of obligee. Obligement. Obligation. Obligements, plural of obligement. Obliger, one who or that which obliges. Obligers, plural of obliger. Obliges, third person singular simple present indicative of oblige. Obliges, second person singular simple present indicative of oblige. Obligeth, third person singular simple present indicative of oblige. Obliging, happy and ready to do favors for others. Obligingly, in an obliging manner, so as to oblige another as a favor to another. Obligingness, the quality of being obliging, the tendency to cater for the desires of others. Obligingnesses, plural of obligingness. Obligings, plural of obliging, Oblator, the party bearing a legal obligation to another party, the obligee. Oblators, plural of obligor. Oblique, obsolete form of oblique. Oblimex, oblique with maximization. Oblemersen, an antisense oligotic seribonucleotide being studied as a possible treatment for several types of cancer. Oblemen, oblique with minimization. Obliquangle, obsolete form of oblique angle. Obliquangled, obsolete form of oblique angled. Obliquangles, plural of obliquangle. Obliquangular, formed of oblique angles. Obliquation, the act of becoming oblique, a turning to one side. Obliquity. Oblique, not erect or perpendicular, not parallel to or at right angles from the base. Oblique angle, any angle that is not a right angle or multiple of right angles. Oblique angles, plural of oblique angle. Oblique arch, an arch whose span is not at right angles to the face. Oblique arches, plural of oblique arch. Oblique arytenoid, a paired intrinsic laryngeal muscle, the more superficial arytenoid muscle, forming two fascicula. Oblique ascension, an arc of the equator which is intercepted between the first point of Aries and that point of the equator which rises together with a star, forming an oblique sphere. Oblique bridge, a skew bridge. Oblique bridges, plural of oblique bridge. Oblique case, any noun case except the nominative case and sometimes the vocative case, where the noun is the object of a verb or the object of a preposition. Oblique cases, plural of oblique case. Oblique circle, a circle whose plane is oblique to the axis of the primitive plane. Oblique circles, plural of oblique circle. Oblique cord, a ligament between the ulnar and radius bones in the forearm near the elbow. Oblique cords, plural of oblique cord. Oblique correction, a particular type of radiative correction to the electroweak sector of the standard model. Oblique corrections, plural of oblique correction. Oblique dash, synonym of slash slash. Oblique dashes, plural of oblique dash. Oblique dendrite, a dendrite that branches from an apical dendrite that emerges from the apex of a pyramidal cell. Oblique dendrites, plural of oblique dendrites. Oblique effect, the relative deficiency in perceptual performance for oblique contours as compared to the performance for horizontal or vertical contours. Oblique fabric, synonym of oblique foliation. Oblique fabrics, plural of oblique fabric. Oblique fire, fire whose direction is not perpendicular to the line fired at. Oblique fires, plural of oblique fire. Oblique flank, that part of the curtain whence the fire of the opposite bastion may be discovered. Oblique flanks, plural of oblique flank. Oblique foliation, a special type of a tectonically produced foliation or fabric, most commonly in quartz-rich layers. Oblique foliations, plural of oblique foliation. Oblique fracture, a type of bone fracture that breaks diagonally across the width of the bone and along the longitudinal axis of the bone. Oblique fractures, plural of oblique fracture. Oblique head, The head of an origin that is diagonally situated. Oblique icebreaker. A special type of icebreaker designed to operate not only ahead and astern, but also obliquely with a large angle of attack. Oblique icebreakers. Plural of oblique icebreaker. Oblique illumination. A microscopic technique where light is projected at the specimen from an oblique, slanting angle to reveal features with higher contrast. Oblique illuminations. Plural of oblique illumination. Oblique intent. In criminal law, an intent where the event is a natural consequence of a voluntary act and is foreseen as such. Oblique intents. Plural of oblique intent. Oblique ligament. Synonym of oblique cord. Oblique ligaments. Plural of oblique ligament. Oblique line. A line that, meeting or tending to meet another, makes oblique angles with it. Oblique lines. Plural of oblique line. Oblique mark. Synonym of // sometimes generally prescribed inclusive of similar marks such as the // Oblique marks. Plural of oblique mark. Oblique motion. A kind of motion or progression in which one part ascends or descends while the other prolongs or repeats the same tone. Oblique motions. Plural of oblique motion. Oblique muscle. A muscle acting in a direction oblique to the mesial plane of the body or to the associated muscles applied especially to two muscles of the eyeball. Oblique muscles. Plural of oblique muscle. Oblique narration. Synonym of oblique speech. Oblique order. A military tactic whereby an attacking army focuses its forces to attack a single enemy flank. Oblique orders. Plural of oblique order. Oblique plane. A plane which declines from the zenith or inclines toward the horizon. Oblique planes. Plural of oblique plane. Oblique projection. A simple type of technical drawing of graphical projection used for producing two-dimensional images of three-dimensional objects. Oblique projections. Plural of oblique projection. Oblique pyramid. A non-right pyramid where the apex is not centered over the base. Oblique pyramids. Plural of oblique pyramid. Oblique reflection. In Euclidean geometry, an ordinary reflection not requiring that the reflection be performed using perpendiculars. Oblique reflections. Plural of oblique reflection. Oblique rhine. Half rhine. Oblique rhymes. Plural of oblique rhyme. Oblique ridge. A ridge on the masticatory surface of an upper molar tooth extending from the mesiolingual to the distabucal cusp. Oblique ridges. Plural of oblique ridge. Oblique sailing. The movement of a ship when she sails upon some room between the four cardinal points, making an oblique angle with the meridian. Oblique shock. A shock wave that, unlike a normal shock, is inclined with respect to the incident upstream flow direction. Oblique shocks. Plural of oblique shock. Oblique spaceship. A particular spaceship in the game of life which moves neither orthogonally nor diagonally. Oblique spaceships. Plural of oblique spaceship. Oblique speech. Speech which is quoted indirectly or in a different person from that employed by the original speaker. Oblique sphere. The celestial or terrestrial sphere when its axis is oblique to the horizon of the place, or as it appears to an observer at any point on the Earth except the poles and the equator. Oblique spheres, plural of oblique sphere. Oblique stem, a third declension found in the grammars of Latin and ancient Greek. Oblique stems, plural of oblique stem. Oblique step, a step in marching by which a soldier, while advancing, gradually takes ground to the right or left at an angle of about 25 degrees. Oblique strain, a common baseball injury affecting the contralateral side external oblique or the trailing internal oblique. Oblique strains, plural of oblique strain. Oblique strategies, a card-based method for promoting creativity jointly created by Brian Eno and Peter Schmidt, first published in 1975. Oblique stroke, synonym of slash slash. Oblique strokes, plural of oblique stroke. Oblique subject, synonym of quirky subject. Oblique subjects, plural of oblique subject. Oblique system of coordinates, a system in which the coordinate axes are oblique to each other. Oblique tone, a tone that is not level or consistent throughout a syllable. Oblique tones, plural of oblique tone. Oblique type, slants slightly to the right. Oblique types, plural of oblique type. Oblique wing, a variable geometry wing concept where the wing is designed to rotate on center pivot, so that when tip is swept forward while the opposite tip is swept aft. Oblique wings, plural of oblique wing. Oblique swimming tryptophan, a blennyfish obliquates mariani. Oblique swimming tryptophans, plural of oblique swimming tryptophan. Oblique, simple past and past participle of oblique. Obliquely, in an oblique manner, sideways. Obliqueness, synonym of obliquity. Obliquuses, plural of obliqueness. Obliquer, comparative form of oblique, more oblique. Obliques, collectively, the abdominal muscles responsible for rotation of the trunk. Obliquous, superlative form of oblique. Most oblique. Oblique, plural of obliquous. Obliqua canaliculate, having pore canals cut diagonally through multiple eggshell units instead of going between them like in other pore systems. Obliqua canaliculate pores are only found in a single oogenus, Perprismatolithus. Obliquid, oblique, obliquing. Present participle and gerund of oblique. Obliquities, plural of obliquity. Obliquitous, characterized by obliquity. Obliquity, the quality is being oblique in direction, deviating from the horizontal or vertical, or the angle created by such a deviation. Obliquolateral, oblique and lateral. Obliquotransverse, oblique and transverse. Obliquous, an obliquous muscle, a muscle running obliquely. Obliquous oculi inferior, synonym of inferior oblique muscle. Obliquous oculi inferiors, plural oculi inferior. Obliterable, capable of being obliterated. Obliterant, producing obstruction due to inflammation and fibrosis. Obliterate, to destroy someone or something completely, leaving no trace, to annihilate, to wipe out. Obliterated, destroyed, loosely broken beyond repair. Obliterates, third person singular simple present indicative of obliterate. Obliteratus, second person singular simple present indicative of obliterate. Obliterateth, third person singular simple present indicative of obliterate. Obliterating, present participle and gerund of obliterate. Obliteratingly, so as to obliterate. Obliteration, the total destruction of something. Obliterationism, a policy of obliteration. Obliterations, plural of obliteration. Obliterative, tending or serving to obliterate. Obliterative assimilation, the assimilation of new knowledge that causes changes to one's existing mental framework for organizing that knowledge. Obliterative bronchiolitis, synonym of bronchiolitis obliterans. Obliterative coloration, the coloration of an animal that makes it blend into the background, camouflage. Obliterative coloration, alternative form of obliterative coloration. Obliterative procedure, a surgical procedure that closes a biological cavity or passageway. Obliterative subsumption, the subsumption of new knowledge that causes older knowledge to be forgotten but leaves the mental framework for both the old and new knowledge to be enhanced. Obliteratively, in an obliterative way. Obliterator, one who obliterates. Obliterators, plural of obliterator. Obliterature, synonym of obliteration. Oblivescent, forgetting, state of being forgotten. Oblivescent, forgetful, forgetting. Oblivial, of or relating to oblivion. Obliviality, liability to be forgotten. Obliviate, to forget, to wipe from existence. Obliviated, simple past and past participle of obliviate. Obliviates, third person singular simple present indicative of obliviate. Obliviating, present participle and gerund of obliviate. Oblivation. Total removal or erasure. Oblivion, the state of forgetting completely, of being oblivious, unconscious, unaware as when sleeping, drunk, or dead. Oblivioneth, to send to oblivion, to destroy or eliminate. Oblivionede, simple past and past participle of oblivionet. Oblivionets, third person singular simple present indicative of oblivionet. Oblivioneting, present participle and gerund of oblivionet. Oblivioned, simple past and past participle of oblivion. Oblivioning, present participle and gerund of oblivion. Oblivionaz, to destroy or erase utterly. Oblivionize, simple past and past participle of oblivionize. Oblivionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of oblivionize. Oblivionizing, present participle and gerund of oblivionize. Oblivions, plural of oblivion. Oblivious, lacking awareness, unmindful, unaware, unconscious of. Oblivious transfer, a transfer transfer in which a sender sends some information to a receiver but does not know what is received. Oblivious transfers. Plural of oblivious transfer. Obliviously. In an oblivious manner. Obliviousness. The characteristic of being oblivious. Obliviousness is plural of obliviousness. Oblivescence. Forgetfulness. Oblivio. Oblivion. Oblocutor. A gainsayer, a critic. Oblocutors. Plural of oblocutor. Obloy. Oblong in three-dimension S. Obloids. Plural of obloid. Oblomovian. Lazy and apathetic. Oblomovism. Indolent apathy. Oblomovis. A proponent or archetype of oblomovism, a lazy, apathetic person. Oblomovists. Plural of oblomovis. Oblomovitis. Indolent apathy. Oblong. Having a length and width that are different, not square or circular. Oblong number. Rectangular number. Oblong numbers. Plural of oblong number. Oblonge. Plural of oblongum. Oblongata. Clipping of medulla oblongata. Oblongatal. Of or pertaining to the medulla oblongata. Oblongatas. Plural of oblongata. Oblongate. Synonym of oblong. Oblongated. Simple past and past participle of oblongate. Oblongates. Third person singular simple present indicative of oblongate. Oblongating. Present participle and gerund of oblongate. Oblonged. Simple past and past participle of oblong. Oblongichytrid. A heterocont of the genus Oblongichytrium. Oblongichytrids. Plural of oblongichytrid. Oblonging. Present participle and gerund of oblong. Oblongish. Somewhat oblong in shape. Oblongitude. The property of being oblong in shape. Oblongitudinal. Oblong in shape. Oblongly. In an oblong orientation. The quality of being oblong in shape. Oblongs. Plural of oblong. Oblongular. Oblong and rectangular. Rectangular but not square. Oblongum. A prolate spheroid. A figure described by the revolution of an ellipse about its greater axis. Avlafwell. Of or relating to obloquy. Obloquy. Obsolete spelling of obloquy. Obloquys. Plural of obloquy. Obloquyous. Containing obloquy. Reproachful. Obloquy. Misspelling of obloquy. Obloquy. Abusive language. Obluctation. Opposition, resistance. Obluctations. Plural of obluctation. Obliterate. Having a reverse lyrate shape with the lobes near the apex. Obmurmuration. The action or an instance of complaining or criticizing. Obmurmurations. Plural of obmurmuration. Obmutescence. silence, inability, or refusal to speak. Obmutescent, silent, unable or refusing to speak. Obmebulate, to cloud or obscure something. Obmebulated, simple past and past participle of obnebulate. Obmebulates, third person singular simple present indicative of obnebulate. Obmebulating, present participle and gerund of obnebulate. Obninsk, a city in Kaluga Oblast, Russia. Obnoxious, obsolete spelling of obnoxious. Obnosis, observing the obvious. Obnoxieties, plural of obnoxiety. Obnoxiety, obnoxiousness. Obnoxiosity, the quality of being obnoxious. Obnoxious, extremely offensive or unpleasant, very annoying, contemptible, or odious. Obnoxiously, in an obnoxious manner. Obnoxiousness, the characteristic of being obnoxious. Obnoxiousnesses, plural of obnoxiousness. Obnoxities, plural of obnoxity. Obnoxity, the quality of being obnoxious. Obnubilate, covered or darkened as with a cloud, overclouded, obscured. Obnubilated, obscured, dimmed or hidden with or as if with a cloud. Obnubilates, third person singular simple present indicative of obnubilate. Obnubilating, present participle and gerund of obnubilate. Obnubilation, the action of darkening or fact of being darkened as with a cloud, obscuration. Obnubilations, plural of obnubilation. Obnubilous, overclouded, cloudy. The initialism of orbal coil, designating a ship designed to be capable of carrying wet or dry cargoes. The alternative form of Ovu Mongolian Karen. Oeov carrier, synonym of orbal coil carrier. OBO carriers, plural OBO carrier. Obodrite, alternative form of obotrite. Obodrites, plural of obodrite. Avo, initialism of off by one error. Avo, radiotelephony clear code word for the letter O. Oboe d'amore, an instrument of the oboe family, pitched in a below middle C. Oboe d'amores, plural of oboe d'amore. Alwo the caxia, an obsolete tenor oboe, or rather tenor bassoon. Oboe player, synonym of oboist. Oboe players, plural of oboe player. Obedience, obsolete spelling of obedience. Oboist, alternative spelling of oboist. Oboists, plural of oboists. Oboe-like, resembling or characteristic of an oboe. Oboe, plural of oboe. Oboes, plural of oboe. Oboes d'amore, plural of oboe d'amore. Oboe d'amore, plural of oboe d'amore. Oboes, someone who plays an oboe. Oboists, plural of oboists. Abba, a silver coin of ancient Greece. Obolari, possessing only small coins. Impoverished. Abel, an obsolete French coin. Abeler, a surname. Abels, plural of Abel. Abeli, plural of Abalis. Abelid, any member of the family Abelidae of lap shells. Abelids, plural of Abelid. Abelize, archaic form of obelize. Obelize, simple past and past participle of obelize. Obelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of obelize. Obelize. Present participle and gerund of obelize. Abelo, a member of an ethnic group or tribe living mainly in the Niger Delta region of southern Nigeria. Abelo people can be found mainly in state Nigeria. Abeloi, plural of abelos. Abelos, alternative form of abalis. Abals, plural of abal. Abalis, a silver coin minted in ancient Greece, valued at a sixth of a drachma. Obelises, plural of obalis. Obama, an epithet of Barack Obama. Obomboid, obversely omboid. Obamsawan, alternative form of Obansawan. Od, a Japanese festival to honor the spirits of one's ancestors. Abad, the traditional ruler and cultural custodian of the Efik people of Western Africa. Abangao, a member of the Bongo people of Gabon. Abongos, plural of Abongo. Abais, plural of Abong. A form of Obansuan. Ovu, alternative form of Ovu Mongolian Karen. Oh. An online book. Obooks, plural of Obuk. Aber, initialism of One Belt, One Road, a 21st century international development program of the Chinese government, now known as the Belt and Road Initiative. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Abor, a village and civil parish served by Yohead and Castleton Parish Council northeast of Sherborne, Dorset, England, previously in West Dorset District OS Grid Ref SD 6518. Oborniki, a town and county of Greater Poland Voivodeship, Poland. Oborny, a surname from Polish. Abatrai, member of a confederation of medieval West Slavic tribes within the territory of modern Mecklenburg and Holstein in northern Germany. Abatrites, plural of abatrite. Abaval, above, shaped like an egg with the broad extremity located away from the base. Abovali, in an obovate manner. Abovoid, approximately obovate in shape. Abovoidal, abovoi. Abovlides, plural of abovoid. Abba, alternative form of oh boy. Aberite, a triclinic mineral containing hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and tellurium. Aboza, Barack Obama. Ab, initialism of on-base percentage. Appenjure, having a reverse pandurate shape with the sinuosity toward the apex and the broadest part toward the base. Apyramidal, pyramidal but having the apex downward, inversely pyramidal. Operiform, having a shape that is an outline like that of a pear with the base at the narrower end. Aber, initialism of office for budget responsibility. Obrador, a surname from Spanish. Obradovich, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Obradoviches, plural of Obradovich. Obradovici, an orthorhombic dipyramidal pea green mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, iron, molybdenum, oxygen, potassium, and sodium. Obrazovenshchina, a class of people with superficial education but without the higher ethics of an educated person. Obregon, a surname from Spanish. Obraja, a village in Miholt, Alba County, Romania. Obraniform, having a reverse reniform shape with the petiole opposite the notch. Obrection, the act of creeping upon with secrecy or by surprise. Obreptions, plural of obreption. Obreptatious, done or obtained by surprise with secrecy or by concealment of the truth. Obreptatiously. In an obreptitious manner. Obrero, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Obrenner, a surname from German. Obreyers, plural of Obrenner. Obracha, a surname. Obraches, plural of Obrachta. Abrogate, to annul a law by enacting a new law, as opposed to repealing the former law. Abrogate, simple past and abrogates, third person singular simple present indicative of abrogate. Abrogating, present participle and gerund of abrogate. Abrogation, the act of abrogating. Abrach, arrest. Abrax, plural of abrach. Obrotund, nearly but not completely round, roundish. Obrown, a plane shape consisting of two semicircles connected by parallel lines tangent to their endpoints. Obrowns, plural of Obrown. Obrovac, a town in Croatia. Obr, plural of Obiac. Obruption, quick burial. Obrution, a rapid burial or smothering event. Obrutions, plural of obrution. Other, initialism of organizational breakdown structure. Other, plural of obi. Other, alternative form of odds, obsolete. Obs and gynae. The study or field of obstetrics and gynecology. Ob, abbreviation of obstetrics. Obsagitate, a reverse sagittate shape with two pointed lobes extending at the apex. Ade, offensive to standards of decency or morality. Absayamai, in an obscene manner, vulgarly. Abinas, quality of obscene. Absetter, comparative form of obscene, more obscene. Obscenaries, plural of obscenary. Obscenary, synonym of obscenity. Abinas, superlative form of obscene, most obscene. Obscenican, synonym of Graulich's string of typographical symbols used to represent obscenity. Obscenicans, plural of obscenican. Obscenes, one who behaves obscenely or produces obscene works. Obscenists, plural of obscenist. Obscenities, plural of obscenity. Obscenity, something that is obscene. Obscurable, which can be obscured. Obscurancy, synonym of obscurity. Obscurate, acting or tending to confound, obfuscate, or obscure. Obscurantic, employing obscurantism. Obscurantism, a state of opposition to human progress or enlightenment. Obscurantisms, plural of obscurantism. Obscurantist, a practitioner of obscurantism, an obscurant. Obscurantistic, of or relating to obscurantism. Obscurantists, plural of obscurantists. Obscurantly, in an obscurant that is obscuring or obfuscating way, in such a way as to obscure, obfuscatingly. Obscurants, plural of obscurant. Obscurate, to obscure. Obscurated, simple past and past participle of obscurate. Obscurates, third person singular simple present indicative of obscurate. Obscurating, present participle and gerund of obscurate. Obscuration, the state of being obscured. Obscurationism, the palsy of obscuration. Obscurations, plural of obscuration. Obscurative, tending to obscure, making something unclear or abstruse. Obscure, dark, faint, or indistinct. Obscurehunator, Caligaphus obscura, a hunator species found in New Guinea. Obscured, simple past and past participle of obscure. Obscuredly, in an obscured manner. Obscurely, in an obscure manner. Obscurement, the act of obscuring or the state of being obscure. Obscurements, plural of obscurement. Obscureness, the state or quality of being obscure. Obscurenesses, plural of obscureness. Obscure, comparative form of obscure, more obscure. Obscurers, plural of obscurer. Obscures, third person singular simple present indicative of obscure. Obscurus, superlative form of obscure, most obscure. Obscure, third person singular simple present indicative of obscure. Obscurification, the act of making something obscure or in computing, obfuscating source code, etc. Obscurifications, plural of obscurification. Obscurify, simple past and past participle of obscurify. Obscurifies, third person singular simple present indicative of obscurify. Obscurify, to make obscure. Obscurifying, present participle and gerund of obscurify. Obscure, a protein in humans related to titin and nebulin. Obscuring, present participle and gerund of obscure. Obscuringly, so as to obscure something. Obscuring, plural of obscuring. Obscurism, the practice of being obscure. Obscurist, one who creates ambiguous works. Obscurists, plural of obscurist. Obscurities, plural of obscurity. Obscurity. Darkness, the absence of light. Obscurum per obscurius, synonym of ignotum per ignodius, explaining an obscure subject by resort to one even more obscure. Archaic spelling of obscene. Opposite, abbreviation of observed. Obsecrate, to beseech, to supplicate, to implore. Obsecrative, simple past and past participle of obsecrate. Obsecrates, third person singular simple present indicative of obsecrate. Obsecrating, present participle and gerund of obsecrate. Obsecration, an earnest supplication made in the name of God. Obsecrations, plural of obsecration. Obsecratory, expressing or used in entreaty. Supplicatory. Obsolete, misspelling of obsolete. Obsequance, compliance, obsequiousness, deference, willingness to serve. Obsequences, plural of obsequence. Obsequency, obsequiousness. Obsequent, obedient, submissive, obsequious. Obsequence, plural of obsequent. Obsequial, relating to an obsequy or funeral rite. Obsequate, teria obsequias to someone. Obsequiate, simple past and past participle of obsequiate. Obsequiates, third person singular simple present indicative of obsequiate. Obsequiating, present participle and gerund of obsequiate. Obsequy, obsolete form of obsequy. Obsequiance, obsequiousness. Obsequiences, plural of obsequience. Obsequies, funeral rites. Obsequiosity, obsequiousness. Obsequious, excessively eager and attentive to please or to obey instructions, fawning, subservient, servile. Obsequiously, in an obsequious manner. Obsequiousness, the quality of being obsequious, servile compliance. Obsequiousnesses, plural of obsequiousness. Obsequities, plural of obsequity. Obsequity, the state of being obsequious, unctuousness. Obsequy, the last office for the dead. Obduru, obsolete spelling of observe. Observed, simple past and past participle of observe. Observabilities, plural of observability. Observability, the state of being observable. Observable, deserving to be observed, worth regarding, remarkable. Observable universe, the extent of a universe within the cosmological horizon of an observer. Observable universes, plural of observable universe. Observableness, observability. Observables, plural of observable. Observably, to a detectable degree, sufficient to be observed. Observance, the practice of complying with a law, custom, command, or rule. Observances, plural of observance. Observancies, plural of observancy. Observancy, obsolete form of observance. Observanda, plural of observandum. Observandum. A thing to be observed. Observant, a member of a Franciscan order that strictly observes the rules of St. Francis. Observantine, of or pertaining to the observant branch of Franciscan friars. Observantines, plural of observantine. Observantism, the religious beliefs and practices of the observants. Observantists, synonym of observant member of Franciscan order. Observantists, plural of observantists. Observantly, in an observant manner. Observantness, quality of the observant. Observance, plural of observant. Observation, the act of observing and the fact of the observes the observance. Observation balloon, a type of balloon that is employed as an aerial platform for intelligence gathering and artillery spotting. Observation balloons, plural of observation balloon. Observation car, a railway passenger car made so as to facilitate seeing the scenery en route, sometimes with glass sides or with a kind of open balcony at the rear. Observation cars, plural of observation car. Observation deck, an area of a tall building, often open to the sky, from which the public may look at the surrounding panorama. Observation decks, plural of observation deck. Observation hut, a rudimentary building used by people making field observations. Observation huts, plural of observation hut. Observation posts, a lookout or vantage point. Observation posts, plural of observation posts. Observation tower is to view events from a long distance and to create a full 360-degree range of vision. Observation towers, plural of observation tower. Observation wheel, Ferris wheel. Observation wheels, plural of observation wheel. Observational, relating to observation, especially scientific observation. Observational comedy, a style of comedy based on observations about everyday life. Observational error, the difference between a measured value of a quantity and its true value. Observational errors, plural of observational error. Observational learning, learning that occurs as a function of observing, retaining and, in the case of imitation learning, replicating novel behavior executed by other people. Observationalism, the philosophical approach that derives knowledge from observations. Observationalists, one who relies on empirical observations. Observationalists, plural of observationalists. Observationality, the property of being observational. Observationally, in an observational way. Observationally stable, of a nuclide isotope, theoretically capable of radioactive decay on the grounds that it would be energy profitable, but not having been observed to do so. Observations, plural of observation. Observative, observant, watchful. Observatives, plural of observative. Observator, an observer. Observatoria, plural of observatorium. Observatorial, relating to an observatory. Observatories, plural of observatory. Observatorium, an observatory. Observators, plural of observator. Observatory, a place where stars, planets, and other celestial bodies are observed, usually through a telescope, also place for observing meteorological or other natural phenomena. Observance, obsolete form of observance. Observances, plural of observance. Observe, to notice or view, especially carefully or with attention to detail. Observed, simple past and past participle of observe. Observedly, in a way that is observed. Observee, one who is observed. Observees, plural of observee. Observer, one who makes observations, monitors, or takes notice. Observer's paradox, the situation in which a phenomenon be observed for study is intentionally influenced by the presence of the observer. Observeress, a female observer. Observeresses, plural of observeress. Observerless, without observers. Observers, plural of observer. Observership, the office or work of an observer. Observerships, plural of observership. Observes, third person singular simple present indicative of observe. Observest, second person singular simple present indicative of observe. Observeth, third person singular simple present indicative of observe. Observing, pronunciation, spelling of observing. Observing, present participle and gerund of observe. Observingly, attentively, observantly. Observings, plural of observing. Obsession. Obsession, plural of obsession. Obsess, to be preoccupied with a single topic or emotion. Obsess, simple past and past participle of obsess. Obsessedly, with an obsession. Obsessiveness, the quality of being obsessed, obsession. Obsesse, one who is the object of someone's obsession. Obsesses, plural of obsessi. Obsessus, third person singular simple present indicative of obsess. Obsessing, present participle and gerund of obsess. Obsessively, with an obsession. Obsessively. Obsession, the quality of being obsessed. Obsessional, marked by obsession. Obsessionalism, obsessive behavior. Obsessionality, the quality of being obsessional. Obsessionally, in an obsessional manner. Obsessionism, obsessiveness. Obsessionist, a person who has an obsession, an obsessive. Obsessionists, plural of obsessionists. Obsessions, plural of obsession. Obsessa, prone to cause obsession. Obsessive compulsive Spartanism, synonym of compulsive decluttering. Obsessive love disorder, a mental health condition in which a person feels an overwhelming obsessive desire to possess and protect another person, sometimes with an inability to accept failure or rejection. Obsessive-compulsive, characterized by obsessive emotions, especially by the need to perform repetitive tasks. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, a mental and behavioral disorder characterized by obsessive intrusive thoughts and a compulsion to ease the resulting distress by repeating specific routines or rituals, regardless of their interference with other activities. Obsessive-compulsive disorders, plural of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Obsessive-compulsive personality disorder, a personality disorder characterized by an extreme pattern of concern with orderliness, perfectionism, excessive attention to details, mental and interpersonal control. Obsessive-compulsive personality disorders, plural of obsessive-compulsive personality disorder. Obsessive-compulsiveness, the state of being obsessive-compulsive. Obsessive-compulsivity, the state of being obsessive-compulsive. Obsessively, in an obsessive manner. Obsessiveness, the characteristic of being obsessive. Obsessives, plural of obsessive. Obsessoi, showing resemblance to obsessive-compulsive disorder. Obsessor, one who is obsessive about something. Obsessors, plural of obsessor. Obsidian, a type of naturally occurring black glass produced by volcanoes. Obsidians, plural of obsidian. Obsidiano, pertaining to a siege. Obsidiano coin, a coin made in a besieged city, often impure or made from inferior materials. Obsidiano coins, plural of obsidiano coin. Obsidiano crown, synonym of grass crown. Obsidiano crowns, plural of obsidiano crown. Obsidiano, obsidiano, relating to a siege. Abedes, besieging, besetting, obsessional. Obsi, to seal, to confirm, as by a seal or stamp. Obsignate, to seal or ratify. Obsignate, simple past and past participle of obsignate. Obsignates, third person singular simple present indicative of obsignate. Obsignating, present participle and gerund of obsignate. Obsignation, the act of sealing or ratifying. Obsignations, plural of obsignation. Obsignatory, ratifying, confirming by sealing. Obsigned, simple past and past participle of obsign. Obsigning, present participle and gerund of obsign. Obsigns, third person singular simple present indicative of obsign. Obsun, abbreviation of observation. Obsens, plural of obson. Obsolesce, to become obsolete. Obsolete, simple past and past participle of obsolesce. Obsolescence, the state of being obsolete, no longer in use, gone into disuse, disused or neglected. Obsolescences, plural of obsolescence. Obsolescent, in the process of becoming obsolete, but not obsolete yet. Obsolescently, in an obsolescent manner. Obsolesces, third person singular simple present indicative of obsolesce. Obsolescing, present participle and gerund of obsolescence. Obsolete, no longer in use, gone into disuse, disused or neglected often in favor of something newer. Obsolete, simple past and past participle of obsolete. Obsoletely, when out of date or no longer in use. Obsoleteness, the quality or state of being obsolete or no longer in use. Obsoletenesses, plural of obsoleteness. Obsoleter, something which obsoletes something else. Obsoleters, plural of obsoleter. Obsoletes, third person singular simple present indicative of obsolete. Obsoleting, present participle and gerund of obsolete. Obsolation, obsolescence. Obsolations, plural of obsolation. Obsoletism, a disused word or phrase, an archaism. Obsoletisms, plural of obsoletism. Obsoleter, something which obsoletes something else. Obsoleters, plural of obsoleter. Absonator, a caterer, a manciple. Absonators, plural of absonator. Obser, abbreviation of observer. Antes, plural of obser. Abit, a surname from German. Obstacle, something that impedes, stands in the way of, or holds up progress, either physically or figuratively. Obstacle course, a course with a series of physical challenges running, climbing, swimming, etc. to be performed sequentially. Obstacle courses, plural of obstacle course. Obstacle race, a race on foot through an obstacle course. Obstacle races, plural of obstacle race. Obstacle ridden, impeded or plagued by obstacles. Obstacles, plural of obstacle. Obstacular, being or relating to an obstacle. Obstances, plural of obstancy. Obstancy, opposition, impediment, or obstruction. Asset, abbreviation of obstetrics. Obsteter, abbreviation of obstetrics. Obstetric, of or relating to obstetrics, the care of women during and after pregnancy. Obstetric toad, synonym of midwife toad. Obstetric toads, plural of obstetric toad. Obstetrical, alternative form of obstetric. Obstetrical toad, a European toad of the genus Alites, especially Alites obstetricans, the eggs of which are laid and then carried by the male and twined around his legs and back. Obstetrical toads, plural of obstetrical toad. Obstetrically, in terms of obstetrics. Obstetricate, to assist in the manner or as if in the manner of a midwife. Obstetricated, simple past and past participle of obstetricate. Obstetricates, third person singular simple present indicative of obstetricate. Obstetricating, present participle and gerund of obstetricate. Obstetrication, obstetrics or midwifery. Obstetrician, a physician who specializes in childbirth. Obstetrician gynecologist, a physician who is both an obstetrician and a gynecologist. Obstetrician gynecologists, plural of obstetrician gynecologists. Obstetricians, plural of obstetrician. Obstetricians, serving to assist childbirth, obstetric. Obstetricess, one who practices obstetrics and obstetrician. Obstetricists, plural of obstetricist. Obstetric, obsolete form of obstetric. Obstetrics, obsolete form of obstetrics. Obstetrics, the care of women during and after pregnancy. Obstetricy, obstetrics. Obstetrics, an obstetrician. Obstetrics, plural of obstetrics. Obstetrics, a midwife. Obstinacies, plural of obstinacy. Obstinacious, obstinate. Obstinacy, the state or an act of stubbornness or doggedness. Obstinance, the characteristic of being obstinate. Obstinances, plural of obstinance. Obstinancies, plural of obstinacy. Obstinacy, obstinance, the characteristic of being obstinate. Obstinate, obstinate. Obstinate, stubbornly adhering to an opinion, purpose, or course, usually with implied unreasonableness, persistent. Obstinately, in an obstinate manner. Obstinateness, the characteristic of being obstinate. Obstinatenesses, plural of obstinateness. Obstination, stubbornness. Obstinative, obstinate. Obstinance, synonym of obstinacy, misspelling of obstinance. Obstinate, misspelling of obstinate. Obstipate, to induce severe constipation through an intestinal blockage. Obstipated, simple past and past participle of obstipate. Obstipates, third person singular simple present indicative of obstipate. Obstipating, present participle and gerund of obstipate. Obstipation, severe constipation caused by intestinal obstruction. Obstipational, of or relating to obstipation. Obstipations, plural of obstipation. Obstipum abdomen, congenital problem where the rectus abdominis muscle is too short. Obstipum abdomens, plural of obstipum abdomen. Obstructive, misspelling of obstructive. Obstreperous, obstreperous. Obstreperate, to make a loud noise. Obstreperated, simple past and past participle of obstreperate. Obstreperates, third person singular simple present indicative of obstreperate. Obstreperating, present participle and gerund of obstreperate. Obstreperosity, the state of being obstreperous. Obstreperous, attended by or making a loud and tumultuous noise, boisterous. Obstreperously, in an obstreperous manner. Obstreperousness, the quality of being obstreperous. Obstriction, the state of being constrained, bound, or obliged. Obstrictions, plural of obstriction. Obstringe, constrain. placed under obligation. Obstropolous, alternative form of obstropulous. Obstropolous, alternative form of obstropulous. Obstropulous, synonym of obstreperous. Obstropulousness, the quality of being obstropulous. Obstruct, to block or fill a passage with obstacles or an obstacle. Obstruct the field, to get out by deliberately obstructing a fielder in order to prevent him from making a catch or run out, or from gathering the ball. Very rare. Obstructable, able to be obstructed. Obstructant, that which obstructs, an obstruction. Obstructants, plural of obstructant. Obstructed, simple past and past participle. Obstructively, while being obstructed. Obstructedness, the quality of being obstructed. Obstructor, agent noun of obstruct, someone who obstructs. Obstructors, plural of obstructor. Obstructible, alternative form of obstructible. Obstructing, present participle and gerund of obstruct. Obstructing the field, present participle and gerund of obstruct the field. Obstructingly, so as to obstruct. Obstruction, the act of obstructing or state of being obstructed. Obstruction of justice, interference with the administration of law and justice as by ignorance of a justification, fraud of evidential validity, or not disclosing discovery of facts, or by doing damage to a witness, officer, juror. Obstructional, being or relating to an obstruction. Obstructionally, as or by way of an obstruction, obstructively. Obstructionism, a deliberate policy of obstructing something, especially a political process or body. Obstructionisms, plural of obstructionism. Obstructionist, someone who systematically obstructs the actions of others. Obstructionistic, relating to or supporting obstructionism. Obstructionists, plural of obstructionists. Obstructions, plural of obstruction. Obstructions of justice, plural of obstruction of justice. Obstructive, causing obstructions. Obstructively, in an obstructive manner. Obstructiveness, the characteristic of being obstructive. Obstructives, plural of obstructive. Obstructivism, a tendency to obstruct the activities of others. Obstructor, alternative form of obstructor. Obstructors, plural of obstructor. Obstructs, third person singular simple present indicative of obstruct. Obstruency, the condition of being obstruent. Obstruent, causing obstruction, blocking up. Obstruents, plural of obstrute. Obstruse, abstruse. Obstruser, comparative form of abstruse, more abstruse. Obstrusus, superlative form of abstruse, most abstruse. Obtrusive, misspelling of obtrusive. Obtus, plural of obst. Obstupefaction, stupefaction. Obstupefy, simple past and past participle of obstupefy. Obstupefy, to stupefy. Stupefying. Present participle and gerund of stupefy. Obzubulate. Very narrow, pointed at the base and widening a little towards the apex. Initialism of orange baboon tarantula. Obtain. To get hold of, to gain possession of, to procure, to acquire in any way. Obtained. Simple past and past participle of obtain. Obtainability. That property of being attainable. Obtainable. Able to be attained. Obtaino. The obtaining of something, acquisition. Obtainance. The obtaining of something, acquisition. Obtained. Simple past and past participle of obtain. Obtainer. One who obtains. Obtainers. Plural of obtainer. Obtainus. Second person singular simple present indicative of obtain. Obtaina. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtain. Obtaining. Present participle and gerund of obtain. Obtainment. The act of obtaining something, acquisition. Obtainments. Plural of obtainment. Obtains. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtain. Obtact. Having the legs and other appendages more or less strongly cemented to the body. Obtected. Covered, protected. The obsolete form of obtain. Obsember. To obey a judgment, rule, decree et ex. Obtemperate. To obey or to conform to the prescribed rule or law. Obtemperated. Simple past and past participle of obtemperate. Obtemperates. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtemperate. Obtemperating. Present participle and gerund of obtemperate. Obtemper. Simple past and past participle of obtemper. Obtempering. Present participle and gerund of obtempers. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtemper. Obtenance. The act of obtaining something. Obtend. To oppose, to hold out in opposition. Obtended. Simple past and past participle of obtend. Attending. Present participle and gerund of obtend. Obtends. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtend. Obtenebration. The act of darkening or darkness. Attention. The act of attending. Attention. The act of attaining. Attentions. Plural of obtention. Obtess. To implore, beseech, plead, beg. Obtestate. To beseech. Obtestates. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtestate. Obtestation. The act of obtesting, supplication, protestation. Obtestations. Plural of obtestation. Obtested. Simple past and past participle of obtess. Obtesting. Present participle and gerund of obtess. Abests. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtess. Obtai. Obsolete form of obtain. Obtrapeziform. Trapeziform, but attached by the narrower trapezoidal base. Obtractation. Disparagement, the belittling of someone or something, slander. Obtractations. Plural of obtractation. Triangular. Triangular with the apex downwards. Obtrude. To proffer something by force, to impose something on someone or into some area. Obtrude. Simple past and past participle of obtrude. Obtruder. Someone who obtrudes. Obtruders. Plural of obtruder. Obtrudes. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtrude. Obtrude. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtrude. Obtruding. Present participle and gerund of obtrude. Obtrudings. Plural of obtruding. Obtrales. In the form of a reverse trowel with longer sides meeting at the base. Obtruncate. To truncate or lop off. Obtruncate. Simple past and past participle of obtruncate. Obtruncates. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtruncate. Obtruncating. Present participle and gerund of obtruncate. Obtruncate. The act of lopping or cutting off. Obtrusion. An interference or intrusion. Obtrusions. Plural of obtrusion. Obtrusive. Of a person, overly assertive, bold, or domineering, pushy, also ostentatious. Obtrusively. In an obtrusive manner. Obtrusiveness. The characteristic of being obtrusive. Obtrusivenesses. Plural of obtrusiveness. Obtrusivity. Synonym of obtrusivity. Plural of OBT. Obtuanhydri, a ligand ribocyclic acid anhydride diterpene with EUPAC name 7AS11AS2-hydroxy 8-8-11A-trimethyl 3-prop and 2-il-7A9-10-11 tetrahydrobenzo D2-benzoxepine 5,7-ione. Obtun. To reduce the edge or effects of, to mitigate, to dull. Obtundation. Decreased level of alertness or consciousness. Obtundations. Plural of obtundation. Obtunde. Simple past and past participle of obtund. Obtundedness. The quality or state of being obtunded, non-alertness. Obtundent. A substance which she is a part or blunts irritation, usually some bland, oily, or mucilaginous matter, nearly the same as demulcent. Obtundance. Plural of obtundant. Obtunder. That which obtuns or blunts, especially that which blunts sensibility. Obtunders. Plural of obtunder. Obtunding. Present participle and gerund of obtund. Obtundities. Plural of obtundity. Obtundity. The state or characteristic of having dulled senses or limited awareness. Obtuns. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtund. Obturacle. Alternative form of obturaculum. Obturacles. Plural of obturacle. Obturacula. Plural of obturaculum. Obturacular. Relating to the obturaculum. Obturacule. Alternative form of obturaculum. obturaculum. Obturacules, plural of obturacule. Obturaculum, a plug of connective tissue separating the hemicoles of the head and thorax of some lice. Obturate, to block up or obstruct. Obturated, simple past and past participle of obturate. Obturates, third person singular simple present indicative of obturate. Obturating, present participle and gerund of obturate. Obturation, the act of stopping up or closing and opening. Obturational, of or relating to obturation. Obturations, plural of obturation. Relating to or causing obturational, of or relating to obturation. Obturations, plural of obturation. Obturative, relating to or causing obturation. Obturator, an object used to obstruct a hole, such as a fissure of the palate. Obturatorius, the obturator nerve. Obturators, plural of obturator. Obturbinate, inversely top-shaped. Obtuse angled, obsolete form of obtuse angled. Obtuse angular, obtuse angled. Obtuse quinone, the quinone method 4E2-hydroxy 5-methoxy 4E3-phenyl 2-anilidine cyclohexa 2,5-dene 1,1 present in Dalberger retusa. Obtuse, blunt, not sharp, pointed, or acute in form. Obtuse angle, an angle that is greater than 90 degrees and less than 180 degrees. Obtuse angles, plural of obtuse angle. Obtuse horn shell, Cerathidia obtusa, a species of sea snail. Obtuse horn shells, plural of obtuse horn shell. Obtuse triangle, a triangle one of whose angles is obtuse. Obtuse triangles, plural of obtuse triangle. Obtuse angle, of a triangle having an obtuse angle. Obtuse angled triangle, an obtuse triangle. Obtuse angled triangles, plural of obtuse angled triangle. Obtuse angular, obtuse angled. Obtuse, simple past and past participle of obtuse. Obtusely, in an obtuse manner. Obtusely umbinate, having a broad and man-pointy umbo. Obtuseness, the quality of obtuse. Obtusenesses, plural of obtuseness. Obtuser. Comparative form of obtuse, more obtuse. Obtuses. Third person singular simple present indicative of obtuse. Obtusus, superlative form of obtuse, most obtuse. Obtusa fallen, the anthraquinone derivative 2,8-dihydroxy 1-methoxy 3-methylanthracene 9,10-nione present in Senna obtusifolia. Obtusa oeao, a phytosterol found in some vegetable oil. Obtusifoliene, a triterpenoid ketosteroid related to obtusifoliol. Obtusilactone, any of a group of unsaturated aliphatic cytotoxic lactones present in Lindera obtusiloba. Obtusilactones, plural of obtusilactone. Obtusa, a bromine-containing polycyclic kettle found in the marine alga Laurentia obtusa. Obtusing, present participle and gerund of obtuse. Obtuse, the blunting, dulling, or weakening of normal sensation. Obtusish, somewhat obtuse. Obtusities, plural of obtusity. Obtusity, obtuseness. Obtostatin, a particular disintegrant. Obtostatins, plural of obtostatin. HAVU, acronym of on-board unit. ABU, initialism of operations in built-up areas. Abuasi, a town in a Shani region. Ghana. Abachi, a surname from Japanese. Abakiv, a city, the administrative center of Abakiv Urban Hramada and Abakiv Rayon Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Abakovka, the name of several settlements in Russia, including Abakovskaya, a rural territory of Staruskalsky Urban Okrug, Belgorod Oblast, Central Federal District, Russia. Seat, Abakovka. Abakovskoy, a rural settlement in Pizhansky Rayon, Kirov Oblast, Volga Federal District, Russia. Seat, Abakovo. Abakovichi, a village, the administrative center of Abakovichi's Starostinsky Akra Ivankiv settlement Hamada, Vishhorod Rayon, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Abamber, to overshadow or to obscure. Abamber, simple past and past participle of Abamber. Abamering, present participle and gerund of Abamber. Abumbers, third person singular simple present indicative of Abamber. Abore, overhanging. Abore, to shade, to darken, to cloud. Abumbrated, simple past and past participle of abumbrate. Abumbrates, third person singular simple present indicative of abumbrate. Abumbrating, present participle and gerund of abumbrate. Aberration, the act of darkening or obscuring, obmubilation, obscuration. Abumbrations, plural of abumbration. Abumer, nickname for Barack Obama, mostly used by conservative detractors. Abongus, frigib, bent. Abu, plural of obu. Abu, abbreviation of obviously. Ab, abbreviation of obvious. Abele, walled out. Ablation, Hanselma. Obvention, the act of happening incidentally, that which happens casually, an incidental advantage, an occasional offering. Obventions, plural of obvention. Obversa, conversant, familiar or in the know about a certain topic. Averse, turned or facing toward the observer. Aversely, in an obverse manner. Obverses, plural of obverse. Obversion, the act of turning toward or downward. Obversions, plural of obversion. Obver, to turn so as to show another side. Obverted, simple past and past participle of obvert. Obverting, present participle and gerund of obvert. Obverts, third person singular simple present indicative of obvert. Obvi, clipping of obvious. Avial, capable of being evaded. Ave, to anticipate and prevent or bypass something which would otherwise have been necessary or required, to render something unnecessary. Avade, simple past and past participle of obviate. Abes, third person singular simple present indicative of obviate. Avede, Third-person singular simple present indicative of obviate. Avheading. Present participle and gerund of obviate. Abation. The act of obviating, deterrence or prevention. Abeyance. Plural of abation. Obviative. A grammatical marker that distinguishes a relatively non-salient referent in a given context from a relatively salient proximate one. Obviatively. In an obviative manner. Obviatives. Plural of obviative. Aviativity. The quality of aviative. Avere. One who abates. Averes. Plural of abater. Abacities. Plural of abacity. Abacity. The quality of being obvious. Obvious. Easily discovered, seen, or understood, self-explanatory. Obvious by inspection. Evident in the mind's eye, without formal proof being necessary. Obviously. In an obvious or clearly apparent manner. Obviousness. The characteristic of being obvious. Obviousnesses. Plural of obviousness. Ovoid. Egg-shaped and solid with the narrow end at the base. Ovolute. Overlapping, contorted, convoluted. Obvoluted. Alternative form of obvolute. Obvolve. To enfold or wrap around, to cover by wrapping. Obvolved. Simple past and participle of obvolve. Obvelvet. Curved downward or inward. Obvolves. Third-person singular simple present indicative of obvolve. Obvolving. Present participle and gerund of obvolve. Obvious. Clipping of obviously. Obvi. Alternative form of obviously. Obvious. Alternative form of obviously. Obwalden. A canton of Switzerland. Ops. Abbreviation of Outer Banks. Ovid. Archaic form of oba. Obza. Awkward, unattractive, out of place, lopsided, misshapen. Initialism of original content. Abbreviation of October. Gas. Synonym of pepper spray. OC spray. Synonym of pepper spray. OC sprays. Plural of OC spray. Abbreviation of October. Initialism of Organization of Chinese Americans, now known as OCA Asian Pacific American Advocates. Any of species Oxalis tuberosissyn, Oxalis crenata, which bear edible tubers. Acana, a Wittitone language spoken in Peru and Colombia. Ocala, a city, the county seat of Marion County, Florida. OCaml, a general-purpose, multi-paradigm programming language based on the Camel dialect of ML. Ocambo, a surname from Spanish in turn from Galician. Ocambos, plural of Ocampo. Ocaparidone, an antipsychotic drug. Ocarina, a woodwind musical instrument that is closed at both sides to produce an enclosed space and punctured with finger holes. Ocarinas, Plural of ocarina. Ocarinus. Someone who plays the ocarina. Ocarinus. Plural of ocarinus. Okes. Plural of oka. Okesek. A surname from Czech. Akasio. A surname. Akasios. Plural of Akasio. Upha. Initialism of Oil, Chemical and Atomic Workers International Union. Up. Initialism of Oligoklonal Band. Up. Initialism of Overseas Chinese Banking Corporation. Up. Plural of OC. B. Initialism of Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. Clipping of occupational. Tobacco. Occupation. An act of going blind. Autem. Alternative form of Occam. Occam's broom. The dishonest tendency to conceal relevant facts. Occam's razor. The principle of preferring the simplest of competing theories. Occamism. Alternative form of Occamism. Occamess. Alternative form of Occamist. Occamiste. Alternatives. Occamism. Alternative form of Occamism. Occamess. Alternative form of Occamist. Occamiste. Alternative form of Occamistic. Occamists. Plural of Occamists. Aami. An alloy imitating gold or silver. Akanichi. A group of Native Americans who lived in the 17th century primarily on Occoneechee Island and east of the confluence of the Dan and Roanoke Rivers, near current-day Clarksville, Virginia. Ahashon. Pronunciation, spelling of occasion. Ahashons. Plural of Akashon. Ahaftizan. A favorable opportunity, a convenient or timely chance. Aheshamawal. Capable of being occasioned or caused. Occasionally. Occasionally. Occasional. Occurring or appearing irregularly from time to time, but not often. Incidental. Occasional bookcase. A bookcase or shelving unit that is small, lightweight, and easily moved. Occasional bookcases. Plural of occasional bookcase. Occasional furniture. Small, versatile pieces of furniture designed for flexible use within a home. Occasional table. Any small table, such as an end table, which has no particular function and may typically be folded away. Occasional tables. Plural of occasional table. Occasionalism. A metaphysical doctrine that holds that all events are occasion caused by God. Occasionalisms. Plural of occasionalism. Occasionalis. A proponent of occasionalism. Occasionaliste. Of or relating to the doctrine of occasionalism. Occasionalis. Plural of occasional. Occasionality. The quality of being occasional. Occasionally. On occasion. At relatively infrequent intervals. From time to time, sometimes. Occasionalis. The quality of being occasional. Occasionals. Plural of occasional. Ataret. To occasion. Occasionate. Simple past and past participle of occasionate. Occasionate. Third person singular simple present indicative of occasionate. Occasionating. Present participle and gerund of occasionate. Occasioned. Simple past and past participle of occasion. Occasioner. Agent noun of occasion, one who occasions. Occasioners. Plural of occasioner. Occasionus. Second person singular simple present indicative of occasion. Occasa. Third person singular simple present indicative of occasion. Occasioning. Present participle and gerund of occasion. Occasionless. Without occasion. Occasionally. Misspelling of occasionally. Occasions. Plural of occasion. Occasion wear. Clothing to be worn on special occasions. Occaso. Of or pertaining to the setting sun. Occasionally. Misspelling of occasionally. Occasion. Misspelling of occasion. Initialism of Organized Crime Control Bureau of the New York Police Department. Oxycation. The act of making blind. Oxyrance. Misspelling of occurrence. Actio. A sound whole. Aciolism. The awareness of the small scope of one's own perspective and the way it limits one's ability to fully understand the world. Achios. Plural of Achio. Occident. The Western world. Occidental. An artificial language created by Edgar de Waal, later renamed Interling shortly before the publication of Interlingua. Occidental Mindoro. A province of Mimaropa, Luzon, Philippines. Capital, Mamburao. Occidentalize. Alternative form of occidentalize. Occidentalize. Simple past and past participle of occidentalize. Occidentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of occidentalize. Occidentalizing. Present participle and gerund of occidentalize. Occidentalism. The habits and attitudes of Westerners. Occidentalists. A person who favors Western ideas or customs. Occidentalists. Plural of occidentalist. Occidentality. The quality of being occidental. Occidentalization. The process or result of occidentalizing. Occidentalize. To convert or adapt to Western culture. Occidentalize. Simple past and past participle of occidentalize. Occidentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of occidentalize. Occidentalizing. Present participle and gerund of occidentalize. Occidentally. In an occidental manner. Occidentals. Plural of occidental. Occidentosis. An increase in social inequality that occurs when the widespread adoption of Western technology results in job losses and factory owners gaining wealth. Occidentotropism. An expression, sometimes a figure of speech with an inclination toward Western civilization, i.e. the Occident. Occidentotropisms. Plural of occidentotropism. Occidents. Plural of Occident versions or conceptions of Occidental regions. Oxyafenin. An actin-binding and fungal glycoptide present in a Burkholderia bacterium. Oxidioas. Western, Occidental. Ockes. Plural of Occi. Oxoer. Alternative spelling of ossifer. Occiput, alternative form of occipital, used before a vowel. Occipita, plural of occiput. Occipital, of pertaining to or located within or near the occiput back of the head or the occipital bone. Occipital arteries, plural of occipital artery. Occipital artery, an artery that arises from the external carotid artery opposite to the origin of the facial artery that passes posteriorly to the base of the skull, where it turns upward and ascends within the superficial fascia of the scalp, and that supplies or gives off branches supplying structures and especially muscles of the back of the neck and head. Occipital bone, the bone at the back of the skull. Occipital bones, plural of occipital bone. Occipital bun, a prominent bulge or projection of the occipital bone at the back of the skull, common in many of humankind's ancestors but relatively rare in modern Homo sapiens. Occipital buns, plural of occipital bun. Occipital horn syndrome, an X-linked recessive connective tissue disorder caused by a deficiency in the transport of copper and leading to the formation of projections on the back of the skull. Occipital lobe, one of the four major divisions of the cerebrum of the brain, located at the back of the head. Occipital lobes, plural of occipital lobe. Occipital nerve, either of two nerves that arise mostly from the second cervical nerve. Occipital nerves, plural of occipital nerve. Occipital point, the point of the occiput in the mesoplane from the Evian. Occipital points, plural of occipital point. Occipitales, plural of occipitales. Occipitalgia, pain in the occiput. Occipitales, a muscle of the head that arises from the lateral two-thirds of the superior nuptial lines and from the mastoid part of the temporal bone, inserts into the galea aponeurotica and acts to move the scalp. It is sometimes considered to be part of the occipita frontalis muscle. Occipitalization, connection with the occipital bone. Occipitalizations, plural of occipitalization. Occipitalize, modified by occipitalization. Occipitalization, alternative form of occipitalization. Occipitalizations, plural of occipitalization. Occipitalize, alternative form of occipitalized. Occipitally, in relation to the occiput or the occipital bone. Occipitals, plural of occipital. Occipito, of or pertaining to the occiput. Occipitoparietal temporal, alternative form of occipitoparietotemporal. Occipitoparietotemporal, alternative form of occipitoparietotemporal. Occipitoparietotemporal, alternative form of occipitoparietotemporal. Occipit anterior, having the occiput facing anteriorly or anterolaterally. Occipitotlantal, relating to the occiput and the atlas. Occipitotlantoaxial, relating to the articulation of the occiput and atlas with the axis. Occipitotloid, relating to or connecting the occipital bone and the atlas. Occipitoaxial, of or pertaining to the occipital bone and second vertebra or axis. Occipitobrygmatic, of or relating to the occiput and the bregma. Occipitocervical, relating to the occiput and the neck. Occipitocortical, relating to the occiput and the cerebral cortex. Occipita cranial, relating to the occiput and the cranium. Occipita facial, of or relating to the occiput and the face. Occipita frontal, of or pertaining to the occipital and frontal bones of the skull. Occipita frontales, plural of occipit. Frontales. Occipita frontales, a large flat muscle on each side of the vertex of the skull consisting of an occipital and temporal bones in a frontal portion that are separated by the epicranial aponeurosis and serving to draw the scalp backwards, raising the eyebrows and wrinkling the forehead. Occipita frontale, in an occipitofrontal manner. Accipitalia, are relating to the occiput and the ilium. Occipitolateral, having the occiput facing laterally. Occipitolaterally, in an occipitolateral manner. Occipitomastoid, relating to or connecting the occipital and mastoid bones. Occipitomental, of or relating to the distance between the chin and the occiput. Occipitonasal, relating to or between the occipital bone and the nose. Occipitonuchal, of or relating to the occiput and the back of the neck. Occipitoparietal, relating to the occipital and the parietal bones. Occipitoparietotemporal, synonym of parieto-occipitotemporal. Occipitopontine, occipital and pontine. Occipita posterior, having the occiput facing posteriorly or posterolaterally. Occipitosacral, occipital and sacral. Occipitoscapular, of or relating to the occiput and the scapula. Occipitosphenoidal, occipital and sphenoidal. Occipitotemporal, of or pertaining to the occiput and temporal lobe. Occipitothalamic, of or relating to the occiput and the thalamus. Occipitotransverse, having the occiput facing transversely i.e. laterally. Occipitoventral, occipital and ventral. Occiput, the back part of the head or skull. Occiputs, plural of occiput. Occision, a killing, the act of killing. Oxygens, plural of oxygen. Occitan, a Romance language spoken in Occitania, a region of Europe that includes southern France, Auvergne, Limousin, and some parts of Catalonia and Italy. Occitania, a cultural region in southwestern Europe where Occitan has historically been spoken, consisting of southern France, parts of Catalonia in Spain, and some eastern Italy. Occitanie, of or relating to Occitan. Occitanie. Occitania, an administrative region in southern France. Occitanism, Occitan regionalism, the belief that the Occitania region of France should be given autonomy or independence. Occitanas, a supporter of Occitanism, an Occitan regionalist. Occitanus, plural of Occitanus. Occitano, Occitania, Occitan. Accodable, able to be occluded. Accudent, something that occludes. Accudens, plural of occludent. Occlude, to obstruct, cover, or otherwise block an opening, a portion of an image, etc. Occluded, simple past and past participle of occlude. Occluded front, a front that occurs when a cold front overtakes a warm front at the surface and a temperature contrast exists between the advancing and retreating cold air masses. Occluded fronts. Plural of occluded front. Occludent, serving to occlude or close. Occludens, plural of occludent. Occluder, an object that partially or completely impedes the amount of light reaching the eye. Occluders, plural of occluder. Occludes, third person singular simple present indicative of occlude. Occludin, any of a family of plasma membrane proteins located at tight junctions. Occluding, present participle and gerund of occlude. Occludens, plural of occludin. Occlupaned, synonym of bread clip. Occlupaneds, plural of occlupaned. Occlusal, on the side of a tooth which mates with the opposing tooth. Occlusal guard, a removable device worn between the upper and lower teeth to prevent their meeting. Occlusal guards, plural of occlusal guard. Occlusale, within or associated with an occlusion. Occlusals, plural of occlusal. Occlus, close. Occlusion, anything that obstructs or closes a vessel or canal. Occlusion bodies, plural of occlusion body. Occlusion body, a crystalline protein matrix which occludes the nucleocapsid in some viruses. Occlusion, of or relating to occlusion. Occlusions, plural of occlusion. Occlusive, that tends to occlude. Occlusive ileus, a condition in which the intestines become completely blocked or occluded. Occlusoe, in an occlusive manner. Occlusimus, the condition of being occlusive. Occlusives, plural of occlusive. Occlusivity, the condition of being occlusive. Occlusobuccal, occlusal and buccal. Occlusocervically, in the occlusocervical dimension or orientation. Occlusogingival, relating to the occlusal and gingival sides of a tooth. Occlusometer, a gnathodynamometer. Occlusometers, plural of occlusometer. Occlusoproximal, occlusal and proximal. Occlusor, a muscle that closes an opening. Occlusors, plural of occlusor. Octave, abbreviation of occasion. Occans, plural of occon. Occomechi, alternative form of occonichi. Octobermus, the Prussian sky god. Occopuan, a river in Virginia, United States, a tributary of the Potomac. Agra, alternative form of okra. Acro, alternative form of okra. Adav, initialism of organized crime and corruption reporting project, an international journalism organization. Adav, initialism of oculocerebrocutaneous syndrome. Ocular, misspelling of ocular. Ocularia, plural of ocularium. Ocularium, alternative form of ocularium. Oculocephalic, alternative form of oculocephalic. Oculodontodigital, misspelling of oculodontodigital. Oculometer, Misspelling of oculomotor. Occult. To cover or hide from view. Occult line. A line drawn as a part of the construction of a geometrical figure or problem, but not to appear in the finished plan. Occult lines. Plural of occult line. Occultate. To make occult or hidden. Occultate. Simple past and past participle of occultate. Occultates. Third person singular simple present indicative of occultate. Occultating. Present participle and gerund of occultate. Occultation. An astronomical event that occurs when one celestial object is hidden by another celestial object that passes between it and the observer when the near object appears larger and completely hides the more distant object. Occultations. Plural of occultation. Occulted. Simple past and past participle of occult. Occulter. Any object, natural or man-made, that blocks the light of an object from an observer, typically used in reference to astronomical events. Occulters. Plural of occulter. Occulte. Of or pertaining to the occult. Occultipui. In an occultic manner. Occulting. Present participle and gerund of occult. Occulting light. A light in which the total duration of light in each period is clearly longer than the total duration of darkness and in which the intervals of darkness, occultations, are all of equal duration. Occulting lights. Plural of occulting light. Occultism. The study of the supernatural. Occultisms. Plural of occultism. Occultus. A person who practices or studies the occultism, a practitioner of or person learned in the occult. Occultistic. Related to occultists or to occultism. Occultists. Plural of occultists. Occulto. Related to or involving the occult or secret knowledge. Occultly. In an occult manner. Occultness. The state or condition of being occult. Occults. Third person singular simple present indicative of occult. Occultural. Of or pertaining to the occult. Occultic. Occulture. The appropriation by a subculture of occult themes, New Age, etc., in opposition to the dominant culture. Ockhamster. A small settlement near Libster, Caithness, Highland Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref ND 2635. Occupable. Alternative form of occupiable. Occupants. Occupancy. Occupances. Plural of occupants. Occupancies. Plural of occupancy. Occupancy. The act of occupying. The state of being occupied or the state of being an occupant or a tenant. Occupant. A person who occupies an office or a position. Occupantless. Without any occupant. Occupants. Occupant. A person who occupies an office or a position. Occupantless. Without any occupant. Occupants. Plural of occupant. Occupate. To occupy. Occupated. Simple past and past participle of occupate. Occupates. Third person singular simple present indicative of occupate. Occupating. Present participle and gerund of occupate. Occupation. An activity or task with which one occupies oneself, usually specifically the productive activity, service, trade, or craft for which one is regularly paid, a job. Occupation bridge. A bridge connecting the parts of an estate or property separated by a road, railway, or canal. Occupation bridges. Plural of occupation bridge. Occupation Day. A former public holiday in Rhodesia held annually on 12 September, marking the anniversary of the arrival of the pioneer column at Fort Salisbury in 1890 and their raising of the Union Jack on the Kapee overlooking the site. It was renamed Pioneers' Day in 1961. Occupation number. The numerical extent to which the quantum state is filled in a system of many, identical quantum particles. Occupation numbers. Plural of occupation number. Occupationaire. A member of the Allied military forces that occupied Japan at the end of World War Roman II. Occupationaires. Plural of occupationaire. Occupational. Of, belonging, or relating to an occupation in any sense. Occupational cancer. Any cancer occurring as a result of work or occupational activity. Occupational crime. A crime that is committed through opportunity created in the course of a legal occupation. Occupational crimes. Plural of occupational crime. Occupational disease. Any ailment that occurs as a result of work or occupational activity. Occupational diseases. Plural of occupational disease. Occupational hazard. A substantial risk to a worker's physical or mental well-being which is present in a certain task, job, or profession. Occupational hazards. Plural of occupational hazard. Occupational health and safety. Synonym of occupational safety. And health. Occupational hygiene. Occupational hygiene is the anticipation, recognition, evaluation, control, and confirmation of protection from risks associated with exposures to hazards in or arising from the workplace that may result in injury, illness, impairment, or affect the well-being of workers and members of the community. These hazards or stressors are typically divided into the categories biological, chemical, physical, ergonomic, and psychosocial. Occupational name. A name, especially a surname such as Smith or Taylor, that is derived from an occupation, presumably the occupation of a distant ancestor. Occupational names. Plural of occupational name. Occupational safety and health. The activities and policies aimed at protecting the safety, health, and welfare of people engaged in work or employment. Occupational surname. A name, especially a surname such as Smith or Taylor, that is derived from an occupation, presumably the occupation of a distant ancestor. Occupational therapies. Plural of occupational therapy. Occupational therapists. A therapist whose aim is to help clients achieve a better quality of life through work or similar occupations. Occupational therapists. Plural of occupational therapists. Occupational therapy. The therapeutic practice of encouraging better quality of life through the pursuit of work or other occupations. Occupationalists. One of four categories of sociologists propounded by Horowitz, a sociologist who is primarily committed to some sociological questions or issues. Occupationalists. Plural of occupationalists. Occupationally. As part of an occupation. Occupationism. Collaborationism. Occupationless. Having no occupation, jobless, idle. Occupations. Plural of occupation. Occupative. Occupational, relating to one's occupation or employment. Occupiable. Capable of being occupied. Occupy. Reserved, engaged. Occupier. A proponent or supporter of the Occupy Wall Street movement. Occupiers. Plural of occupier. Occupies. Third person singular simple present indicative of occupy. Occupius. Second person singular simple present indicative of occupy. Occupia. Third person singular simple present indicative of occupy. Occupant. Abbreviation of occupation. Occupants. Plural of occupant. Occupy. Synonym of OWS. Occupy Wall Street protest movement. Occupy oneself. To keep busy by doing something. Occupying. Present participle and gerund of occupy. Other. To happen or take place. Occurable. Capable of happening. Occurrence. Misspelling of occurrence. Occurrences. Misspelling of occurrences. Occurred. Misspelling of occurred. Occurrence. Misspelling of occurrence. Occurring. Misspelling of occurring. Present participle of occur. Occurable. Capable of happening. Occurrence. Misspelling of occurrence. Other. Obsolete form of occur. Occur. Simple past and past participle of occur. Occurrence. An actual instance when a situation occurs, an event or happening. Occurrence time. Synonym of time of occurrence. Occurrence times. Plural of occurrence time. Occurrences. Plural of occurrence. Occurrent. Current. Actual. Occurring. Occurrential. Of pertaining to or essentiating an occurrence or occurrences. Occurrent. Occurrentially. In terms of occurrence. Occurrently. In an occurrent manner. Occurrence. Plural of occurrent. Events. Occurs. Third person singular simple present indicative of occur. Occurring. Present participle and gerund of occur. Occurrings. Plural of occurring. Occurs. Third person singular simple present indicative of occur. Occurs. Synonym of occursion joining or striking together. Occursus. Plural of occurs. Occursion. A meeting or striking together, a clash or collision. Occursions. Plural of occursion. Occutard. A protester in the Occupy Wall Street protest movement. Occutards. Plural of occutard. Octi. An octopus. Occi-health. Short for occupational health. Occi-strap. Clipped compound of octopus strap. Occi-straps. Plural of occi-strap. Occication. Obsolete form of occication. OCD. Initialism of obsessive-compulsive disorder. OS. Initialism of Office of Congressional Ethics. Ocean. One of the large bodies of water separating the continents. Ocean acidification, the increase in acidity of oceanic waters from increased atmospheric carbon dioxide levels that increase dissolved carbon dioxide in seawater, which causes increased carbonic acid in ocean waters, lowering its pH level. Ocean blue, a moderately deep greenish blue color. Ocean blues. Plural of ocean blue. Ocean City, a place name. Ocean County, one of 21 counties in New Jersey, United States. County seat, Toms River. Ocean current, any more or less permanent or continuous, directed movement of water that flows in one of the ocean currents. Plural of ocean current. Ocean dandruff, synonym of marine snow. Ocean dumping, the act of disposing of waste, especially nuclear waste, in a deep section of the ocean. Ocean dumpings, plural of ocean dumping. Ocean engineering, the engineering of structures and systems in or adjacent to the ocean, such as piers, harbors, and offshore platforms. Ocean eyes, blue eyes. Ocean floor, synonym of seabed. Ocean floors, plural of ocean floor. Ocean island, former name of Banaba, Kiribati, named by Captain Murtho in 1804 after his vessel, the Ocean. Ocean liner, a narrow-beam passenger ship designed for high-speed transoceanic travel. Ocean liners, plural of ocean liner. Ocean lore, alternative form of ocean lore. Ocean of storms, a basin in near-side, moon, earth, solar system. Ocean perch, a fish of species Sebastes norvegicus of the North Atlantic. Ocean perches, plural of ocean perch. Ocean planet, synonym of ocean world. Ocean planets, plural of ocean planet. Ocean pout, a fish, Zorsis americanus. Ocean pouts, plural of ocean pout. Ocean quahar, an edible clam native to the North Atlantic Ocean, Arctica islandica. Ocean quahogs, plural of ocean quahog. Ocean wrenching, a type of aquaculture used mainly in culturing Pacific salmon, wherein juvenile fish are hatched and reared, released to mature in the open ocean, and caught when they return as adults to spawn. Ocean sea, the global ocean, the sea beyond the Mediterranean that surrounded the known world. Ocean state, official nickname for Rhode Island, is state of the United States. Ocean station vessel, synonym of weather ship for reporting meteorological data. Ocean station vessels, plural of ocean station vessel. Ocean sunfish, a large, heavy species of bony fish, mola, native to tropical and temperate waters around the world. Ocean sunfishes, plural of ocean sunfish. Ocean tramp, synonym of tramp steamer. Ocean tramps, plural of ocean tramp. Ocean world, an astronomical body containing a significant amount of liquid water, not necessarily on the surface. Ocean worlds, plural of ocean world. Ocean going, designed and equipped to be capable of sailing on an ocean. Ocean lore, the teaching, knowledge, study, or science of the ocean. Oceana, an unincorporated community in Virginia Beach, Virginia, United States. Oceana County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Hart. Oceanaria, plural of oceanarium. Oceanarium, a park where visitors can see marine mammals and or fish. Oceanariums, plural of oceanarium. Oceanaut, an explorer in a submarine. Oceanauts, plural of oceanaut. Ocean, synonym of seabed. Oceans, plural of oceaned. Oceanborne, transported over an ocean. Oceanette, a small ocean. Oceanette, plural of oceanette. Oceanfarer, someone who travels on the ocean. Oceanfarers, plural of oceanfare. Oceanfront, of property or real estate adjacent to the ocean. Oceanfronts, plural of ocean front. Oceanfall, the amount that an ocean can hold. Oceangoing, traveling out to sea. Oceania, a continent or continental region composed of many islands. Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia plus Australasia, located between Asia, Antarctica, and the Americas. Oceanian, from or relating to Oceania, geographical region or continent. Oceanianism, a characteristically Oceanian cultural feature, such as a belief, custom, or linguistic feature. Oceanianus, an expert in the study of Oceania. Oceanianists, plural of Oceanianus. Oceanians, plural of Oceanian. Oceaniae, of or pertaining to Oceania, Oceanian. Oceanic abyss, a long steep-sided depression in the ocean floor. Oceanic dolphin, any dolphin of the family Delphinidae. Oceanic dolphins, plural of oceanic dolphin. Oceanic trench, a hemispheric scale long but narrow topographic depression of the seabed. Oceanic trenches, plural of oceanic trench. Oceanic whitetip, ellipsis of oceanic whitetip shark. Oceanic whitetip shark, a large pelagic shark, taxonomic name Carcharhinus longimanus, characterized by the white tips on the fin, often prone to attack humans. Oceanic whitetip sharks, plural of oceanic whitetip shark. Oceanic whitetips, plural of oceanic whitetip. Oceanica, Oceania. Oceanically, in an oceanic manner, in a way that suggests or involves the ocean. Oceanican, Oceanian. Oceanicans, plural of Oceanican. Oceanicist, a linguist who specializes in studying oceanic languages. Oceanicists, plural of oceanicists. Oceanicity, the condition of the oceanic. Oceanid, any of the daughters of Oceanus and Tethys, a sea nymph. Oceanides, plural of Oceanid. Oceanids, plural of Oceanid. Oceanite, a variety of picret that is chiefly composed of olivine phenocrysts. Oceanites, plural of oceanite. Oceanid, any member of the Family Oceanidae of southern storm petrels or austral storm petrels. Oceanidids, plural of oceanidid. Oceanidid, synonym of oceanicity. Oceanium, a supposed chemical element, thought to be the one with atomic number 72, now known as hafnium, but later identified as a mixture of aluminium, iron, and titanium. Oceanization, the process of formation of an ocean after continental rifting. Oceanize, to cover in ocean. Oceanize, simple past and past participle of oceanize. Oceanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of oceanize. Oceanizing, present participle of oceanize. Oceanless, without an ocean. Ocean-like, relating to an ocean in vastness or composition. Ocean liner, alternative spelling of ocean liner. Ocean liners, plural of ocean liner. Oceano, a census-designated place in San Luis Obispo County, California, United States. Oceanodromous, that migrate within the seas only. Oceanar, abbreviation of oceanography. Oceanographer, a person who studies oceanography, the science of oceans. Oceanographers, plural of oceanographer. Oceanographic, relating to oceanography, the science of oceans. Oceanographical, of or pertaining to oceanography, the science of oceans. Oceanographically, in terms of oceanography. Oceanographist, an oceanographer. Oceanographists, plural of oceanographists. Oceanography, the exploration and scientific study of the oceans and ocean floor. Oceanologic, relating to oceanology. Oceanological, of or pertaining to oceanology. Oceanologically, in terms of oceanology. Oceanologists, one who studies oceanology. Oceanologists, plural of oceanologists. Oceanology. Oceanography. Oceanophyte, an oceanic plant or plant life which exists in oceans. Oceanophytes, plural of oceanophyte. Oceanport, a borough of Monmouth County, New Jersey, USA. Oceans, plural of ocean. Oceanside, a city in San Diego County, California, United States. Oceanus, personification of vast waters or the world ocean. He was the firstborn of the Titans, son of Uranus and Gaia, the god Omega Kappa Epsilon Alpha Nu Omicron Sigma Pi Omicron Tau Alpha Mu Omicron Sigma Akanos Potamos, river ocean that encircled the earth. With his sister wife Tethys, he fathered all rivers and the oceanids. Ocean view, overlooking the ocean. Ocean views, plural of ocean view. Oceanward, toward oceanwards. Oceanward. Ocean waiter, the water of the ocean. Oceanway, synonym of seaway lane or route used by ships at sea. Oceanways, plural of oceanway. Oceanwide, spanning the whole ocean. Oceanwise, towards or along an ocean. Oceanworthy, synonym of seaworthy. Ocean. Characteristic of the ocean. Hosba. A hybrid of an ocelot and a bobcat. Osbabs. Plural of osbab. Osneta. A surname from Spanish. Osgetes. Plural of Osgeta. Osgur. A surname from Spanish. Oscuras. Plural of Oscura. Osor. Of or relate or akali. Othulari. Of or relating to the ocelus or akali. Ocelate. Ocellated. Ocellated. Of, pertaining to, resembling or having an ocelus. Ocellated crake. A bird from the family Rallidae, Micropygoscombergii. Ocellated crakes. Plural of ocellated crake. Ocellated lizard. Timon lepidus sen. Lacerdae lepida, a large wall lizard. Ocellated lizards. Plural of ocellated lizard. Ocellated turkey. An American turkey of species Meleagris ocellata. Ocellation. The development of eye-like markings, such as those on the wing of a butterfly or tail of a peacock. Ocellations. Plural of ocellation. Ochelli. Plural of ocellus. Ocelliferous. Having spots like small eyes. Ocelliform. Shaped like an ocellus. Ocelligerous. Ocelliferous. Ocelloccipitaal. Relating to the ocellus and the occiput. Ocellocular. Relating to the ocellus and the Ocelli, a cellular structure found in unicellular microorganisms that is analogous in structure and function to eyes, which focus, process, and detect light. Ocelloids, plural of ocelloi. Ocelorbital, related to the ocellus of the out of the Ocelliorioi, describing the epithelial and thallus morphology characteristic of corticolus thalassomoid lichens. Ocellus. A simple eye consisting of a single lens and a small number of sensory cells. Osoi, resembling the ocelot. Ocelot, an American feline carnivore Lepidus pardalis, sin. Felis pardalis covered with blackish ocellated spots and blotches which are variously arranged. Ocelots, plural of ocelot. Oines, a surname from Slovak. Octantano, an opioid analgesic. Od, initialism of organized crime group. Od, plural of OCG. 6-oxycamphor hydrolase. A surname. Otai? Yes, okay. Used to state agreement. Okai the new. A stereotypical phrase said in mock imitation of Scottish people. Odd. Abbreviation of United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Odd. Former name of Ubia. Ocheku. A city in Mykolaiv Oblast, Ukraine. Ochany, expressing regret or sorrow. Ochava, a traditional Spanish unit of mass equivalent to about 3.6 g. Ochavo, a former Spanish coin from the 17th to 19th centuries. Ochavos, plural of ochavo. Ochezub, alternative form of Chazuk. Ochdam, an obsolete Scots unit equal to daw, notionally comprising 50 Scottish acres. Ochdams, plural of Ochdam. A former name of Euboea. Ayalata, a town in Washington County, Oklahoma, United States. Ajaltree, a surname. Ajaltrees, plural of Oshaltree. Ocam, alternative form of Ocam. Adyam, alternative form of Ocam. Ade, alternative form of Echang. Adir, alternative spelling of ochre. Asheraceous, alternative form of Arcraceous. Adir, simple past and past participle of Asher. Asheretai, a village in Oleksandrivka settlement Ramada, Kramatorsk Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Ashering, present participle and gerund of Asher. Ayurish, alternative form of Akrish. Asheris, alternative form of Akris. Ayers, plural of Asher. Asheri, Asheris. Aves, plural of Ash. Akosher, a village in East Ayrshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 5021. Ochiltree County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Perryton. Achim, obsolete form of alchemy. Achlagai, a manipulator of a mob who holds sway by use of inflammatory rhetoric, casting opprobrium, and by appeal to the lowest common denominator generally, an extreme and wholly unscrupulous demagogue, one who practices achlagogy. Achlagogs, plural of achlagog. Achlagadi, manipulation of a mob by use of inflammatory rhetoric, casting opprobrium, and by appeal to the lowest common denominator generally, extreme and wholly unscrupulous demagogy, the practice of an achlagogue. Achlarchy, mob rule. Achlices, plural of achlisis. Achlizid, any member of the family Achlisidae of small shrimp-like crustaceans. Achlisids, plural of achlicid. Achlisis, crowd poisoning, a disease occasioned or aggravated by overcrowding, especially due to lack of ventilation. Achletic, relating to achlisis. Achlo, crowd. Achlocracies, plural of achlocracy. Achlocracy, mob rule, government by the masses, mobocracy. Autocrat, an adherent of the principle of achlocracy, an advocate of mob rule. Autocratic, pertaining to achlocracy. Autocratico, pertaining to achlocracy. Autocratically, in an autocratic way. Autocrats, plural of autocrat. Autology, the psychology of crowds or mobs. Autophilia, a love of crowds or crowded places. Autopho, a person having a fear of crowds. Achlophobes, plural of achlophobe. Achophobia, a phobia or fear of mob-like crowds as opposed to simply open spaces like agoraphobia or large crowds as with achlophobia. Achlophobia, synonym of achlophobe. Achlophobiacs. Plural of achlophobiac. Achlophobias. Plural of achlophobia. Achlophobic. Having an aversion to crowds. Achlophobus. A person with a phobia or fear of mob-like crowds as opposed to simply open spaces like agoraphobia or large crowds as with inochlophobia. Achlophobists. Plural of achlophobists. Achlospecies. A taxonomic species concept characterized by large amounts of variation that is not correlated with geography or ecology, usually geographically widespread and having variants that may be consistently distinguishable locally, but not globally. Acha. Any of the genus Achna of evergreen trees, shrubs, and shrublands. Achnaceous. Belonging to the family Achnaceae. Achna flavone. A particular biflavonoid found in the plant Achna squarosa. Achna. Plural of Achna. Achao. A surname. Ochoa syndrome. A congenital disorder characterized by an association of a lower urinary tract and bowel dysfunction with a typical facial expression. When attempting to smile, the patient seems to be crying or grimacing. Achawas. Plural of Achawa. Ate. Any beetle in a family Achaea. Ates. Plural of Achaea. Atorina. Alternative spelling of ocarina. Ocarinas. Plural of ocarina. Achatonid. Any member of the family Achatonidae, the picas. Achatonids. Plural of achatonid. Ocker. Initialism of Office of Civilian Human Resources. Agra. Alternative form of ochre. Ocraceous. Ochre color. Ocraceous Attila. A bird native to South America. Attila tortoise. Ocraceous Attilas. Plural of Ocraceous Attila. Agrana. Alternative form of Acrana. Acras. Plural of Acra. Acrotoxicosis. Toxicosis by an acrotoxin. Acrotoxigenic. That produces acrotoxins. Acrotoxin. Any of a class of mycotoxins having an isocameron structure produced by some fungi of the genus Aspergillus and others. Acrotoxins. Plural of acrotoxin. Over. A clay earth pigment containing silica, aluminum, and ferric oxide. Ochre ballad bubuk, a species of bubuk owl, Ninoxocracea, endemic to Sulawesi and nearby islands in Indonesia. Ochre ballad bubuks, plural of ochre ballad bubuk. Acrea, alternative form of acrea. Apui, plural of acrea. Afuel, alternative form of acreal. Acreas, plural of acrea. Acresteracea, a particular steroid glycoside. Afues, provided with acre or she-form stipules as the rhubarb, yellow dock, and knotgrass. I, simple past and past participle of ochre. Ovre, present participle and gerund of ochre. Ochresh, having an ochre-like color. Ochreous. Alternative form of ochreous. Ochrophilo, The chroman 6-AR9R9 acetyl 3,1-E3-E5s 3,5-dithylhepta 1,3-denyl 6-amethyl-9,9-8 dihydrofuro 2,3H isochrome 6,8-dione. Ocrep, a particular type of inseptisol. Ocreps, plural of ocrept. Others, plural of ochre. Ogre, alternative form of ossuary. Ogre, either too thin, too light in color, or too low in organic matter to be considered either molic or umbric. Ochring, present participle and gerund of ochre. Ochrish, having an ochre-like color. Ochro, alternative form of ochra. Ochrobactin, a siderophyte produced by bacteria of the genus Ochrobactrum. Ochrobactins, plural of ochrobactin. Ochro, alternative form of ochra. Ochros, plural of ochro. Ochoi, resembling or containing ochre. Ochroeuchus, yellowish white, having a faint tint of dingy yellow. Ochronosis, a normal brown pigmentation of tissue, especially cartilage and ligaments, specifically that resulting from the accumulation of a melanin-like pigment derived from homogenisic acid in the metabolic disorder alkaptonuria. Ochronotic, having or pertaining to ochronosis. Ochrophy, any heterocunt of the phylum Ochrophyta. Ochrophytes, plural of ochrophyte. Ochrosol, a deeply weathered latticesol. Ochrosols, plural of ochrosol. Ochros, containing ochre. Ogre, alternative form of ossuary. Ochsner, a surname from German. Ochners, plural of Ochsner. Ochre, any insect in the family Ocheridae. Ochterids, plural of Ochterid. Ocherosratidae, any spider in the family Ocherosratidae. Ocherosratids, plural of Ocherosratid. Othi, initialism of overseas citizenship of India permanent residency scheme granted to people of Indian origin. Osa, initialism of office of the coordinator of inter-American affairs. Asa cat, a domestic cat of a breed that is spotted like a wild cat, established from Siamese and Abyssinian stock. Ossacats, plural of ossacat. Ozella, abbreviation of Online Copyright Infringement Liability Limitation Act. Ozella, a city, the county seat of Irwin County, Georgia, United States. Osamine of several isomeric monoterpenes found in many plants. Osimines, plural of osimine. Osamibundu, a member of the Southern Mbundu, a Bantu ethnic group living on the Ba Plateau of central Angola and in the coastal strip west of these highlands. Osinaplan, a particular kind of anxiolytic pyrazala pyrimidine drug. Ossivity, alternative form of oissivity. A river in Oxfordshire, England, that joins the Thames at Abingdon. Awkward, pronunciation spelling of awkward. Ockelbo disease, Augusta disease. Ockenden, a village near Cuckfield, West Sussex. Ockenden, an area which straddles the boundary between Greater London and Essex, England. North Ockenden is in Greater London and South Ockenden in Essex. Ocker, nickname for Oscar. Ocker Hill, a suburb of Tipton, Metropolitan Borough of Sandwell, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9793. Awkward, pronunciation spelling of awkward. Ockerdom, the world or sphere of Ockers Borscht, uncultivated Australians. Oggard, simple past and past participle of ocker. Ockerer, a usurer. Ockerers, plural of ockerer. Ockeret, a female Ocker Borscht, uncultivated Australian. Ockerets, plural of ockeret. Ocarina, synonym of ockeret. Ocarinas, plural of ocarina. Ockering, present participle and gerund of ocker. Ockerish, resembling or characteristic of an Ocker Borscht, uncultivated Australian. Ockerism, the manners or habits of ockers. Ockerisms, plural of ockerism. Ockerman, a surname from Dutch. Ockermans, plural of Ockerman. Odgers, plural of ocker. Otto, a rural and semi-rural village and civil parish in Guildford Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 0756. Occam algebra, a bounded distributive lattice with a dual endomorphism where dual means that it satisfies De Morgan's laws. Occam algebras, plural of Occam algebra. Occam's razor, alternative spelling of Occam's razor. Ockamism, a nominalist school of philosophical thought founded by William of Ockham in the 14th century. Ockhamis, a follower of Ockamism. Ockamistic, of or pertaining to William of Ockham, 13th-14th century English Franciscan friar and scholastic philosopher. Ockhamists, plural of Ockhamis. Ockis, plural of Ocki. Ockbor, a surname from German. Ockers, plural of Ockler. Otway, a village and civil parish in Mole Valley District, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1440. Okro, alternative form of okra. Oksu, synonym of wugyu. Oki, alternative form of Aki octopus. Aki strap, alternative form of Aki strap. Aki straps, plural of Aki strap. Ata, initialism of object constraint language, a declarative language developed at IBM that is now part of the UML standard. Aquacitinib, a veterinary medication belonging to the class of Janus kinase inhibitors, used for the treatment of atopic dermatitis in dogs. Acquer, a surname from French. Acquers, plural of Auclair. Avoy, initialism of Online Computer Library Center, formerly Ohio College Library Center. Ongt, initialism of original currency and amount, describing payments between banks in messages using the SWIFT standard. Odmoldy, a western tributary of the Altamaha River in the U.S. state of Georgia. Aven, initialism of occult control number. Ognemirs, a town in Alba County, Romania. Ogne Sugatai, a village and commune of Maramureș County, Romania. Ochnel Mare, a town in Valzia County, Romania. Othmida, a village in Tica, Bistritna Sod County, Romania. Ochnofil, a personality type characterized by avoidance of dangerous of unfamiliar situations and the reliance on other people for security. Ochnophilic, relating to or characteristic of an ochnophil, someone who tends to avoid dangerous or unfamiliar situations. Ochnophils, plural of ochnophil. Otten, plural of OCN. Of, initialism of one cancels other, a type of order. Ogho, a city in Orange County, Florida, United States. Ottoy, any member of the Occudi. Octides, plural of Occoid. Otales, a village and commune of Alba County, Romania. Otten, a surname from Spanish. Oconee, a small city in Washington County, Georgia, United States. Oconee bells, Shorsia galicifolia, a rare plant of the Southern Appalachians in the family Diapensiaceae. Oconee County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Watkinsville, named after the Oconee River. Oconto, a village in Custer County, Nebraska, United States. Oconto County, one of 72 counties in Wisconsin, United States. County seat, Oconto. Okamis, acronym of outside the contiguous United States, i.e. Alaska, Hawaii, the U.S. territories, and all other countries. Of the plural of Hosiao. Ocoth, any of various pine trees of Latin America. Ocothbec, a town in Cuernavaca, Morelos, Mexico. Ocothbec, a city in Honduras. Ocots, plural of Ocot. Acatheo, a census-designated place in Imperial County, California, United States. Acatheos, plural of Acateo. Initialism of oral contraceptive pill. Oct, initialism of obsessive-compulsive personality disorder. Oct, plural of oct. Oct, plural of OCP. Oct, alternative form of OCO weight unit. Oct, plural of OC. Othia, initialism of Oxford, Cambridge, and RSA Examination Board. Agra, alternative spelling of okra. OC rayable, able to be accurately scanned by OCR optical character recognition. Ocracies, plural of ocracy. Ocracoke, an island of North Carolina, United States. Ocracoker, a resident of Ocracoke Island, North Carolina. Ocracovers, plural of Ocracoker. Ocracy, any of various forms of government or rule as designated by words ending in ocracy. Agras, plural of okra. Over, alternative spelling of okra. Ocrea, a sheath around a plant stem forming from the stipule of a leaf and extending above the point of insertion of the leaf. Ocretius, relating to or having the form of an ocrea. Ocri, plural of ocrea. Aphriel. Relating to the acria. Agrias, plural of acria. Apri, alternative form of accreate. Accreate, alternative form of accreate. Acred, simple past and past participle of OCR. Ocrelizumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody with possible applications as an immunosuppressive drug. Overs, plural of ochre. Ochriflavi, plata. Ochring, present participle and gerund of OCR. Ochriplasmin, a recombinant protease having activity against fibronectin and laminin, which is used in the treatment of vitreomacular adhesion. Ocro, alternative form of ochra. OCRs, third person singular simple present indicative of OCR. Av, initialism of Old Church Slavonic. I, plural of OC. Oxenas, a surname. I, initialism of optical coherence tomography, an optical signal acquisition and processing method that captures high-resolution three-dimensional images from biological tissues. I, abbreviation of October. I, form of octo or octo used before a vowel. I, abbreviation of October. Octa, the proportion of the sky that is obscured by clouds. In eighths, 1 octa means that 1/8 of the sky is obscured, 2 octas that 1/4 is obscured, and so on. Octa, et. Octosidates, any compound that has 8 acetate groups typically of a sugar. Octosidates, plural of octosidate. Octatame, alternative form of octatomic. Octazacubane, a theoretical molecule composed of 8 nitrogen atoms only in a cubic configuration, with each nitrogen n atom being a vertex on the cube and bonding to 3 other nitrogens at the nearest 3 other vertexes. This is theorized to be the high explosive with the highest velocity, the most explosive non-nuclear explosive, and an isomer of octanitrogen N. Octazacubanes, plural of octazacubane. Octazamacrocycle, any macrocycle that contains 8 nitrogen atoms. Octabase, containing 8 replaceable hydrogen atoms. Octabenzome, an ultraviolet absorber screener used to protect polymers against damage by UV light. Octabromide, any bromide containing 8 bromine atoms in each molecule. Octabromides, plural of octabromide. Octabromo, 8 bromine atoms in a molecule. Octabromidophenyl ether, a brominated flame retardant with the molecular formula CH2Br8O. Octabromoporphyrin, any octabromo derivative of a porphyrin, some of which may be used in the spectrophotometric determination of lithium. Octabromoporphyrins, plural of octabromoporphyrin. Octacane, an anesthetic drug. Octacalcium, 8 calcium atoms or ions in a compound. Octacarbi, any carbide containing 8 carbon atoms per molecule. Octacarbides, plural of octacarbide. Octacarbonate, any compound containing 8 carbonate groups in each molecule or unit cell. Octacarbonates, plural of octacarbonate. Octachloride, any chloride containing 8 chlorine atoms in each molecule. Octachlorides, plural of octachloride. Octachlorobiphenyl, either of 12 isomers of the polychlorinated biphenyl containing 8 chlorine atoms. Octachlorobiphenyls, plural of octachlorobiphenyl. Octachlorodibenzofuran, the toxic perchloroderivative of dibenzofuran 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 octachlorodibenzofuran. Octachora, plural of octachoron. Octachord, a musical instrument with 8 strings. Octachords, plural of octachord. Octachori, a 4-dimensional object analogous to a cube, constructed out of 8 cubes. Octachorons, plural of octachoron. Octachotomies, plural of octachotomy. Octachotomy, the division of 1 into 8 separate but related parts. Octocistronic, relating to or composed of 8 cistrons. Octacontagion, a polygon with 80 sides and 80 angles. Octacontagions, plural of octacontagion. Octacontane, any saturated aliphatic hydrocarbon that has 80 carbon atoms, but especially an octacontane. Octacoordinated, coordinated with 8 ligands. Octacover, 8 atoms of copper in a chemical compound. Octacore, composed of 8 cores. Octacosadienote, any salt or ester of an octacosadienoic acid. Octacosadienotes, plural of octacosadienote. Octacosane, maybe a very many of the elevated editor of heavy to very eco and atoms but especially in it was octacosanes, plural of octacosane. Octacosanote, any salt or ester of octacosanoic acid. Octacosanotes, plural of octacosanote. Octacosanoic, of or pertaining to octacosanoic acid or its derivatives, montanic. Octacosanoic acid, montanic acid. Octacosana, any aliphatic alcohol derived from octacosane, but especially 1-octacosanol that is found in plant waxes. Octacosanols, plural of octacosanol. Octacosanote, any salt or ester of an octacosanotes, plural of octacosanote. Octacosanoic acid, any aliphatic carboxylic acid that has 28 carbon atoms and 1 double bond. Octacosanoic acids, plural of octacosanoic acid. Octactinol, of a sponge spicule having 8 rays. Octactinion, any anthozoan coral of the former subplus Octactinia. Octactinions, plural of octactinion. Octacu, 24 cell. Octacubes, plural of octacube. Octacyanamylidae, the ane mosien, any salt containing this anion. Octacyanamylidates, plural of octacyanamylidate. Octacyclic, having 8 rings of atoms. Octet, a group of 8 things. Octadiac, Alternative form of octadeka used before eval. Octadeka. 18. Octadecapper. 18 atoms of copper in a chemical compound. Octadecadionate. Misspelling of octadecadionate. Octadecadionate. Any salt or ester of octadecadionoic acid. Octadecadionotes. Plural of octadecadionote. Octadecadionoic. Of or pertaining to octadecadionoic acid or its derivatives, linoleic. Octadecadionoic acid. Linoleic acid. Octadecadionoyl. The univalent radical derived from octadecadionoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Octadecafluoructane. Synonym of perfluoructane. Octadecagon. A polygon with 18 sides and 18 vertices. Octadecagons. Plural of octadecagon. Octadecahedral. In the form of an octadecahedron. Octadecahedron. A polyhedron with 18 faces. Octadecahydrate. 18 water molecules in a hydrated compound. Octadecahydrates. Plural of octadecahydrate. Octadecamer. An oligomer having 18 subunits. Octadecameric. Of or pertaining to an octadecamer. Octadecamers. Plural of octadecamer. Octadecamal. The aliphatic aldehyde that has 18 carbon atoms. Octadecanamide. The acid amide of octadecanoic acid. Octadecane. Eddie of very many azomic alkenes of it for the but especially NFTKZ. Octadecanes. Plural of octadecane. Octadecanyethial. The aliphatic thiol that has 18 carbon atoms. Octadecanon. Any salt or ester of octadecanoic acid. Octadecanotes. Plural of octadecanote. Octadecanoic. Of or pertaining to octadecanoic acid or its derivatives. Octadecanoic acid. Synonym of stearic acid. Octadecanoid. Relating to octadecanoic acid and its derivatives, but especially to polyunsaturated forms that are involved in the biosynthesis of jasmonic acid. Octadecanoids. Plural of octadecanoid. Octadecanol. Any saturated aliphatic alcohol that has 18 carbon atoms, but especially one octadecanol. Octadecanoyl. The univalent radical derived from octadecanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group, steroyl. Octadecaptide. A polypeptide containing 18 amino acid moieties. Octadecaptides. Plural of octadecaptide. Octadecatatrenote. Any salt or ester of an octadecatatrenoic acid. Octadecatatrenotes. Plural of octadecatatrenote. Octadecatatrenoic. Of or pertaining to octadecatatrenoic acid or its derivatives, stearidonic. Octadecatatrenoic acid. Stearidonic acid. Octadecatриenoic. Of or pertaining to octadecatриenoic acid or its derivatives, linolemic. Octadecatриenoic acid, linolenic acid, aleosteric acid, calendic acid, or other isomer of a trinoic fatty acid with 18 carbon atoms. Octadecatриenoic acids, plural of octadecatриenoic acid. Octadecadreenol, an aliphatic alcohol that has 18 carbon atoms and 3 double bonds. Octadecadreenol, the univalent radical derived from octadecadreenoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group, linalool. Octadecene, any of very many isomers of an alkene having 18 carbon atoms and 1 double bond. Octadecenes, plural of octadecene. Octadecenoate, any salt or ester of octadecenoic acid, olate. Octadecenoic, of or pertaining to octadecenoic acid or its derivatives, oleic. Octadecenoic acid, oleic acid. Octadecenol, any of many isomeric aliphatic alcohols that have 18 carbon atoms and a double bond. Octadecenols, plural of octadecenol. Octadecenoil, the univalent radical derived from octadecenoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group, oloil. Octadecenoils, plural of octadecenoil. Octadecyl, any of very many isomeric univalent hydrocarbon radicals, CH, formally derived from an octacane by the loss of a hydrogen atom. Octadecylamine, any of very many isomeric gametes derived from an octane, but especially the proteated CH and H2. Octadecylamines, plural of octadecylamine. Octadecyls, plural of octadecyl. Octadecylsilane, a surface coating used in reversed phase chromatography. Octadehydrocorin, pro. Octadehydrocorins, plural of octadehydrocorin. Octadente, of a ligand capable of forming 8 separate chemical bonds to a coordinating metal ion. Octadipeptide, an oligomeric form of dipeptide composed of 8 monomers. Octadipeptides, plural of octadipeptide. Octadic, of or pertaining to an octad, 8-fold. Octadienol, any of several isomeric, unsaturated aliphatic aldehyde having 8 carbon atoms and 2 double bonds. Octadienols, plural of octadienol. Octadiene, any of several isomeric dienes having 8 carbon atoms. Octadienes, plural of octadiene. Octadrachm, an ancient Greek coin having a value of 8 drachmas. Octadrachms, plural of octadrachm. Octads, plural of octad. Octahedral, archaic form of octahedral. Octahedron, alternative spelling of octahedron. Octahedric, octennial related to or characterized by an atypia. Octahedrides, plural of octahedrous. Octahedrous, synonym of octennium, an 8-year period, particularly historical in Greek calendrical and astronomical calculations. Octethyl, 8 ethyl groups in a molecule. Octethylmeglycol, the dihydroxy polyether formed from 8 molecules of ethylene glycol. Octethylporphyrin, a synthetic analog of protoporphyrin Roman 9. Octafinal, the round in eliminations preceding the quarterfinal round. In single elimination playoffs, this is the round of 16. Octafluoride, any fluoride containing 8 fluorine atoms in each molecule. Octafluorides, plural of octafluoride. Octafluoro, 8 fluorine atoms in a compound. Octafluorocyclobutane, the organofluorine compound C4F8 related to cyclobutene by replacement of all CH bonds with CF bonds and used as a deposition gas and etchant in semiconductor manufacture. Octafluoropropane, the fluorocarbon perfluoropropane, a greenhouse gas used in plasma etching, refrigeration, and ultrasound. Octogenarian, misspelling of octogenarian. Octogenarians, plural of octogenarian. Octaglucoside, any glucoside that has 8 glucose units. Octaglucosides, plural of octaglucoside. Octaglutamate, any compound that has 8 glutamate groups or anions. Octaglutamates, plural of octaglutamate. Octagon, a polygon with 8 sides and 8 angles. Octagonal, shaped like an octagon and having 8 sides and 8 angles. Octagonally, in an octagonal manner. Octagomian, a member of a sect who worshipped at the Octagon Chapel in Liverpool. Octagomians, plural of octagonian. Octagons, plural of octagon. Octagram, an 8-sided star polygon. Octograms, plural of octagram. Octagonous, alternative form of octogenous. Octahedra, plural of octahedron. Octahedral, of, relating to, or having the shape of an octahedron. Octahedrality, the state or condition of being octahedral. Octahedrally, in an octahedral manner. Octahedrang, a hypothetical pad-lane derivative in the form of an octahedron that would be an allotrope of carbon. Octahedric, alternative form of octahedral. Octahedrical, octahedral. Octahedral, the mineral anatase. Octahedron, a polyhedron with 8 faces. The regular octahedron has regular triangles as faces and is one of the Platonic solids. Octahedrons, plural of octahedron. Octahedrous, octahedral. Octaheme, 8 heme groups in a hemoprotein. Octahedron, a non-convex uniform polyhedron that has 12 faces, 24 edges, and 12 vertices. Octahistidine, polyhistidine that has 8 monomers. Octahydrate, a hydrate whose solid contains 8 molecules of water of crystallization per molecule or per unit cell. Octahydrates, plural of octahydrate. Octahydride, any hydride containing 8 atoms of hydrogen per molecule. Octahydrides, plural of octahydride. Octahydrochloride, any compound that has 8 hydrochloride groups. Octahydrochlorides, plural of octahydrochloride. Octahydrocurcumin, the metabolite of curcumin 3s 5s 1,7 bis 4-hydroxy 3-methoxyphenylheptane 3,5-diol that shows anti-cancer activity. Octahydrocurcuminoid, synonym of octahydrocurcumin and related compounds. Octahydrocurcuminoids, plural of octahydrocurcuminoid. Octahydronaphthalene, a white crystalline solid used as a reagent in organic synthesis. Octahydroxy, a hydroxy functional groups in a molecule. Octahydroxyanthraquinone, an organic compound with formula CH8O, formally derived from anthraquinone by replacement of 8 hydrogen atoms by hydroxyl groups. Octahedron, 8 iron atoms or cations in a molecule Phe. Octadecahedron, synonym of octadecahedron. Octaketai, a polyketai that has 8 ketide groups. Octaketides, plural of octaketai. Octataches, a variant of octo used for multiplication with a second numerical prefix, octahexahedron. Octahexahedron, a polyhedron with 48 faces. Octo, the number system that uses the 8 digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Octal data rate, a memory interface which performs 8 bits per clock cycle per lane. Octahalide, 8 atoms of lead in a chemical compound. Octalar, a series of 8 statements. Octalogs, plural of octalar. Octalogy, work or as 8 individual works. They are commonly found in literature, film, or video games. Octoloop, an 8-base hairpin loop motif. Octoloops, plural of octoloop. Octals, plural of octal. Octamanganese, motif. Octoloops, plural of octaloop. Octals, plural of octal. Octamanganese, 8 manganese atoms or cations in a molecule Mn. Octamer, an oligomer having 8 subunits. Octamer, of or pertaining to an octamer. Octamerization, alternative form of octamerization. Octamerism, the condition of being octamerous. Octamerization, oligomerization that forms an octamer. Octamerize, to form into an octamer. Octamerize, simple past and past participle of octamerize. Octamerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of octamerize. Octamerizing, present participle and gerund of octamerize. Octamerous, having parts in groups of 8. Octamers, plural of octamer. Octameter, a line of verse containing 8 metrical feet. Octameters, plural of octameter. Octamethyl, in combination 8 methyl groups in a molecule. Octamethyl cyclotresiloxane. A particular cyclic siloxane. Octamethylene, 8 methylene groups in a molecule typically in a row with substituents or functional groups at each end. Octamethylpyrophosphoramide, an odorless organophosphate insecticide C8HN403P2 that has also been used to treat myasthenia gravis. Octamethyltrisiloxane, a particular linear siloxane. Octamoxin, a hydrazine drug formerly used as an antidepressant. Otzone, occurring every 8 days. Octanol is saturated aliphatic aldehyde having 8 carbon atoms. Octanaldehyde, octanol. Octandrous, having 8 stamens. Octane, any of the isomeric aliphatic hydrocarbon C8H found in petroleum, especially isooctane 2,2,4-trimethylpentane. They are used as fuels and solvents. Octane number, a measure of the antinouch properties of an automobile fuel. Octane numbers, plural of octane number. Octane rating, an octane number. Octane ratings, plural of octane rating. Octanoic acid, subbaric acid. Octane diene, any of several isomeric diketones derived from octane that are used as intermediates in organic synthesis. Octadiens, plural of octane diene. Octanes, plural of octane. Octanethyl, any thiol derived from an octane, but especially one octanethiol. Octanethials, plural of octanethiol. Octangle, a geometric figure with 8 corners and octagon. Octangles, plural of octangle. Octangular, octagonal with 8 angles. Octangularly, in an octangular manner. Octanitride, any nitride containing 8 atoms of nitrogen. Octanitrides, plural of octanitride. Octanitrocubane, a high explosive derived from cubane and one of the most powerful chemical explosives known. Octanose, any salt or ester of octanoic acid. Octanotes, plural of octanote. Octanoic, of or pertaining to octanoic acid or its derivatives. Octanoic acid, caprylic acid. Octanol, any of many isomers of the saturated aliphatic alcohol having 8 carbon atoms, but especially the cypropyri alcohol and octanol. Its esters are used in perfumery. Octanols, plural of octanol. Octanolysis, alcoholysis using octanol. Octanon, any aliphatic ketone that has 8 carbon atoms. Octamons, plural of octanon. Octanose, any monosaccharide having the configuration of an 8-membered ring. Octanoses, plural of octanose. Octanoyl, the univalent radical derived from octanoic acid by loss of the hydroxy group, capryloil. Octanoylate, to cause or to undergo octanoylation. Octanoylated, reacted with octanoic acid. Octanoylation, reaction with octanoic acid to form an octanote. Octanoyl carnitine, the N-octanoyl derivative of carnitine. Octanoyls, plural of octanoyl. Octanoyl transferase, any transferase that transfers octanoyl groups. Octanoyl transferases, plural of octanoyl transferase. Octans, a small circumpolar constellation of the southern sky, said to resemble an octant. It lies closest to the southern celestial pole of any constellation. Octan, the 8th part of a circle, an arc of 45 degrees. Octantyl, relating to an octant. Octantimonide, 8 antimonide ions in a molecule Sb. Octans, plural of octant. Actinnucleate, having 8 nuclei. Actinucleate, a codon containing 8 nucleotides. Octanucleotides, plural of octanucleotide. Octose, any oligosaccharide containing 8 monosaccharide moieties. Octases, plural of octals. Octoxy, alternative form of octoxy. Octoxides, plural of octoxy. Octoxo, a chemical compound with 8 oxygen atoms with double bonds. Octaoxygen, a red allotrope of oxygen, O8, that is stable only under very high pressures. Octapalladium, 8 palladium atoms or cations in a molecule PD. Octopartite, divided into 8 parts. Octapeptide, an oligopeptide having 8 amino acids. Octapeptides, plural of octapeptide. Octaphosphorus, 8 atoms of phosphorus in a compound. Octabi, misspelling of octopine. Octaba, a biblical octapla, an edition of the Bible in 8 parallel versions or languages. Octables, synonym of octapla. Octaplex, misspelling of octuplex. Octoploid, alternative form of octoploid. Octoploids, plural of octopoid. Octoploidy, alternative form of octopoidy. Octopodes, plural of octopody. Octopody. A meter or verse of 8 feet. Octapolar, that employs 8 electrodes. Octapole, alternative form of octupole. Octapoles, plural of octopole. Octaprenile, formed from 8 isoprene units. Octapus, misspelling of octopus. Octabor, eight water molecules in a compound. Octar, having 8 strands of xylem. Octarche, of or relating to octarchy. Octarchies, plural of octarchy. Octarchy, a group of 8 states. Octapeptide, a sequence of octapeptides that are repeated in a polypeptide or protein. Octarbetes, plural of octarpete. Octarrhodium, 8 rhodium atoms or cations in a molecule are H. Octarine, the color of magic, a notional extra color distinct from the colors of the rainbow/normal visible light spectrum, which is said chiefly in certain fiction, but also by some occultists to be visible to users of magic. Octaeus, the pint-eighth of a gallon in the apothecary's system. Octoroon, alternative spelling of octoroon. Octoroons, plural of octoroon. Octarticulate, having 8 joints or articulations. Octary, synonym of octal. Octas, plural of octa. Octosaccharide, an oligosaccharide that has 8 sugar units. Octosaccharides, plural of octosaccharide. Octosaccharide, relating to an octosaccharide. Octosilicate. 8 silicate anions or groups in a molecule. Octosiloxane. Any siloxane having 8 CO groups. Octosiloxanes. Plural of octosiloxane. Octasilver. 8 silver atoms or ions in a compound Ag. Octasodium. 8 sodium atoms or cations in a molecule. Octasum. Any one of 8 homologous chromosomes in an aneuploid complement. Octasums. Plural of octasum. Octastich. A poem or strophe of 8 verses or lines. Octastages. Having a phyllotaxis of 8 leaves in each spiral around a stem. Octastich. Plural of octastich. Octastyle. Having 8 columns in the front row of a portico, etc. Octastyles. Plural of octastyle. Octasulfane. The binary compound of hydrogen and sulfur H2S8. Octasulfate. Any compound that has 8 sulfate groups or ions. Octasulfates. Plural of octasulfate. Octasulfide. Any sulfide containing 8 atoms of sulfur. Octasulfides. Plural of octasulfide. Octasulfur. The most common allotrope of sulfur S containing 8 atoms in a ring. Octasulfate. Alternative form of octasulfate. Octasulfates. Plural of octasulfate. Octasulfi. Alternative spelling of octasulfi. Octasulfides. Plural of octasulfi. Octasyllabic. Alternative form of octasyllab. Octasyllabics. Plural of octasyllabic. Octayuge. A collection of 8 books, especially the first 8 books of the Old Testament. Octetuges. Plural of octetuge. Octolith. Competitor in an octathlon. Octoletes. Plural of octafleet. Octalon. A sporting event consisting of 8 different sports or contests. Octalons. Plural of octavlon. Octatomic. Having 8 atoms in each molecule. Octatonic. Containing 8 notes. Octatonic scale. A scale that has 4 half-step intervals and 4 whole-step intervals that alternate. Octatonic scales. Plural of octatonic scale. Octatria contain. The aliphatic saturated hydrocarbon having 38 carbon atoms each. Octatriacontanoic. Of or pertaining to octatriacontanoic acid or its derivatives. Octatriacontanoic acid. A long-chain saturated fatty acid having 38 carbon atoms. Octatriene. Any of several isomeric trienes having 8 carbon atoms. Octatrienes. Plural of octatriene. Octatropi. A muscarinic antagonist and antispasmodic used in the methyl bromide form. Octaval. Of, pertaining to, or relating to an octave. Octavolency. The property of being octulant. Octavolency. The condition of being octavalent. Octavalent. Having an atomic valence of 8. Octave. to sound one octave higher or lower. Octavated, altered to sound a pitch one octave lower than its usual range. Octavates, third person singular simple present indicative of octavate. Octavating, transposed by an octave. Octavation, transposition by an octave. Octavations, plural of octavation. Octave, an interval of 12 semitones spanning 8 degrees of the diatonic scale, representing a doubling or halving in pitch frequency. Octave clef note is to be raised by 1 or 2 octaves. Octave clefs, plural of octave clef. Octave day of Easter, synonym of Quasimodo. Octave days of Easter, plural of octave day of Easter. Octave flute, a flute that is smaller than a Western concert flute and pitched nearly an octave higher. Octave flutes, plural of octave flute. Octave of Easter, synonym of Quasimodo. Octave species, in ancient Greek music, a specific sequence of intervals within an octave. Octave, having a specified kind or number of octaves. Octaves, plural of octave. Octaves of Easter, plural of octave of Easter. Octavia, a female given name from Latin. In quiet use since the Middle Ages. Octavian, a male given name from Latin, notably born by Augustus Caesar between 44 and 27 BC. Octave, to octavate. Octaviation, the repetition of a chord an octave higher or lower than the original. Octaviations, plural of octavation. Octave, synonym of octic. Octavin, a single reed instrument with a conical bore originating in Germany. Octavina, a Filipino musical instrument resembling the guitar. Octavinas, plural of octavina. Octaving, an audio effect in which a signal is combined with another version of itself that is an octave higher or lower. Octavins, plural of octavin. Octavius, a male given name from Latin. In occasional use. Octavo, a sheet of paper 7 to 10 inches equals 17.78 to 25.4 cm high and 4.5 to 6 inches equals 11.43 to 15.24 cm wide, the size varying with the large original sheet used to create it. It is made by folding the original sheet 3 times to produce 8 leaves. Octava final, a match or game between 2 of the last 16 competitors in a given tournament or sporting competition. Octava finals, plural of octava final. Octavallateral, octaval and lateral, used exclusively to describe a structure in the brains of fishes, namely the medial octavallateral nucleus or the dorsal octavallateral nucleus, both analogous to the mammalian cerebellum. Octavos, plural of octavo. Octaword, misspelling of octaword. Initialism of organized crime and triad bureau. Octenol, any of several isomeric unsaturated aliphatic aldehydes having 8 carbon atoms and 1 double bond. Octenols, plural of octenol. Octenary, octo, base 8. Octene, any of many isomeric alkenes having 8 carbon atoms and 1 double bond. Some of them are used in the manufacture of polymers. Octenes, plural of octene. Octinidine, the aminopyridine derivative N-octyl 1,10,4-octylimonopyridine 1-ildacylpyridine 4-imine. Octinidine dihydrochloride, a cationic surfactant. Octenia, plural of octenium. Octennial, occurring every 8 years. Octenniole, every 8 years. Octennium, an 8-year period. Octeniums, plural of octenium. Octanol, 1-octan, 3-ol, a chemical in human breath and sweat that attracts biting insects such as mosquitoes. Octanyl, any of several isomeric radicals derived from an octene. Octanyls, plural of octanyl. Is a misspelling of osteocyte. Octaract, an 8-dimensional hypercube. Octaracts, plural of octaract. Of that, a group or set of 8 of something. Octet rule, a rule stating that atoms lose, gain, or share electrons in order to have a full valence shell of 8 electrons. Hydrogen is excluded because it can hold a maximum of 2 electrons in its valence shell. Octatonium, a color singlet-bound state of color octet scalars. Octets, plural of octet. Octet, alternative spelling of octet. Octet, alternative spelling of octet. Octets, plural of octet. Octets, plural of octet. Octet, abbreviation of oil country tubular goods, tubing, casing, and drill pipes manufactured according to API specification 5 CT. Oct, plural of oct. Octalinon, a particular fungicide. Oxyamine, a polyamine made up of 8 triangles. Oxyamines, plural of oxyamine. Octet, of the 8th degree or order. Octex, plural of octic. Octile, any of the quantiles that divide an ordered sample population into 8 equally numerous subsets. Octiles, plural of octile. Octilinear, composed of horizontal, vertical, and slash or diagonal 45 degrees line segments only. Octillion, 1,000 trillion trillion, a billion billion billion, 1 followed by 27 zeros, 10 to. Octillionaire, somebody whose wealth is at least 1 octillion 10 currency units. 1 followed by 27 zeros, 10 to. Octillionaire, somebody whose wealth is at least 1 octillion 10 currency units. Octillionaires, plural of octillionaire. Octillinefold, by a multiple of 1 octillion by an octillion times as much or as many. Octillions, plural of octillion. Octilliant, the ordinal form of the number octillion. Octillions, plural of octilliant. Octinoxate, the ester octyl methoxyzanamate when used as a sunscreen. Octipate, alternative form of octanucleate. Octazalate, the ester octyl salicylate when used as a sunscreen. Octitol, any sugar alcohol having 8 carbon atoms. Octitols, plural of octitol. Octiel, the element oxygen. Octile, a word or rather, a double word consisting of 8 bytes, 64 bits. Octlets, plural of octlet. Octoi, oh, octo, octochamp, alternative spelling of octochamp. Octochamps, plural of octochamp. Octonad, synonym of octot, a thing made up of 8 parts. Octads, plural of octad. Octale, an alloy of 8 metals: gold, silver, copper, lead, zinc, tin, iron, and antimony or mercury, formerly used in India for making idols. Octate, octimode. Octates, plural of octate. Octabas, a very large bass requiring 2 musicians, one to finger and one to bow. Octabasses, plural of octabas. Octabasses, someone who plays the octabas. Octabasses, plural of octabasses. October, the 10th month of the Gregorian calendar, following September and preceding November, abbreviation, oct. October beer, a strong ale traditionally brewed in October. October beers, plural of October beer. October effect, a market anomaly caused by widespread psychological anticipation of stock market crashes in the month of October. October effects, plural of October effect. October Revolution, the second of 2 revolutions which took place in Russia in 1917. October Revolution Island, an island of Russia in the Arctic Ocean, the largest island of the Severnaya Zemlya group. October Surprise, an occurrence that unexpectedly comes to public attention just prior to a November election, especially a presidential election, and that is likely to affect the outcome. October Surprises, plural of October Surprise. Oktoberfest, the Bavarian holiday Oktoberfest or Wiesen, or any such holiday, celebrated in late September to early October, typically featuring German music, cuisine, and beer drinking as prominent activities. Oktoberfest, resembling or characteristic of the month of October. Oktoberfest, alternative form of Oktoberfest. Oktoberfests, plural of Oktoberists. October, characteristic of the month of October. Octobers, plural of October. Octoberry, characteristic of the month of October. October, obsolete spelling of October. Octobracia, having 8 bracia, arms, or rays. October, characteristic of October. October, obsolete form of October. Octoberus, a member of the League formed October 1905 in response to imperial policies. Octoberus, plural of Octoberus. Octocalcium, misspelling of octocalcium. Octocellular, having 8 cells. Octocentenaries, plural of octocentenary. Octocentenary, an 800th anniversary. Octocentennial, relating to an octocentenary. Octocetid, belonging or related to the family Octocetidae of earthworms. Octocetids, plural of octocetid. Octochamp, a winner of 8 consecutive heats of the British television game show Countdown. Octachamps, plural of Octachamp. Octachord, alternative form of octachord. Octachords, plural of octachord. Octaclopin, synonym of chloropine. Octacog alpha, a recombinant form of factor Roman 8, an essential blood clotting protein. Octacontrabass, an instrument that is pitched 1 octave below the contrabass. Octocopter, an unmanned rotor craft having 8 rotors. Octocopters, plural of octocopter. Octocoral, an anthozoan of the subplus Alcyon area having 8 branched tentacles and 8 septa. Octocorallian, any coral of the subclass Octocoralia. Octocorallians, plural of octocorallian. Octocoralli, of or relating to the octocorals. Octocorals, plural of octocoral. Octocore. Composed of 8 cores. Octocrylene, an ester of a diphenylcyanocrylate with 2-ethylhexanol, used in sunscreens and cosmetics. Octodactylus, having 8 fingers. Octad, a thermionic valve that has 8 electrodes or similar elements. Octodecanoid, misspelling of octadecanoid. Octodecillion, octodecillions, plural of octodecillion. Octodecimal, having 8 times 10 faces. Octodecimo, a size of a sheet of paper resulting from folding and cutting a sheet of paper into 18ths 3.5, 4.5 x 4.9, 5.9. Octodecimos, plural of octodecimo. Octodente, having 8 teeth. Octades, plural of octad. Octodont, of or pertaining to the Octodontidae, a family of rodents including the tegu Octodontigus and 12 other South American species. Octodontid, any of the Octodontidae, a family of rodents including the common tegu Octodontigus and 12 other South American species. Octodontids, plural of octodontid. Octodontine, relating to or characteristic of the octodontids. Octodontoi, any rodent of the superfamily Octodontoidea. Octodontoids, plural of octodontoi. Octodonts, plural of octodont. Octodrine, a particular kind of stimulant drug. Octet shows, a liturgical book containing a repertoire of hymns ordered in 8 parts according to the 8 equitones or modes used in many rites of Eastern Christianity. Octeterical, octahedral, octavarious, in 8 ranks or rows. Octaphe, cleft or separated into 8 segments. Octafinal, alternative form of octafinal. Octafinals, plural of octafinal. Octafoil, having 8 lobes or leaves. Octafoil, decorated with octafoils. Octafoils, plural of octafoil. Octogamy, the state of having 8 spouses simultaneously. Octogen, the explosive HMX. Octogenarian, Synonym of 80-something, a person between 80 and 89 years old. Octogenarianism, the state or condition of being an octogenarian. Octogenarians, plural of octogenarian. Octogenaries, plural of octogenary. Octogenary, of or related to the number 80. Particularly, octogesimal, based on the number 80, used to describe the Réaumur scale. Octodild, a pecuniary compensation for an injury amounting to 8 times the value of the thing. Octogentillion, 10 to 3. Octoglotte, in 8 languages. Octagon, obsolete form of octagon. Octagonal, obsolete form of octagonal. Octagons, plural of octagon. Octogram, a regular 8-pointed star shape. Octograms, plural of octogram. Octogenous, having 8 pistils. Octahedra, plural of octahedron. Octahedron, alternative form of octahedron. Octahedrons, plural of octahedron. Octe, pertaining to, derived from, or resembling octane, used specifically to designate any of a group of acids including caprylic acid. Octid, being a form of gear or tooth that resembles the involute, but whose complete path of contact on the surface of a sphere is in the form of a figure 8. Octolateral, 8-sided. Octolinguo, written in 8 languages. Octolocular, having 8 cells or compartments, as for seeds. Octology, alternative spelling of octalogy. Octamer, alternative form of octamer. Octameral, octamerous. Octameric, misspelling of octameric. Octamerize, to polymerize to form an octamer. Octamers, plural of octamer. Octamino, a polyamino made up of 8 squares. Octaminos, plural of octamino. Octamo, American woman Nadia Suleiman, who gave birth to octuplets in 2009. Octamol, octanary. Octanaphene, a colorless liquid hydrocarbon, 1,3-diethylcyclohexane, occurring in petroleum. Octanathanes, plural of octanaphene. Octanarian, composed of 8 metrical feet. Octanaries, plural of octanary. Octanarii, plural of octanarius. Octanarius, a verse having 8 metrical feet. Octanary, of 8th rank or order. Octanium, spelling of octanian. Octanian, an 8-dimensional non-associative extension of a quaternion with a real part and 7 imaginary parts, each a real multiple of a distinct square root of -1. Octamianic, of or pertaining to octanians. Octamianically, in terms of octanians. Octanianics, the application of the mathematics of octanians in various branches of physics. Octamians, plural of octanian. Octinocular. Having 8 eyes. Octonipwe. Alternative form of octonucleate. Otsen. The 8th segment of an insect. Octhambo. Octopus-like. Octopamine. Anaromatic amine for 2-amino-1-hydroxyethylphenol related to noradrenaline, having similar characteristics to dopamine. Octopaminergic, containing or releasing octopamine. Octoparty, having 8 parts. Octoboi, a board game played with 4 pawns on each side of a 4x4 board. Octopian, of pertaining to or resembling an octopus, octopus-like. Octopt, octopod. Octopedo, alternative form of octopodal. Octopede, any 8-legged creature. Octopods, plural of octopede. Octops, plural of octopt. Octopeptide, misspelling of octapeptide. Octopedalus, having 8 petals. Octophobia, the irrational fear of the number 8. Octophone, a modern string instrument intended to be able to play the tone combinations of the tenor guitar, tenor banjo, ukulele, taro patch fiddle tipple, mandolin, mandola, and mandozolo. Octophones, plural of octophone. Octopi, plural of octopus. Octopian, of pertaining to or resembling an octopus, octopus-like. Octopi, of pertaining to or resembling an octopus, octopus-like. Octopi, misconstructed plural of octopus. Octopi, an analog of lactic acid derived from the amino acids arginine and alanine, first isolated from the muscle tissue of octopus species. Octopines, plural of octopine. Octoplex, misspelling of octoplex. Octoploid, having 8 complete sets of chromosomes in a single cell. Octoploidization, modification to become octoploid. Octoploidizations, plural of octoploidization. Octoploids, plural of octoploid. Octoploidy, the condition of being octoploid. Octopod, any animal with 8 feet or foot-like parts. Octopodo, octopoid, octopus-like. Octopodon, relating to cephalopod mollusks of the order Octopoda. Octopode, alternative form of octopod. Octopodian, pertaining to an octopus, octopus-like. Octopodes, plural of octopus. Octopodio, synonym of octopodal, octopus-like. Octopodian, resembling an octopus. Octopus-like. Octopodic, resembling an octopus, octopus-like. Octopodid, any octopus in the family Octopidae. Octopodids, plural of octopodid. Octopodiform, a cephalopod of the superorder Octopodiformes, comprising octopuses and vampire squid. Octopodiforms, plural of octopodiform. Octopodoi, a member of the cephalopod superfamily Octopodoidea. Octopodoids, plural of octopodoi. Octopodus, having 8 legs. Octopods, plural of octopod. Octopoid, of pertaining to or resembling an octopus or octopod, octopus-like. Octopoidal, octopoid, octopus-like. Octopoids, plural of octopoid. Octopolar, relating to an octopole. Octopole, a multiple configuration with 8 equal charges arranged in a circular pattern. Octopoles, plural of octopole. Octopolis, an area of Jervis Bay, New South Wales, Australia, where octopuses are known to congregate. Octopodithid, any squid in the family Octopodithids, plural of octopodithid. Octopus, any of several marine mollusks of the order Octopoda having no internal or external protective shell or bone, unlike the nautilus, squid, and cuttlefish, and 8 arms each covered with suckers. Octopus bush, Heliotropium phorthrinum, a flowering plant in the borage family, native to tropical Asia. Octopus bushes, plural of octopus bush. Octopus cable, a set of grouped cables offering different types of connector. Octopus cables, plural of octopus cable. Octopus card, a contactless smart card introduced in 1997, used as a form of payment in Hong Kong, originally for the mass transit system, but now widely used for public transport and other retail transactions. Octopus cards, plural of octopus card. Octopus stinkhorn, a fungus of the genus Clathris, especially sea archery, featuring pink or white arms and an odor similar to rotten meat. Octopus stinkhorns, plural of octopus stinkhorn. Octopus strap, synonym of bungee cord elastic fabric bound strap for securing luggage. Octopus straps, plural of octopus strap. Octopusal, octopus-like. Octobuse, simple past and past participle of octopus. Octobuses, plural of octopus. Octobuses, octopus-like, resembling an octopus. Octopush, the sport of underwater hockey. Octopusher, someone who plays octopush. Octopushers, plural of octopusher. Octopusio, octopoid, octopus-like. Octopusion, octopus-like. Octobusic, octopus-like. Octobusical, synonym of octopusine. Octopusine, resembling or characteristic of an octopus. Octopusing, present participle and gerund of octopus. Octopusish, resembling an octopus, octopus-like. Octopus-like, resembling or characteristic of an octopus, for example in having 8 or many arms. Octopus, simple past and past participle of octopus. Octopuses, plural of octopus. Octopuses, plural of octopussy. Octopusing, present participle and gerund of octopus. Octopussy, an octopus. Octopussy, resembling an octopus, octopus-like. Octopyranos, The pyranose form of an octase. Octopyranoses, plural of octopyranose. Octaradio, radiating outward in 8 directions. Octaradiant, having 8 rays. Octaradiate, having 8 rays. Octaradiated, having 8 rays. Octorara, a stream in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, a tributary of the Susquehanna River. Octorara, a stream in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, a tributary of the Susquehanna River. Octoroon, someone having 1/8 black ancestry. Octoroons, plural of octoroon. Octosaccharide, misspelling of octosaccharide. Octase, a sugar or saccharide containing 8 carbon atoms. Octases, plural of octase. Octospermous, having 8 seeds. Octospore, a carpospore, one of 8 produced by red algae of the family Bangiaceae. Octospores, plural of octospore. Octospora blastic, having 8 sporoblasts. Octosporus, having 8 spores. Octostitches, octastitches. Octostyle, a temple or portico with 8 columns in front. Octostyles, plural of octostyle. Octosyllabic, containing 8 syllables. Octosyllabical, alternative form of octosyllabic. Octosyllabics, plural of octosyllabic. Octosyllable, line of verse with 8 syllables. Octosyllables, plural of octosyllable. Octavorn, alternative form of octothorpe, the symbol hash. Octothorns, plural of octothorn. Octothorpe, alternative spelling of octothorpe. Octothorpe, the hash or square symbol hash used mainly in telephony and computing. Octothorpes, plural of octothorpe. Octothorpes, plural of octothorpe. Octoyamine, a particular thiamine analog. Octotrigintillion. Octolent, alternative form of octolent. Octovigintillion. Octavir. Any member of a group of 8 officials. Octavary, a group of 8 people, especially politics, a council of 8 men who share office or rule. Octavirates, plural of octavirate. Octavary, plural of octavir. Octavir, plural of octavir. Octaword, a numerical value of 8 times the magnitude of a word, 128 bits on a 16-bit architecture. Octawords, plural of octaword. Octoxide, any oxide having 8 oxygen atoms cell. Octoxides, plural of octoxide. Octyl, a hypothetical radical C8HO regarded as the essential residue of octic acid. Octor, alternative form of octor, 10th month of the Western calendar. Octor, abbreviation of October 10th month of the The West tree, a tree-like data structure each of whose nodes has up to 8 children, most often used to partition a three-dimensional space by recursively subdividing it. Octrees, plural of octree. Ataskin, sin igafi of a little adrade. Atasking, the generation of an octreuskin. Actaskins, plural of actaskin. Actiode, a cycloptide related to somatostatin. Athide, an octapeptide that mimics natural somatostatin pharmacologically, though it is a more potent inhibitor of growth hormone, glucagon, and insulin than a natural hormone. Octreotili, a tricyclic antidepressant. Octroi, a privilege granted by the sovereign authority, such as the exclusive right of trade granted to a guild or society, a concession. Octroi, plural of octroi. Octroi, to grant a privilege etc. by a government etc. Octroi, simple past and past participle of octroi. Octroying, present participle and gerund of octroi. Octroi. Third person singular simple present indicative of octroi. Os, initialism of one country, two systems, the political structure by which Hong Kong and Macau are administered separately from mainland China. Chinese, Chinese letter, 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 Yiguo Yang Ya. Ata, initialism of officer cadet training unit. Oxalofuranocide, any furanoside of an oxalosonic acid. Oxalopuranocide, any pyranoside of an oxalosonic acid. Oxalopuranocides, plural of oxalopuranocide. Oxalose, any octas containing a ketone group. Oxaloses, plural of oxalose. Oxalosonic acid, any carboxylic acid obtained by oxidation of an oxalose. Oxalosonic acid, plural of oxalosonic acid. Oxuer, an octet. Oxuers, plural of oxuer. Octubul, eightfold. Octubul, simple past and past participle of octuple. Octubules, plural of octuple. Octubus, a group of 8 things, particularly. Octuplets, plural of octuplet. Octuplex, having 8 components. Octuplicate, a set of 8 like or identical things. Octuplicated, simple past and past participle of octuplicate. Octuplicates, plural of octuplicate. Octuplicating. Present participle and gerund of octuplicate. Octuplication, multiplication by 8. Octupling, present participle and gerund of octuple. Octuply, in an 8-fold manner. Octupolar, of or pertaining to an octupole. Octupolarity, the condition of being an octupole. Octubole, anything having 8 poles or electrodes, but especially a kind of magnet used for controlling beams of charged particles. Octuboles, plural of octupole. Oxio, any of very many isomeric univlet hydrocarbon radicals C8H, formally derived from octane by the loss of a hydrogen atom. Octyl gallate, the ester of octanol and gallic acid used as a food additive. Octalaldehyde, synonym of octanol, especially N-octanol. Octylamide, an octylamide anionic derivative of ammonia. Octylamides, plural of octylamide. Octylamine, a very many amines from HT, but especially the period ZHCH-NH2. Octylamines, plural of octylamine. Octylammonium, the univalent cation obtained by protonation of octylamine CHNH. Octylated, modified by addition of an octyl group. Octylation, modification by addition of an octyl group. Octylations, plural of octylation. Octylee, octyleans, plural of octylene. Octoglucoside, a glycoside of glucose and octanol, used as a specialist surfactant. Octoglucosides, plural of octoglucoside. Octyla, pertaining to, derived from, or containing octyl. Octylisophazolinone, a compound used as a preservative. Octoloxy, the univalent radical CHCHO derived from octanol. Octoloxys, plural of octoloxy. Octophenol, a type of alkyl phenol. Octophenols, plural of octophenol. Octals, plural of octyl. Oxi, any of many isomeric alkenes having 8 carbon atoms and 1 triple bond. Octines, plural of octine. Ocular, of or relating to the eye or the sense of sight. Ocular inspection, a visual inspection of a place using the naked eye. Ocular micrometer, a measuring instrument that is inserted into the eyepiece of the microscope, used to measure microscopic features. Ocular micrometers, plural of ocular micrometer. Ocular radiance, a behavioral mechanism allowing organisms to radiate focused light from their irises in order to improve their vision. Ocular spark, a type of ocular radiance reflecting it into the visual field to illuminate the field of vision for diurnal active photolocation. Ocular sparks, plural of ocular spark. Ocular-centric, centered or focusing on vision. Oculocentrism, the privileging of vision over the other senses. Ocularium, plural of ocularium. Ocularis, someone who specializes in the fabrication and fitting of ocular prostheses for people who have lost an eye or eyes due to trauma or illness. Ocularists, plural of ocularists. Ocularity, a measure of the number of eyes needed to see something, i.e. monocular or binocular. Ocularium, a slit in a helmet through which the wearer could see. Oculoi, by means of the eye, visually. Oculars, plural of ocular. Oculary, of or pertaining to the eye. Oculate, having eyes. Oculated, synonym of oculate. Oculodatory, alternative form of oculoauditory. Oculesic, of or relating to oculesics. Oculesics, the study of eye contact as a form of body language. Oculi, plural of oculus. Oculi Sunday, the third Sunday in Lent. Oculiferous, bearing an eye or eyes. Oculiform, having the shape of an eye. Oculigerous, bearing an eye or eyes. Oculimotor, dated form of oculomotor. Oculinid, any of the family Oculidiozoticals. Oculinids, plural of oculinid. Oculism, ophthalmology, optometry. Oculist, an eye doctor, an ophthalmologist or optometrist. Oculistic, relating to oculism. Oculists, plural of oculus. Oculo, of or pertaining to the eye. Oculovestibular, alternative form of oculovestibular. Oculoauditory, relating to vision and hearing. Oculoauricular, ocular and auricular. Oculoauriculovertebral, relating to the eyes, ears, and vertebrae, applied to Goldenhar syndrome. Oculobocogenital, relating to the eyes, mouth, and genitals, applied to Behçet's disease. Oculobulbar, relating to the eye and the bulbous oculi. Oculocalia, relating to the eyes and heart, applied to a reflex where a decrease in pulse rate is associated with traction applied to extraocular muscles and slash or compression of the eyeball. Oculocenter, a reference point in the center of each eye. Oculocenters, plural of oculocenter. Oculocentric, passing through the oculocenter. Oculocephalic, relating to the eyes and head, applied to the vestibulo-ocular reflex. Oculosphalangitic, relating to the turning of the eyes and head, typically towards a source of stimulation. Oculocerebral, relating to the eye and the cerebrum. Oculocerebrocutaneous, affecting the eyes, cerebrum, and skin. Oculocerebrocutaneous syndrome, a disorder characterized by orbital cysts, microphthalmia, porencephaly, agenesis of the corpus callosum, and facial skin tags. Oculocerebrorenal, relating to the eyes, cerebrum, and kidneys, applied to Lowe syndrome. Oculocornea somatic disease, a mitochondrial myopathy with a typical onset before 20 years of age. Oculocutaneous, that affects the eyes and the skin. Oculodontodigital, affecting the eyes, teeth, and fingers. Oculodermal, relating to the eye and skin, applied to a form of melanocytosis that affects the face. Oculodigital, relating to the eyes and the fingers. Oculodigit esophagoduodenal, relating to the eyes, digits, esophagus, and duodenum, applied to Fingold syndrome. Oculodorsal, dorsal to the eye. Oculodynia, pain in the eye. Oculofacial, of or pertaining to the eyes and face. Oculophysioskeletal, relating to the eyes, face, and skeleton. Oculogenesis, the growth and development of the eye in the fetus. Oculogenital, relating to the eyes and genitals. Oculoblandular, relating to the eye and the lymph glands. Oculographic, relating to oculography. Oculography, the measurement and recording of the position and movement of the eye. Oculogyral, relating to oculogyration. Oculogyration, movement of the eye about the anteposterior axis, eye rolling. Oculogyrations, plural of oculogyration. Oculogyria, the rotation of the eyeballs within their orbits. Oculogyric, pertaining to the rotation of the eyeballs within their orbits. Oculoleptomeningeal, relating to the eyes and the leptomeninges. Oculolinctus, a paraphilia involving licking the eyeballs. Oculomandibulofacial, affecting the eyes, jaw, and face. Oculomanual, relating to coordination between eye and hand movement. Oculomasticatory, involving eye movement and mastication, applied to a form of myorrhythmia associated with Whipple's disease. Oculometer, an ocular micrometer used in oculometry. Oculometers, plural of oculometer. Oculometric, relating to oculometry, measured using an oculometer. Oculometrics, synonym of oculometry. Oculometry, biometric measurement of the condition and movements of the eye. Oculomotility, ocular motility. Oculomotion, the faculty of movements of the eye. Oculomotor, of or pertaining to movement of the eyeball. Oculomotor nerve, the third of 12 paired cranial nerves which controls most of the eye's movements and constriction of the pupil and maintains an open eyelid. Oculomotor nerves, plural of oculomotor nerve. Oculomotory, archaic form of oculomotor. Oculometricity, synonym of oculomotion. Oculomucocutaneous syndrome, a condition characterized by keratoconjunctivitis sicca and by scarring, fibrosis, metaplasia, and shrinkage of the conjunctiva, a side effect of the drugs Practilol and Epirocin. Oculonasal, pertaining to the eyes and nose. Oculonasally, in an oculonasal manner. Oculopalatal, relating to the eye and the palate. Oculopulperal, relating to the eye violet. Oculopathies, plural of oculopathy. Oculopathy, eye disease. Oculopharyngeal, relating to both the eye and the throat, especially to their respective muscles. Oculopharyngodistal, oculopharyngeal and distal. Oculophilia, a paraphilia involving sexual attraction to eyes and the licking of eyes, eye fetishism. Oculoplastic, relating to oculoplastics. Oculoplastics, surgery dealing with the eye and related structures. Oculoplasties, plural of oculoplasty. Oculoplasty, corrective surgery to the eyelid S. Oculopupillary, relating to the pupil of the eye. Oculornal, pertaining to the eyes and kidneys. Oculorspiratory, that affects the eyes and the respiratory system. Oculorhinitis, inflammation of the mucous membranes of the eyelid and of the nose. Oculoauditory, serving to rotate the eye. Oculoskeletal, relating to or affecting the eyes and the skeleton. Oculospinal, relating to the eyes and the spine. Oculosum, relating to the eye and the sympathetic nerve. nervous system. Oculosyphilis. Ocular syphilis, the ocular component or manifestations of syphilis, syphilis's effects on the eyes. In modern nosology, not entirely distinct from the rest of neurosyphilis, sometimes formally differentiated as, or in parallel with, parasyphilis. Oculotoxic, toxic to the eyes. Oculotropic, having an affinity for or moving towards the eye. Oculovestibular, relating to the eye and the vestibule. Oculozygomatic, relating to the eye and the zygoma or zygomatic bone. Oculus, a window or other opening that has an oval or circular shape as of an eye. Ocum, obsolete spelling of oakum. Occupado, occupied set of a toilet stall. Ocude, a Native American paramount chieftain in the Piedmont region of the U.S. state of Georgia in the 16th and 17th centuries. Abwa, initialism of overseas contract worker. Osadrome, any beetle of the genus Osadromus. Osadromes, plural of osadrome. Ossipodon, any crab of the family Ossipodidae. Ossipodons, plural of ossipodon. Ossipodian, a member of the crab family Ossipodidae. Ossipodians, plural of ossipodian. Ossipodid, any crab in the family Ossipodidae. Ossipodids, plural of ossipodid. Osseoid, any member of the Ossithoidae. Osseoids, plural of ossivoi. Initialism of overdrive. An Indo-Aryan language spoken in Sindh and Punjab in Pakistan and Gujarat, Haryana, New Delhi, and Rajasthan in India. Simple past and past participle of od. Spoken in Sindh and Punjab in Pakistan and Gujarat, Haryana, New Delhi, and Rajasthan in India. Simple past and past participle of od. Simple past and past participle of od. Odding, present participle and gerund of od. Plural of od. Odd to bobs, expressing surprise, emotion, etc. Odding, present participle and gerund of od. The initialism of Open Data Center Alliance. A female given name in German. Odawa, alternative form of Odawa Native American people/language. Odati, a long, large Japanese sword. Odati, alternative form of Odachi. Odachis, plural of Odachi. Odase, any of the family Odacidae of purse-armed fishes. Odaseds, plural of Odacid. Odacine, any fish of the genus Odax. Odacines, plural of Odacine. Otagian, a surname from Armenia. Odagians, plural of Odagian. Odenathus, Septimius Odenathus, the first king of the Pomeranian kingdom, who reigned from AD 260 to A. 267. Odageria effect, a television phenomenon in which a program attracts a larger than expected number of women viewers because the program stars attractive male actors or characters. Oda, alternative form of Oda room in a harem. Odas, plural of Oda. Odel, a commune of Buzău County, Romania. Odagen, a surname from Armenian. Oda-Jans, plural of Oda-Jan. Odo. Among the early and medieval Teutonic peoples, especially Scandinavians, the heritable land held by the various Odelmen constituting a family or kindred of freeborn tribesmen. Odelborn, inheriting land by Odel. Odalik, archaic form of Odalisk. Odaliks, plural of Odalik. Odalisk, alternative spelling of Odalisk. Odalisks, plural of Odalisk. Odalism, a white nationalist ideology that claims European countries as the exclusive property odal of white people. Obelis, a female slave in a harem, especially one in the Ottoman Seraglio. Obelisks, plural of Odalisk. Odalar, alternative form of Udollar. Odallars, plural of Odallar. Odalman, a man having odal or able to share in it by inheritance. Odalman, plural of Odalman. Odals, plural of Odal. Oldinakativ, an inhibitor of cathepsin K, being investigated as a treatment for osteoporosis and bone metastases. Otango, a Japanese sweet round dumpling made from machiko rice flour, eaten off a stick, related to machai. Odes, plural of Oda. Odawa, the Atwa people. Odawara, a city in Kanagawa Prefecture, Japan. Odexalagnia, a paraphilia in which biting or being bitten leads to sexual arousal. Ode, a male given name from Arabic. Odes, plural of Ode. Odivi, initialism of Open Document Database. Odd, initialism of Open Database Connectic. Odes, plural of Ode. Odivi, initialism of Open Document Database. Odd, initialism of Open Database Connectivity. ODDL, initialism of Open Database License, a copyleft license. Odd, initialism of ordinary decent criminal, a prisoner not associated with terrorism. Odd, plural of ODC. Odd, initialism of oppositional defiant disorder. Odd, a male given name. Odd and curious. On the Isle of Man, the common or general man. Odd bird, synonym of strange bird. Odd birds, plural of odd bird. Odd mai, a temporary crew member who joins a mission with an established crew. Odd bods, plural of odd bod. Odd couple, two people who have a special connection or are in a relationship but who are completely different from each other. Mismatched couple. Odd couples, plural of odd couple. Odd die, an unusual person, especially one with an idiosyncratic personality or peculiar behavioral characteristics. Odd ducks, plural of odd duck. Odd fellow, alternative form of oddfellow. Odd fish, an unusual thing or eccentric person. Odd function, any function whose value changes sign if the independent variable changes sign AFX equals FX. Odd functions, plural of odd function. Odd job, temporary employment. Odd job, simple past and past participle of odd job. Odd jobbing, present participle and gerund of odd job. Odd jobs, plural of odd job. Odd lot. A block of shares of stock that is not a multiple of some number, usually 100. Odd lots. Plural of odd lot. Odd lotter. An investor who purchases odd lots. Odd lotters. Plural of odd lotter. Odd man. In a group having an odd number of people, someone with the casting vote, an arbiter. Odd man out. Alternative form of odd one out. Odd man wins. An old coin-tossing game for 3 players. The player whose outcome heads or tails first differs from that of the other 2 players is the winner. Odd men. Plural of odd man. Odd men out. Plural of odd man out. Odd number. Any integer that produces a non-integer when divided by 2. This entry is a translation hub. Odd numbers. Plural of odd number. Odd one out. Something or someone in a group that is different or exceptional, that does not fit. Odd ones out. Plural of odd one out. Odd road. A civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. Odd by. Alternative spelling of odd bod. Odd bods. Plural of odd bod. Odd come short. An oddment, a miscellaneous item. Odd come shorts. Plural of odd come short. Odd come short. Alternative form of odd come short. Odd come shorts. Plural of odd come short. Oddion. Having an odd number of protons and an even number of neutrons. Odd eye. Having heterochromia of the eyes. Odd job. Alternative form of odd job. Odd job man. Synonym of handyman. Odd job men. Plural of odd job man. Odd job. Simple past and past participle of odd job. Odd jobber. One who performs odd jobs. A handy person. Odd jobbers. Plural of odd jobber. Odd jobbing. Present participle and gerund of odd job. Odd jobman. A man who does odd jobs. Odd jobman. Plural of odd jobman. Odd jobs. Plural of odd job. Odd numbered. Having or bearing an odd number. Odd eye. Having odd numbers of both protons and neutrons. Odd pinnate. Pinnate with a single leaflet at the apex. Odd toed. Having an odd number of toes. Odd-toed ungulate. Any mammal in the order Parasitoctila, including horses and other equids, rhinoceroses, and tapirs. Odd-toed ungulates. Plural of odd-toed ungulate. Odd. Contraction of Aldov. Oddorminchi. A province in northeastern Cambodia. Oddball. An eccentric or unusual person. Oddballuri. Quirky, eccentric behavior. Oddballish. Quirky, eccentric. Oddballs. Plural of oddball. Oddbye. Alternative spelling of oddbot. Oddbods. Plural of oddbot. Odden. To make or become odd all senses. Odd. simple past and past participle of odden. Oddening, present participle and gerund of odden. Odder, comparative form of odd, more odd. Odderer, the hypothetical counterpart of the Pomeran carrying odd charge parity. Odderans, plural of odderan. Oddes, superlative form of odd. Most odd. Oddfellow, a member of a secret order or fraternity established for mutual aid and social enjoyment. Oddfellows, plural of oddfellow. Oddy, a surname. Oddification, conversion to an odd form. Oddify, simple past and past participle of oddify. Oddifies, third person singular simple present indicative of oddify. Oddify, to cause to appear strange. Oddifying, present participle and gerund of oddify. Oddingly, a village and civil parish served by Saleway Parish Council in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 9159. Oddington, a civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England, that includes the villages of Lower Oddington and Upper Oddington. Oddish, somewhat odd. Oddities, plural of oddity. Auditorium, a shop or museum exhibiting unusual curiosities. Auditoriums, plural of auditorium. Oddity, an odd or strange thing or opinion. Oddity effect, the posited phenomenon that any shoal member that stands out in appearance will be preferentially targeted by predators, which may explain why fish prefer to shoal with individuals that resemble themselves. Oddity effects, plural of oddity effect. Odd, alternative form of odd job. Oddjob, simple past and past participle of oddjob. Oddjobbing, present participle and gerund of oddjob. Oddjobs, plural of oddjob. Oddling, one who is odd or eccentric, an oddball. Oddlings, plural of oddling. Oddly, in a peculiar manner, strangely, unusually. Oddman, alternative form of odd man, one who does odd job. Oddman, plural of oddman. Oddmat, a part of something that is left over, such as a piece of cloth. Oddments, plural of oddment. Oddness, the state or quality of being a. Oddnesses, plural of oddness. Otto Harkin's rule, a rule which states that elements that have an even number of protons in the nucleus are more common than those with an odd number. Odd, plural of ODD. Odds, the ratio of the probability of an event happening to that of it not happening. Odds and bods, synonym of odds and sods, miscellaneous items. Odds and ends, miscellaneous things. Odds and sods, miscellaneous items. Odds are. It is very likely, there is a strong chance. Odds bod. Alternative spelling of odds bodakin. Odds match, a match in which one side has more players than the other. Odds on. Alternative spelling of odds on. Odds on. Having a chance of winning that is better than even. Odds board. A board displaying the odds or lines for sports betting. Odds boards. Plural of odds board. Oddsma. Alternative spelling of odds bodikins. Oddset. Oddity, often used as a form of address. Oddships, plural of oddship. Odds maker, a person who sets odds for gambling. Odds makers, plural of odds maker. Odds making, the setting of odds for gambling. Oddsman, a person who offers odds to gamblers. Oddsman, plural of oddsmen. Oddso, alternative form of oddso. Oddsum, marked by oddness, strange. Oddswise, with respect to odds. Advertisement, an advertisement using advertising. Advertisements, plural of advertisement. Advertising, quirky advertising. Oddie, an English surname. Oh, initialism of ordinary differential equation. Oh, a surname. Odia. Plural of Odien. Odebret, a surname from German. Odette, simple past and past participle of Odi. Odette, Raugangville bush warbler Horornis hadeni. Odi, very, extremely. Odegaard, a surname from Norwegian. Odegaards, plural of Odegaard. Odair, plural of Odain. Odan, alternative form of Odeon. Odaeans, plural of Odain. Odele, expressing approval or encouragement. Odell, a female given name. Odut, a little or short ode. Oduts, plural of Odelet. Odell, a male given name. Odells, plural of Odell. Odelsting. Alternative form of Odelsting. Ovesting, the quasi-lower house of the Parliament of Norway from 1814 to 2009. Ardema, misspelling of Edenma. Oden, a Japanese one-pot winter dish of varying ingredients. Odense, the largest city in the region of southern Denmark region Sydnmark and third largest city in Denmark. Odental, a surname from German. Odentals, plural of Odenful. Odenville, a city in St. Clair County, Alabama, United States. Oden, any of several ancient Greek and Roman buildings built for musical activities. Odense, plural of Odien. Oder, a river in Central Europe that flows from the Czech Republic through Poland and Germany to the Baltic Sea. Plural of Ode. Od, plural of Ode. Odessa, alternative spelling of Odessa. Oda. Odessen, of from, or relating to the city of Odessa, Ukraine. Odessans, plural of Odessen. Odessai, of from, or relating to Odessa city in Ukraine. Odessites, plural of Odessite. Odesivimab, a monoclonal antibody used in a combination drug atoltivimab/maftivimab/odesivimab to treat Zaire Ebola virus. Odessa, a German organization founded after WW2, believed to have helped SS officers to flee from Europe. Odessa, a locale in Ukraine. Odessan, a war relating to the city of Odessa, Ukraine. Odessans, plural of Odessan. Odessai, or relating to Odessa. Odessites, plural of Odessite. Ode, a female given name from French. Odea, alternative form of Odia. Odans, plural of Odiam. Odavixabat, an oral medication for the treatment of progressive familial intrahepatic cholestasis FIC. OAF, initialism of open document format. OD, initialism of open document graphics. Odjus, a surname. Odessus, plural of Odgers. Adilani, a type of small sari worn over other clothing. Adhanis, plural of Adhani. Adni, Adupa. Adnes, plural of Adni. Od, initialism of opiate detoxification Institute. OVIA, initialism of Office of the Director of Intercollegiate Athletics. OVIA, the official language of the state of Odisha, India. Odias, plural of Hodia. Odable, fit to excite hatred, hateful, odious. Ode, of or pertaining to odes. Odically, in terms of the hypothetical force called odd. Of a diminutive of the male given names Odell, Odin, Ogilvy, Otis, Odysseus, Odysea, Odordo, or Ogeneo, also used as a formal given name. Odiferous, odoriferous, smelly. Odiferously, in an odiferous manner. Odiferousness, the quality of being odiferous. Odiham, a village and civil parish in Hart District, Hampshire, Inland OS Grid Ref SU 7451. There, initialism of Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. Ode, any member of the family Odiidae now Oxlicity of small shrimp-like crustaceans. Odes, plural of Odia. Odin, a major Germanic god often described as chief of the pantheon in his Norse form, a member of the Aesir, married to Frigg and associated with knowledge, poetry, and war. Wednesday refers to him by way of Interpretatio Germanica. Odinani, the traditional religious practices and cultural beliefs of the Igbo people of southern Nigeria. Oding, present participle and gerund of Odi. Odinian, synonym of Odinic. Odinic, pertaining to Odin or Odinism. Odidi, any fly of the family Odini. Odinis, plural of Odinius. Odinism, Heathe Germanic Neo-paganism, especially a variety devoted to the Norse pantheon. Odinus, a practitioner of Odinism. Odinists, plural of Odinus. Odinite, a monoclinic gammatic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, silicon, and titanium. Odin's men, one who honors Odin as their primary god. Odin's men, plural of Odin's men. Odin's woman, a woman who honors Odin as her primary god. Odin Savai, an orthorhombic diuranyl mineral containing beryllium, calcium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, and titanium. Odin Sovo, a city in Moscow Oblast, Russia. Odunman, a municipality of Romblon, Philippines. Odious, arousing or meriting strong dislike, aversion, or intense displeasure. Odious as a toad, very odious, hateful. Odious debt, the national debt incurred by a regime for purposes that do not serve the best interests of the nation and thus considered to be a personal debt of the regime and not a debt of the state. Odious debts, plural of odious debt. Odiously, in an odious manner. Odiousness, the condition of being odious. Odiousnesses, plural of odiousness. Plural of Odiac. Odi, a state in eastern India. Capital, Bhubaneswar. Odisha, a surname. Odishos, plural of Odisho. Odism, the supposed science of the force or natural power called Od. Odest, a writer of an ode or odes. Odests, plural of odists. Odium, hatred, dislike. Odium generis humani, hatred for the human race. Odium philologicum, hatred between philologists over academic points of disagreement. Odium theologicum, rancor generated by theological disputes. Odiums, plural of odium. Odies, to charge with odd the hypothetical force. Odies, simple past and past participle of odies. Odies, third person singular simple present indicative of odies. Odizing, present participle and gerund of odies. Aje, a surname from Algonquin. Odland, a surname from Norwegian. Odland bodies, plural of Odland body. Odland body, lamellar granu. Odlands, plural of Odland. Odl. A surname. Odals, plural of Odl. Odl, initialism of original design manufacturer, a company that designs and manufactures a product that will be rebranded for sale by another company. Odmo, a volatile liquid with an unpleasant garlic odor. Obtained by boiling sulfur with linseed oil. Odden, initialism of ordnance datum nilning, used to judge the height above/below sea level in England, from the MSL mean sea level in Newland between 1915 and 1921. Adne, synonym of originaler DNA initialism. Adnes, a village on Randsfjorden, Sonderland municipality, inland, Norway. Adni, abbreviation of Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Odo, initialism of Oxford Dictionaries Online. Odo, a male given name of historical usage. Odo, relating to roads. Odocer, Flavius Odocer, the first king of Italy. Odobin, of or pertaining to a walrus, Odomus rosmarus. Odobnet, any of the family Odomidi, a walrus. Odobneds, plural of Odobmed. Odobnine, of or pertaining to a walrus. Odobnines, plural of Odobnine. Odobsti, a commune of Bacău County, Romania. Odograph, odometer. Odographs, plural of odograph. Odology, the study of roads or paths. Otham, a surname from Middle English. Odometer, an instrument usually embedded within the speedometer of a vehicle that measures the distance the vehicle has traveled since production. Odometer fraud, the illegal practice of rolling back an odometer to make it appear that a vehicle has lower mileage than it actually does. Odometers, plural of odometer. Odometer, alternative form of odometer. Odometers, plural of odometer. Odometric, alternative form of odometrical. Odometrical, of or pertaining to an odometer or to odometry. Odometrically, by means of or in terms of odometry. Odometry, measurement of distances by the odometer. Odoms, plural of odom. Odonaten, any member of the Odonata dragonflies, etc. Odonatans, plural of odonaten. Odonate, any carnivorous insect of the order Odonata, a dragonfly or damselfly. Odonates, plural of odonate. Odonates, one who studies dragonflies or damselflies. Odonatests, plural of odonatests. Odonatological, relating to odonatology. Odonatologist, one who studies odonatology. Odonatologists, plural of odonatologists. Odonatology, the study of dragonflies and often damselflies. Odon, a surname. Odontogenesis, misspelling of odontogenesis. Odontagra, an instrument for drawing teeth. Odontalgia, toothache. Odontalgias, plural of odontalgia. Odontalgia, of or pertaining to odontalgia. Odontalgics, plural of odontalgic. Odontalgy, plural of odontalgia. Odontalgy, archaic form of odontalgia. Odontaspidid, any shark in the family Odontaspididae. Odontaspidids, plural of odontaspidid. Odontasterid, any starfish in the family Odontasturidae. Odontasturids, plural of odontasterid. Odontectomies, plural of odontectomy. Odontectomy, the extraction of a tooth that is partially enclosed by bone. Odontiasis, cutting of the teeth, dentition. Odontic, dental. Odentes, dentist. Odontists, plural of odontes. Odonto, odontotrichal digital Palmer syndrome, an autosomal dominant skin condition with salient clinical features of natal teeth, trichodystrophy, prominent interdigital folds, simian-like hands with transverse palmar creases, and digital dystrophy. Odontoblasts, a cell on the outer surface of dental pulp that produces tooth, dentin. Odontoblastic, relating to odontoblasts. Odontoblasts, plural of odontoblasts. Odontobothritis, alveolitis of the jaw. Odontobutid, any fish in the family Odontobutidae. Odontobutids, plural of odontobutid. Odontocete, any member of the cetacean parvorder Odontosti, a toothed whale. Odontocetes, plural of odontocete. Odontoclasts, a form of osteoclast associated with absorption of the roots of deciduous teeth. Odontoclastic, relating to odontoclasts. Odontoclasts, plural of odontoclasts. Odontocomplex, a complex of teeth or tooth-like features. Odontocomplexes, plural of odontocomplex. Odontocyte, synonym of odontoblast. Odontocytes, plural of odontocyte. Odontocytic, relating to odontocytes. Odontodactylid, any mantis shrimp in the family Odontodactylidae, Odontodactylus spp. Odontodactylids, plural of odontodactyla. Odentode, a structure resembling a tooth on the surface of some animals. Odentodes, plural of odontode. Odontodysplasia, an abnormal development of the teeth characterized by the deficient formation of enamel and dentin. Odontofacial, relating to the teeth and the face. Odontogenesis, the formation and development of teeth. Odontogenetic, relating to odontogenesis. Odontogenic, of or pertaining to the formation and development. Odontogeny, the generation or mode of development of the teeth. Odontoblossom, any of very many orchids of the genus Odontoblossum. Odontoblossums, plural of odontoblossum. Odontognathus, having tooth-like ridges on the jaw. Odontogram, a diagrammatic representation of a person's teeth. Odontograms, plural of odontogram. Odontograph, an instrument for marking or laying off the outlines of teeth of gear wheels. Odontographic, of or pertaining to odontography. Odontographies, plural of odontography. Odontographs, plural of odontograph. Odontography, a scientific description of the teeth. Odontoi, resembling a tooth, especially in shape. Odontoid process, synonym of dens. Odontoid processes, plural of odontoid process. Odontoidectomy, excision of an odontoid process. Odontoids, plural of odontoi. Odontolize, a fossil tooth colored bright blue by iron phosphate, used as an imitation turquoise. Odontolites, plural of odontolite. Odontole, dental tartar. Odontolithus, dental tartar, odontolith. Odontologic, alternative odontological. Odontological, referring or pertaining to odontology, dental. Odontologically, in terms of or by means of odontology. Odontologists, one who studies teeth. Odontologists, plural of odontologists. Odontology, the study of the structure and development of teeth. Odontoma, a hamartoma of odontogenic origin. Odontomach, any ant of the genus Odontomachus. Odontomachine, relating to trapjaw ants of the genus Odontomachus. Odontomalacia, abnormal softening of the teeth. Odontomas, plural of odontoma. Odontomata, plural of odontoma. Odontomatus, relating to an odontoma. Odontomaxillary, relating to the teeth and jaw. Odontometer, an odontograph. Odontometers, plural of odontometer. Odontometric, relating to odontometrics. Odontometrics, the measurement of teeth. Odontonecrosis, necrosis of the tooth. Odontoneuralgia, neuralgia affecting the nerves in a tooth. Odontopediatry, relating to odontopediatrics. Odontopediatrics, dentistry performed on infants. Odontopathies, plural of odontopathy. Odontopathogen, a dental pathogen. Odontopathogenic, relating to odontopathogens. Odontopathogens, plural of odontopathogen. Odontopathology, the study of diseases of the teeth. Odontopathy, any disease that affects the teeth. Odontopediatrics, alternative form of odontopediatrics. Odontophobia, an irrational fear of dentistry. Odontophobias, plural of odontophobia. Odontophobic, having an irrational fear of dentistry. Odontophobics, plural of odontophobic. Odontophoral, relating to the odontophore. Odontophore, a projection in the mouths of most mollusks used with a radula to break up food. Odontophores, plural of odontophore. Odontophorid. Any quail in the family Odontophoridae. Odontophorids. Plural of odontophorid. Odontophorus. Odontophoral. Odontophorinae. Any frog of the family Odontophorinidae. Odontophorinids. Plural of odontophorinid. Odontoblast. Archaic form of odontoblast. Odontoplasts. Plural of odontoplast. Odontoplasty. A procedure that adjusts a tooth's size, shape, or length through the selective removal of small amounts of enamel. Odontoplorid. Any trilobite of the order Odontoplorida. Odontoplorids. Plural of odontoplorid. Odontopteroi. Resembling or characteristic of the genus Odontopterus. Odontopterygian. An extinct pelican-like pelagornithid seabird of the suborder Odontopterygia. Odontopterygians. Plural of Odontopterygian. Odontoragia. Bleeding from the socket after removal of a tooth. Odontoscope. An instrument for testing the action of gear wheels. Odontoscopes. Plural of odontoscope. Odontosction. An incision into a tooth. Odontoscions. Plural of odontosction. Odontostomy. Skeletal. Relating to teeth and the skeleton. Odontostyle. A protrusible, hollow, needle-like tooth found in nematodes used to puncture and empty food items. Odontostyles. Plural of odontostyle. Odontotechny. The technical devices and items that are used in the practice of dentistry and orthodontia. Odontotheca. The capsule or follicle of a tooth. Odontothecas. Plural of odontotheca. Odontotomy. The removal of gum tissue that overlays part of a tooth. Of or relating to the Odontotometaceae. Odonem. An identifying name given to a street name. Odonems. Plural of odonem. Odonemy. The study of street names. Odom. Alternative form of odum, the tree Milicia excelsa. Odor. Any smell, whether fragrant or offensive. Odor of sanctity. Alternative spelling of odor of sanctity. Odorment. Something gives off a scent, an odoriferous substance. Odorament. Plural of odorament. Odorant. Any substance that has a distinctive smell, especially one added to something such as household gas for safety purposes. Odorants. Plural of odorant. Odorate. Odorous. Odorates. Plural of odorate. Odoratin. An alkaloid found in Hymenopsis odorata. Odorating. Diffusing odor or scent, fragrant or odorous. Odorato. Relating to the sense of smell. Odoratol. A protoliminoid found in Sidra odorata. Odoraton. An organic compound with chemical formula CHO4 found in Cedrella odorata. Odorator. A device with a tube to be blown into and another that sprays a scent. Odorators, plural of odorator. Odor, having an odor, especially having a specified odor. Odoru, a village and commune of Sărumaru County, Romania. Odorful, odorous. Odorheisecuiesc, a city in Harghita County, Romania. Odori, an energetic Japanese style of folk dance. Odoriferosity. Odoriferousness. Odoriferous, having an odor or fragrance. Odoriferously, in an odoriferous manner. Odoriferousness, the quality of being odoriferous. Odorific, synonym of odoriferous. Odorimeter, alternative. Form of odorometer. Odorimeters, plural of odorimeter. Odorimetry, the measurement of odor. Odorize, alternative spelling of odorize. Odorize, simple past and past participle of odorize. Odorizer, alternative form of odorizer. Odorizers. Plural of odorizer. Odorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of odorize. Odorizing, present participle and gerund of odorize. Odorivector, a material that emits an odor. Odorivectors, plural of odorivector. Odorization, the addition of an odorant to a gas so that leaks can be more easily detected. Odorize, to add an odorant to especially a gas so that leaks can be more easily detected. Odorize, simple past and past participle of odorize. Odorizer, a device to add odor to a gas. Odorizers, plural of odorizer. Odorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of odorize. Odorizing, present participle and gerund of odorize. Odorless, having no odor. Odorlessly, without an odor. Odorlessness, absence of odor. Odorobiase, a particular steroid glycoside. Odorome, all the odorant compounds in an organism. Odoromes, plural of odorome. Odorometer, a device used to measure the intensity of a smell. Odorometers, plural of odorometer. Odorometric, measured by means of an odorometer. Odorosity, a particular steroid glycoside. Odorosity, the quality or degree of odorous. Odoratiose, a particular steroid glycoside. Odorous. Having a distinctive odor. Odorous house ant. Tapenomys sessile, a small ant producing a strong pungent odor when crushed. Odorous house ants, plural of odorous house ant. Odorously, in an odorous manner. Odorousness, the quality of odorous. Odor print, alternative form of odor print. Odor prints, plural of odor print. Odor-proof, resistant to odors. Odoranelctin, a small peptide lectin with the potential for drug delivery in cubosomes. Odors, plural of odor. Odors of sanctity, plural of odor of sanctity, alternative spelling of odors of sanctity. Odorscape, alternative form of odorscape. Odorscapes, plural of odorscape. Odorsum, characterized or marked by odor s. Odotaxis, movement of an organism with respect to, usually towards, a volatile airborne chemical. Odor type, an odor determined by polymorphic genes that distinguishes one individual from another of the same species. Odor types, plural of odor type. Odo, plural of hodiao. Odostome, any sea snail of the genus Odostomia. Odostomes, plural of odostome. Odostome, any sea snail in the family Odostomidae, now considered to be a pyramidal subfamily Odostomini. Odostomids, plural of Odostome. Odotope, a compound whose shape is responsible for its odor. Odotopes, plural of odotope. Odotopic, relating to odotopy. Odotopy, the mapping of odorants to specific parts of the brain where they are detected and recognized. Odor, alternative spelling of odor. Odor of sanctity, a sweet smell usually likened to that of flowers said to be emitted by the bodies of saints during their life or especially at or after death. Odorant, alternative form of odorant. Odorants, plural of odorant. Odor, alternative form of odored. Odorful, alternative form of odorful. Odoriferous, obsolete form of odoriferous. Odorization, alternative form of odorization. Odorization, alternative form of odorization. Odorless, having no odor. Odorlessly, without an odor. Odorlessness, alternative spelling of odorlessness. Odorous, misspelling of odorous. Odorously, misspelling of odorously. Odorousness. Misspelling of odorousness. Odor print, a uniquely distinctive odor as used to represent or identify a person. Odor prints, plural of odor print. Odorproof, alternative form of odorproof. Odors, plural of odor. Odors of sanctity, plural of odor of sanctity. Odorscape, an olfactory environment, the various odors in an environment. Odorscapes, plural of odorscape. Odorsum, alternative form of odorsum. Odortype, alternative form of odor type. Odor types, plural of odor type. Odd, initialism of open distributed processing. Odd, plural of ODP. Otter, initialism of Ogden discount rate. Otter, plural of ODI. Odrisian, of or pertaining to the Odrisian kingdom aka Kingdom of Thrace. Odrisians, plural of Odrisian. Odds, initialism of Open Documents spreadsheet. Odd, plural of OD. Odds, plural of odd. Odds Bodkin. Alternative spelling of Odds Bodkins. Odds Bodkins, a corruption of God's bodkins, referring to the nails used in the crucifixion, formerly used in oaths and ejaculatory phrases. Odds Bod, alternative spelling of Odds Bodkins. Odds Bodkins, alternative form of Odds Bodkins. Oddsmod, alternative form of Odds Bodkins. Oddsfish, synonym of Gadzooks. Oddso, expressing surprise or affirmation. Oddsucks, alternative form of Gadzooks. Odstock, a village and civil parish in southeast Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 1426. Initialism of open document text. One damn thing after another. Plural of odi. Et. The initialism of Old Dominion University. Ojalimumab, a mouse monoclonal antibody under investigation as a drug to prevent transplant rejection and to treat various immunological diseases. Them, a surname. Othems, plural of odum. Od, initialism of ocean data view. Odacolon, I dialect spelling of oda. Cologne. Odel, obsolete spelling of odel. Odel, synonym of odd, a hypothetical force or natural power, now proved not to exist, which was supposed by Carl Reinbach and others to inhere in certain people and produce phenomena such as animal magnetism and mesmerism, and to be developed by various agencies, as by chemical or vital action, heat, light, magnets, etc. Odelic, of or pertaining to the odd or odal, a hypothetical force or natural power, now proved not to exist, which was supposed by Carl Reinbach and others to inhere in certain people and produce phenomena such as animal magnetism and mesmerism, and to be developed by various agencies, as by chemical or vital action, heat, light, magnets, etc. Odalism, belief in the vital force called odd or odal. Odalis, a believer in odalism. Odalis, plural of odalis. Odelic, alternative form of odilic. Odonometer, synonym of algometer. Odonometers, plural of odonometer. Odonophagia, severe pain in the mouth or esophagus when attempting to swallow. Odonophagias, plural of odonophagia. Odonophagic, relating to or characterized by odonophagia. Odonophobia, a pathological fear of pain. Odonphagia, alternative form of odonophagia. Odyssean, or pertaining to the Odyssey, an ancient Greek epic poem by Homer or its hero Odysseus. Odyssean Wicca, a branch of Wicca based in Canada which emphasizes a balance between goddess and god. Odyssean Wiccan, an adherent of Odyssean Wicca. Odyssean Wiccans, plural of Odyssean Wiccan. Odysseus, a male given name from ancient Greek. Odyssey, an epic poem ascribed to Homer that describes the journey of Odysseus after the fall of Troy. Odysseys, plural of Odyssey. Audition, alternative form of Odyssean. Adzucans. Expression of surprise or shock, my God, wow. Adzupers. Obsolete form of Gadzooks. Adzooks. Obsolete form of Gadzooks. Oh, initialism of Old English. A small island. Alternative form of OE. A city in Libya, one of the 3 cities of historical Tripoli, the one that would survive and take Tripoli as its modern name. Initialism of occupational exposure ban. Initialism of old earth creationism. OECD. Initialism of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Othai. Plural of Ocus. Oncidium. Alternative form of Ecidium. Schism. Alternative form of old earth creationism. Otes. A founder of a colony. Otests. Plural of Oses. Osem. The household common to the individuals of a compound organism. Ofuvi. Any spider in a family Okobi. Okobes. Plural of Okobiet. Ocologic. Alternative form of ecologic. Ocologies. Plural of ocology. Ocology. Archaic form of ecology. Okonomy. Plural of okonomas. Economies. Plural of economy. Okonomas. A married priest, chiefly Orthodox Christian and uniate usage as opposed to a higher monk. Economy. Obsolete spelling of economy. Oikonem. Uncommon spelling of oikonem. Oikonems. Plural of oikonem. Ophophobia. Archaic spelling of ecophobia. Okaphor. Any in the family Okaphordi of Concealomats. Okaphords. Plural of Okaphord. Okaphori. Of or pertaining to the moth tribe Okaphorni. Of. Plural of OEC. Of the acronym of Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association. Ocumene. Alternative form of ecumene. Ocumeans. Plural of ocumene. Ocumenic. Archaic form of ecumenic. Ocumenical. Alternative spelling of ecumenical. Ecumenical Council. Alternative spelling of ecumenical council. Ecumenical councils. Plural of ecumenical council. Ecumenicalism. Alternative spelling of ecumenicalism. Ecumenicism. Alternative form of ecumenicism. Ecumenicity. Obsolete form of ecumenicity. Augus. An apartment, room, or hall in an ancient Roman dwelling house. Augus. An exclave, municipality, formerly a district and the only special administrative region SAR of East Timor. Okadi. Alternative form of Ocus. It. Initialism of Oxford English Dictionary. Idoma. Alternative form of edema. Enemas. Plural of edema. Enemata. Plural of edema. Edemadius. Edematus. Edematic. Characteristic of an edema pertaining to edemata, edematus. Edematogenic. That produces edemata. Edematos. Alternative form of edematous. Edematus. Alternative form of edematous. Edemerid. Any beetle in the family Edemeridae. Edemerids. Plural of edemerid. Edemic. Of or pertaining to edemas. Edacerotid. Any epipet in the family Edesridae. Edaceratids. Plural of Edacerotid. Edapole. Or relating to the Oedipus complex. Oedipolize. To make Oedipal, to integrate into, or affect with, an Oedipus complex. Oedipolize. Simple past and past participle of Oedipolize. Oedipolizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Oedipolize. Oedipolizing. Present participle and gerund of Oedipolize. Oedipally. Alternative spelling of Oedipally. Oedipien. Relating to Oedipus or the Oedipus complex. Oedipism. Self-infliction of injury to the eye, especially enucleation. Oedipotid. Any grasshopper in the family Oedipidae, now considered to be the acrid subfamiliate Oedipidinae. Oedipotid. Plural of Oedipotid. Oedipus. A son of Laius and Jocasta, who unwittingly killed his father and married his mother. Oedipus complex. In Freudian theory, the complex of emotions aroused in a child by an unconscious sexual desire for the parent of the opposite sex. Oedipus complexes. Plural of Oedipus complex. Oedometer. A device used for measuring the consolidation properties of soil. Oedometers. Plural of oedometer. Oedometer. Relating to oedometry. Oedimerus. Of certain Thysanoptera, having strongly thickened forelegs. Initialism of original equipment equivalent. Simple past and past participle of OE. Initialism of operation enduring freedom. Japan. Alternative form of Japan. Japans. Plural of Japan. Ogetse. Any member of the squid order Ogopsida or suborder Ogopsina. Ogepsids. Plural of Oudtsjes. A village and municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. A surname most commonly found in Indonesia. Owilid. A glance, especially an amorous one, an ogle. Owilids. Plural of owile. Present participle and gerund of OE. OEs. The online encyclopedia of integer sequences. OEs. Plural of OEs. Otavi. A trace message board system, sometimes allowing users to replay a stroke-by-stroke animation of the picture being drawn. Kiss. Alternative form of ocyst. Okists. Plural of okis. Initialism of Oracle Enterprise Linux. Others. A surname from German. Olkerses. Plural of olkers. an old mill town and historic district in Baltimore County, Maryland, United States. Oh, plural of Hoeal. Oehliger, a surname from German. Oeschligers, plural of Oeschliger. Owing, a city in Fayette County, Iowa, United States. Owens, plural of Olwyn. OEF, a company that produces parts to be sold under another company's brand. OEF, plural of OEM. One, alternative form of Anak. Onags, plural of Onak. Onamaus, alternative form of Onamos. Omendo, alternative form of an anthel. Omenthate, alternative form of an anthate. Omanthates, plural of onanthate. Onanthe, alternative form of an anthic. Onanthotoxin, a toxin found in hemlock water dropwort, Onanth crocata, and other plants of the genus Onan. Onophile, misspelling of onophile. Onan, an anthocyan, the 3-glucoside of malvidin and the red pigment in red wine. Onite, an orthorhombic silver white mineral containing antimony, arsenic, and cobalt. Ondo, an uninhabited coral atoll in the South Pacific Ocean, part of the Pitcairn Islands overseas territory. Ondo, windy alcoholic beverage. On a chemical, relating to chemistry. On a chemistry, the chemistry of wine. Onacho, plural of onacho. Onacho, a type of ancient Greek pottery wine jug. Onachai, alternative form of onacho. Onachos, plural of onacho. Onachais, plural of onachai. Onoculture, the cultivation of grapes to produce wine, viniculture. Onocyte, a large secretory cell found in clusters underlying the epidermis of larval abdominal segments. Onocyteless, that lacks an onocyte. Onocytes, plural of onocyte. Onocytic, of or relating to onocytes. Onocidoi, a large cell in the blood of some insects that resembles an onocyte. Onocidoids, plural of onocytoi. Onogarum, garum diluted with wine. Onography, writing about wine. Onological, of or pertaining to onology, the study of wine. Onologically, in an onological manner, with regard to the study of wine. Onologist, an expert in the science of onology. Onologists, plural of onologists. Onolog, an onologist. Onologues, plural of onolog. Onology, the scientific study of wines and winemaking. Omanse, divination by studying wine. Omamania, morbid desire for wine, dipsomania, alcoholism. Onomaniac, one who is affected by onomania, a morbid desire for wine, an alcoholic. Onomaniacs, plural of onomaniac. Onomaus, a king of Pisa, son of Ares and father of Hippodamia. Onomo, a beverage made of wine and honey. Onometer, an alkylometer. Onometers, plural of onometer. Omen, the first wife of Paris of Troy, whom he abandoned for Helen. Onophil, dated form of onophile. Onophile, a person who has a fondness or appreciation for wine. Onophiles, plural of onophile. Onophilia, a love or great appreciation of wine. Onophilic, fond of wine. Onophilus, an onophile, a wine lover. Onophilists, plural of onophilus. Onophils, plural of onophil. Onophily, synonym of onophilia. Homophobia, the fear or hatred of wine, anxiety related to wine. Homophobic, relating to, characteristic of, or exhibiting homophobia, the fear or hatred of wine. Onopoletic, of or pertaining to winemaking, vinicultural. Onotheraceous, or relating to the Onotheraceae. Onotourism, alternative form of enoturism, wine tourism. Ones, a river in Laconia which flows into the Eurotas, now Califina. Initialism of Office of Economic Opportunity. Abbreviation of Old Executive Office Building, former name of the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, a United States government office building near to the White House. Plural of HOEO. Initialism of Open Educational Resources. Oerlikon, a district of Zurich, Switzerland. Oerlikons, plural of Oerlikon. Oersted, the CGS unit of magnetizing field, symbol O, defined as 1000/4 pi, approximately 79.577471 amperes per meter of flux path. Oersteds, plural of Oersted. Initialism of Old East Slavic. Third person singular simple present indicative of OE. Plural of O, instances of the vocative O. Alternative form of OES. Is a surname from German. Is, plural of Isch. Islang, a mostly hilly and forested region covering the northern part of Luxembourg and Eifel-Kreis Bitburg Prüm in Germany. Esophageal, alternative form of esophago. Esophageal, alternative form of esophageal. Esophagalgia, pain, especially neuralgia, in the esophagus. Esophageal, alternative spelling of esophageal. Esophagean, alternative form of esophagean. Esophagectomies, plural of esophagectomy. Esophagectomy, the surgical procedure for the removal of all or part of the esophagus. Esophagi, plural of esophagus. Esophage of esophagic. Esophagical, rare form of esophagic. Esophagismus, esophageal spasm. Esophagitis, alternative form of esophagitis. Esophago. Alternative form of esophago. Esophagodiverticulostomy. Alternative form of esophagodiverticulostomy. Esophagobronchial. Alternative form of esophagobronchial. Esophagosal. A hernia of the mucous membrane of the esophagus through its walls. Esophagodiverticulostomy. Alternative form of esophagodiverticulostomy. Esophagogastric. Of or pertaining to the esophagus and the stomach. Esophagogastronestomosis. Alternative form of esophagogastronestomosis. Esophagogastroduodenoscopies. Plural of esophagogastroduodenoscopy. Esophagogastroduodenoscopy. Alternative spelling of esophagogastroduodenoscopy. Esophagogastroscopies. Plural of esophagogastroscopy. Esophagogastroscopy. Alternative form of esophagogastroscopy. Esophagogastrostomies. Plural of esophagogastrostomy. Esophagogastrostomy. Alternative form of esophagogastrostomy. Esophagogram. Alternative form of esophagogram. Esophagograms. Plural of esophagogram. Esophagography. Alternative form of esophagography. Esophagogenostomies. Plural of esophagogenostomy. Esophagogenostomy. Alternative form of esophagogenostomy. Esophagomyotomy. Alternative form of esophagomyotomy. Esophagopathy. Alternative form of esophagopathy. Esophagopharyngeal. Alternative form of esophagopharyngeal. Esophagoplasties. Plural of esophagoplasty. Esophagoplasty. Alternative spelling of esophagoplasty. Esophagoscope. Alternative form of esophagoscope. Esophagoscopes. Plural of esophagoscope. Esophagoscopies. Plural of esophagoscopy. Esophagoscopy. Alternative form of esophagoscopy. Esophagospasm. Alternative form of esophagospasm. Esophagos. Stenosis. Constriction of the esophagus. Esophagostomiasis. A disease caused by infection by parasitic nematodes of the genus Esophagostomum. Esophagostomies. Plural of esophagostomy. Esophagostomy. Alternative form of esophagostomy. Esophagotomies. Plural of esophagotomy. Esophagotomy. Alternative form of esophagotomy. Esophagus. The tube that carries food from the pharynx to the stomach. Esophaguses. Plural of esophagus. Isacosin. Alternative form of osteocosin. Osteoclast. Alternative form of osteoclast. Osteoclastogenesis. Misspelling of osteoclastogenesis. Osteoclasts. Plural of osteoclasts. Easterley Master conjecture. ABC conjecture. Easterling. A surname from Swedish. Easterlings. Plural of Easterling. Estradiol. Alternative spelling of estradiol. Estradiol. Plural of estradiol. Estro. Estrus. Estrotetrenol. Alternative form of estrotetrenol. Estri. A surname from German. Estrais. Plural of estri. Euri. Plural of estrus. Estre. Any member of the family Estridae, the botflies. Estrins. Plural of estrid. Estra. An estrogen, specifically estrone. Estrins. Plural of estrine. Ezel. Alternative spelling of estriol. Esels. Plural of estriol. Estrogen. Alternative spelling of estrogen. Estrogenic. Alternative spelling of estrogenic. Estrogenically. Alternative form of estrogenically. Estrogenicity. The condition of being estrogenic. Estrogenization. Alternative form of estrogenization. Estrogenism. Alternative form of estrogenism. Estrogenize. Alternative form of estrogenized. Estrogens. Plural of estrogen. Estroi. Of or pertaining to the superfamily Estridae. Estrois. Plural of estroi. Estromimetic. Alternative form of estromimetic. Estrone. Alternative spelling of estrone. Estrones. Plural of estrone. Estroprogestative. Alternative form of estroprogestative. Estrus. Alternative spelling of estrus. Estrol. Relating to the estrus. Estruate. To be in heat state of sexual receptivity. Estruated. Simple past and past participle of estruate. Estruates. Third person singular simple present indicative of estruate. Estruating. Present participle and gerund of estruate. Estruation. The period of heat or eagerness to mate in animals. Estruations. Plural of estruation. Eastrum. Something that stings or incites one to frenzy or action, an impulse or passion. Estrums. Plural of estrum. Estrus. A biting fly of the genus Estrus, a botfly. Escursus. Plural of estrus. Easadon. Refuse from wall. Ote. A small upland district located south of Thessaly, of which it was sometimes considered a part. It was closely linked with the district of Enenia, sharing a location in the valley of the Spercheios. Othten. A surname from German. Ottens. Plural of Oetgen. A surname from German. Ovings. Plural of Oding. Us. An egg. Oaf and kakai. A dish consisting of eggs cooked in butter in individual cocottes or ramekins. Awos. Plural of Olaf. A work of art, music, or literature. Urres. Plural of oeuvre. Of. Initialism of open eye visual is psychoactive effect seen with the eyes open. Of. Plural of OEV. a surname most commonly found in Indonesia. A. Initialism of Old French. A. Expressing distance or motion. A. On every in the followed by a noun indicating a certain time. Of a blind. Synonym of a piece. Of a certain. Certain. Of a certain age, middle-aged or older. Of a certainty, without a doubt, certainly. Of a feather, synonym of a piece. Of a kind, of the same type or character. Of a lifetime, that is the best one can expect to ever encounter. Of a mind, alternative form of one mind. Of a piece, of the same kind. Of a piece with, consistent with. Of a sudden, alternative form of all of a sudden. Of a surety, for certain. Of a truth, in truth, truthfully. Of age, old enough to be considered an adult in law or by society generally. Of a, used as an intensifier with superlative forms of adjectives. Of all conscience, alternative form of inconscience. Of all loves, for the sake of all love, by all means. Of all people, especially more than other people. Of all places, surprisingly. Of all things, especially more than other things. Of all time, ever. Of all times, misspelling of all time. Having the same. Of any use, alternative form of use. Of blessed memory, honorific epithet used parenthetically to mark a beloved person as being deceased. Of choice, preferred above others. Of color, non-white, of a race other than white, for example black. Of color, alternative spelling of color. Of consequence, consequential. Of counsel, used as the title of an attorney who has a relationship with a law firm or other organization, but is not an associate or a partner. Of course, that is part of ordinary behavior or custom, customary, natural. Of course, my horse, synonym of course. Of course, my horse, alternative spelling of course, my horse. Of course, of course. Of even date, having the same date. Of hers, belonging to her. Of his, belonging to him. Of interest, interesting. Of its hand, regarding or concerning one's actions, especially one's valor in battle. Of its kind, of the same type. Of its own head, of one's own accord. Of its own study. Of one's own composition. Of its part, on the part of. Of its proper movement, regarding a desire, inclination, or urge. Of itself, by one's own motion, without the aid of another. Of Quranic proportions, of biblical proportions, immense. Late, in the recent past, recently, lately. a means, possessing significant wealth, especially as suggesting social standing. A why, belonging to me. Oh, once again, anew. Of no avail, ineffective, having no beneficial result. Of not worthy of being remembered mentally or in writing. Oh, long ago, in or from ancient times. Of one mind, having the same viewpoint, opinion, or attitude in agreement. Of one's choice, that one has chosen or wishes to choose. Of one's choosing, synonym of one's choice. Of one's making, alternative form of one's own making. Of one's own, belonging to oneself and to nobody else. Of one's own accord, on one's or its own initiative, under one's or its own power, without being commanded or controlled. Of one's own making, as the direct effect of one's actions, rather than those of others or of external events. Of one's word, that keeps promises and tells the truth. Of ours, belonging to us. Of record, officially or publicly. Recorded or documented. Of some use, alternative form of use. Of someone's dreams, ideal, perfect, attributive dream. Of someone's life, being the best or the most remarkable or memorable. Of sorts, resembling, similar to, in a way, partially or not entirely. Of that ilk, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see of that ilk. Of the best water, synonym of the first water. Of the century, used to indicate the most remarkable example of its kind in recent history. Of the clock, of the colors, U.S. standard spelling of the colors. Of the colors, having in alternating sections the principal metal and principal color of the associated arms. Of the deepest dye, of the worst or most extreme sort or type. Of essence, important, indispensable, crucial. Of the finest water, synonym of the first water. Of the first water. Of a diamond or other gemstone of the highest quality or excellence. Of the like, of a group with the same or similar characteristics of the same kind. Of the moment, that has fleeting significance, having heightened relevance or importance in the short term. Of the same leaven, of a kind, cut from the same cloth. Of the same stripe, of the same kind, having the same opinion or viewpoint. Of a world, used follow in one or more plurals of proper nouns to indicate a general category relating to those mentioned. Of that, belonging to them. Of two minds, undecided or unsure, equivocating, conflicted in one's opinions. Of use, useful. Of value, valuable. Of your, long ago, in days long past. Of yours, belonging to you. Often, pronunciation, spelling of often. Of a regulatory body for a specified industry. Of alternative form of. Of abbreviation of order for arrest. Authai. Initialism of foreign assets control, a financial intelligence enforcement agency of the U.S. Treasury Department. Ofala. A major festival in some Igbo communities in Nigeria marking the anniversary of the ascension of certain royalty. Athon. Alternative form of often. Athanem. Plural of often. Of. Plural of OFA. Afadimumab. A human monoclonal antibody targeting CD20 used to treat multiple sclerosis and certain types of chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Afe. A white person. Aves. Plural of Afe. Av. Initialism of Overseas Filipino Bank. Of bank. Abbreviation of Overseas Filipino Bank. Av. Initialism of older father's brother's daughter older than oneself. Av. Plural of OFBD. Avd. Initialism of older father's brother's son older than oneself. Avd. Plural of OFBS. Act. Acronym of original female character, a female original character. Act. Abbreviation of course. Aftal. Abbreviation of official. Avkarm. Uncommon form of Ofcom. Avkar. Acronym of Office of Communications. After. Abbreviation of officer. Afpes. Plural of Ofger. Aft. Plural of OFC. Aftham. Initialism of orthogonal frequency division multiplexing. Ofer. An outfielder. Over. A male given name of Hebrew origin. Ofers. Plural of Ofer. Overs. Plural of over. Ovex. A facility used for trading in stocks that are not quoted on any London Stock Exchange. Ovex. Alternative form of Ofex. Away from the speaker or other reference points. Off air. Not broadcasting or transmitting on radio or television. Off and on. Alternative form of on and off. Off and running. Launched or launching vigorously into a course of action. Off at the races. Alternative form of off to the races. Off balance. Not physically balanced, not having physical equilibrium. Off base. Situated or happening outside the boundaries of a military base. Off beat. Alternative form of offbeat. Off beats. Plural of offbeat. Off board. Not on or in a means of transportation. Off book. No longer needing the script to rehearse. Off brand. A brand other than a famous one for a product or service for which a famous brand exists. Off brands. Plural of off brand. Off break. A normal ball bowled by an off-spin bowler, moving from off to leg for a right-handed batsman. Off breaks. Plural of off break. Off camera. A position or situation where one is not being photographed or filmed. Off chance. A possibility that is not likely or probable. Off chances. Plural of off chance. Of course. Misspelling of course. Off course. Not following the plan. or intended route. Off cutter, a ball bowled by a fast bowler who uses finger spin to move the ball from off to leg for a right-handed batsman. Off cutters, plural of off cutter. Off day, a day in which an employee is not scheduled to work, a day off. Off days, plural of off day. Off drive, a type of batsman's shot played by swinging the bat vertically and hitting the ball along the ground in the direction of mid-off. Off drives, plural of off drive. Off duty, not engaged in an assigned task, duty, or occupation. Off guard, not vigilant, unprepared, inattentive. Off keel, out of balance, tilting to one side of a watercraft, etc. Off kilter, alternative spelling of off kilter. Off label, outside of regulatorily approved indications, but unless otherwise specified within the bounds of reasonable use as defined by a licensed prescriber. Off license, alternative spelling of off license. Off licenses, plural of off license. Off like a bride's nightie, making a rapid departure away. Off like a dirty shirt, going away, taking one's departure. Off like a prom dress, making a start or departing very rapidly. Offline, rare form of offline. Off menu, via request although not via the menu. Off message, publicly stating or supporting a policy counter to the official party policy. Other, off from. Off one's block, crazy, insane. Off one's box, crazy, unhinged, irrational. Off one's chum, crazy, insane. Off one's dot, mad, insane. Off one's face, extremely intoxicated either by alcohol or drugs. Off one's feet, not eating normally. Off one's game, playing or competing below one's usual level of performance. Off one's guard, not on one's guard, inattentive to possible hazards and thus vulnerable. Off one's head, insane, crazy. Off one's hinge, alternative form of off one's hinges. Off one's hinges, unstable or irrational, crazy. Off one's meds, erratic, out of control. Off one's nut, insane, crazy. Off one's nuts, alternative form of off one's nut. Off one's onion, crazy, insane. Off one's own back, eggcorn of off one's own bat. Off one's own bat, at one's own instigation, of one's own accord. Off one's rocker, crazy, insane. Off one's rocket, army, crazy, insane. Off one's tits, heavily intoxicated, under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Off one's tree, crazy, unhinged, irrational. Off one's trolley, having gone mad, insane. Off ox, an ox on the right side of a team of oxen, farther away from a driver customarily walking on the left of the team than a near ox. Off oxen, plural of off ox. Off pet, synonym of down. pat. Off-piss, misspelling of off-pissed. Off-record, alternative form of off-the-record. Off-reserve, alternative form of off-reserve. Off-rip, synonym of off-the-rip. Off-service, of a public transport vehicle, not in service. Offside, the side of the pitch away from the batsman's legs as he takes his stance at the wicket, the right side for a right-handed batsman. Offsides, plural of offside. Off someone's hands, out of someone's possession or care. Off spin, a style of bowling in which a right-handed bowler spins the ball such that, after pitching, it moves from off to leg for a right-handed batsman. Off spinner, a bowler who bowls off spin. Off spinners, plural of off spinner. Off stage, alternative form of off stage. Off stone, a newspaper's edition is ready to start printing. Off stump, the stump on the off side of the batsman's wicket. Off stumps, plural of off stump. Off sync, not synchronized, out of sync. Off tap, ostracized and made the target of revenge or punishment. Off target, inaccurate or inaccurately predicted. Off air, synonym of off air. Off the back foot, from a defensive position. Off the bat, from the start, immediately, right away. Off the beam, crazy, insane. Off the beaten path, in secluded location, in or to a place which is not frequently visited or not widely known. Off the beaten track, in or to a place or places not commonly visited. Off the boil, having just stopped boiling. Off the books, with regard to income undeclared for taxes and social insurance purposes, etc. Off the chain, free from work or direct supervision. Off the chart, alternative form of off the charts. Off the charts, outside of the normal range of measurement, beyond expectations. Off the clock, not at work, off duty. Off the cuff, in an off-the-cuff manner. Off the deep end, extremely angry. Off the dome, clipping of off the top of one's dome. Off the face of the earth, used to emphasize the state of cessation, destruction, termination, etc. Off the grid, not using electricity from the public electrical supply system. Off the ground, having gotten a good start, having reached a level of stability or self-sufficiency. Off the heezies, plural of off the heezy. Off the heezy, wild, exciting, out of control. Off the hinges, in a state of disorder or irregularity. Off the hizzle, off the hook, fresh, awesome, cool, excellent. Off the hilly, off the hook, fresh, awesome, cool, excellent. Off the hook, relieved of a duty, burden, responsibility, or pressure. Off the hooks, unhinged, disturbed, disorder. Off the horn, used to describe very hard steak, as though cut from the horn of the animal. Off the lay, having stopped laying eggs for some reason. Off the mark, inaccurate, not correct or appropriate. Off the nut, in deficit, not profiting, sustaining a loss. Off the plan of a building, especially a residence, from the plan of a proposed building before it is actually built. Off the radar, unlikely to happen or be important in the near future, or tending to escape detection or attention. Off the rails, in an abnormal manner, especially in a manner that causes damage or malfunctioning. Off the record, not for publication. Off the reservation, violating rules or decorum, out of bounds. Off the rip, from the very beginning, immediately, right away. Off the scale, far in excess of what is normal or measurable. Off the shelf, alternative form of off the shelf. Off the shit, extremely high on drugs. Off the table, beyond consideration. Off the tools, working in a trade as a foreman, administrator, business owner, etc. rather than doing manual labor. Off the top of one's dome, alternative form of off the top of one's head. Off the top of one's head, in an extemporaneous manner, without careful thought, preparation, or investigation. Off the track, derailed of a railway carriage, etc. Off the wagon, no longer maintaining a program of self-improvement or abstinence from an undesirable habit, especially drinking alcohol. Off the wall, alternative spelling of off the wall. Off the water wagon, dated form of off the wagon, no longer abstaining from alcohol. Off time, time when one is not working. Off times, plural of off time. Off to the races, in or into a process of energetic engagement in some activity, in or into a phase of conspicuously increasing satisfaction or success. Off topic, alternative form of off topic. Off vocal, instrumentals. Off vocals, plural of off vocal. Off white, alternative spelling of off white. Off wiki, alternative form of off wiki. Off with someone's head, used to express a desire to kill the person in question. Off with the fairies, alternative form of away with the fairies. Off with their head, alternative form of off with someone's head. Off-worlder, rare form of off-worlder. Off-worlders, plural of off-worlder. Away from off. Off-air, alternative form of off-air, especially when used attributively. Off and on, alternative form of on and off. Off base, alternative form of off base. Off beam, off course, by extension mistaken or irrelevant. Off bear, alternative form of off bear. Off beat, alternative form of off beat. Off beats, plural of off beat. Off book, able to perform scripted material from memory without need to refer to the text. Off-Broadway, in the New York City area, a small theater with fewer than 300 seats, or a production in such a theater, usually away from the Broadway Theater District, which operates under special rules from the theatrical unions and permits mounting productions at a much lower cost. Off-Broadway's, plural of off-Broadway. Off by one bug, synonym of off by one error. Off by one bugs, plural of off by one bug. Off by one error, a logic error where a value, typically the number of iterations of a loop, is specified incorrectly, being either one less or one more than it should be. Off by one errors, plural of off by one error. Off camera, alternative form of off camera. Off campus, situated off the campus of the educational institution in question. Offcast, alternative form of offcast. Offcasting, present participle and gerund of offcast. Offcasts, third person singular simple present indicative of offcasts. Off-center, alternative form of off-center. Off-center, displaced from the center. Off-chain, occurring outside of a blockchain. Off-chance, alternative spelling of off-chance. Off-teller, of the wrong color. Off-teller, alternative spelling of off-color. Off-teller, having the correct, desired, or pure color tainted or stained. Off-go, alternative form of off-come. Off-pour, waste or inferior corn thrown out during dressing. Off-rye, of usually white wine, having a very small amount of residual sugar, less than in a semi-dry wine. Off-duty, alternative form of off-duty. Off-field, that takes place off a sports field. Off-flavor, an unnatural flavor in a food or drink product caused by the presence of undesirable compounds due to contamination or deterioration. Off-flavors, plural of off-flavor. Off-flavor, alternative form of off-flavor. Off-flavors, plural of off-flavor. Off though, a flow from something or somewhere to something or somewhere else. Off-flows, plural of off-flow. Off-gas, gas produced as a side effect of a chemical reaction, sometimes hazardous. Off-gases, plural of off-gas. Off-gas, simple past and past participle of off-gas. Off-gases, third person singular present indicative of off-gas. Off-gassing, present participle and gerund of off-gas. Off-gassings, plural of off-gassing. Off-bly, alternative form of off-bly. Off-glides, plural of off-lie. Off-grid, synonym of off-the-grid. Off-ridder, someone who lives off the grid. Off-ridders, plural off-gridder. Off-barred, alternative form of off-guard. Offhand, alternative spelling of offhand. Offhanded, alternative form of offhanded. Offhandedly, alternative form of offhandedly. Offhandedness, alternative form of offhandedness. Off-hour, a period when traffic is light. Off-hours, plural of off-hour. Off-ice, not taking place on ice. Off-D, above or below the correct note sequence, especially a vocalist out of sync with a separately recorded musical accompaniment. Off-delter, off-stew, off-label, Alternative spelling of off-label. Off-lease. No longer leased from a leasing company. Off-leash. Of an area in which dogs are not required to be placed on a leash. Off-license. A shop selling alcohol for consumption only off the premises. Off-licenses. Plural of off-license. Off-license. Alternative spelling of off-license. Off-licenses. License. Off-limits. Not to be entered or used. Restricted. Offline. Alternative form of offline. Off-list. Alternative form of off-list. Offload. Alternative spelling of offload. Offloaded. Simple past and past participle of offload. Offloading. Present participle and gerund of offload. Offloads. Third person singular simple present indicative of offload. Off-market. A term used to define a property that is selling or has already been sold without any public advertising. Off-markets. Plural of off-market. Off-menu. Alternative spelling of off-menu. Off-message. Off-message. Off-metal. A coin or token struck in an abnormal choice of metal. Off-metals. Plural of off-metal. Off-my. Alternative form of off-mic. Off-my. Recorded at a distance from or not directly into a microphone, resulting in a quiet or muffled sound. Off-minded. Absent-minded, distracted, being of less than sound mind, mentally despondent, touched. On-model. Deviating from the original source material or metal sheets. Off-note. The state of being out of key. Off-notes. Plural of off-note. Off-Broadway. A New York City area off-Broadway style show, but not operating under the aegis of the theatrical unions. Off-Broadways. Plural of off-Broadway. Off-Broadway. A theatrical production performed in spaces remote from Manhattan, but nonetheless in the greater New York City area, and which otherwise fits the description of an off-Broadway show. Off-Broadways. Plural of off-Broadway. Off-peak. During a period of less use or demand than the maximum peak, generally overnight. Off-piste. Not specially prepared or designated for skiing, hence viewed as more exciting but also more dangerous. Off-pister. Someone who skis or snowboards off-piste. Off-pisters. Plural of off-pister. Off-plan. Being or relating to a property that has not yet had a structure built on it. Off-prem. Located outside the premises of an organization, typically in the cloud. Off-premise. Off the premises, not on the same piece of property as something else. Off-premises. Alternative form of off-premise. Off-put. Alternative form of put off. Off-putting. Disconcerting, annoying, or repulsive, tending to off-puttingly, in an off-putting manner. Off-ramp. A segment of roadway that directs vehicular traffic from a freeway onto local roads. Off-ramps. Plural of off-ramp. Off-reckoning. An allowance formerly made to certain British officers from the money appropriated for army clothing. Off-reckonings. Plural of off-reckoning. Off-reserve. Located or living outside a designated Indian reserve. Off-road. Designed for, used for, or taking place on a driving surface that is not traditionally paved, such as a beach or rugged terrain. Off-road bike. Synonym of trail bike. Off-road bikes. Plural of off-road bike. Off-roaded. Simple past and past participle of off-road. Off-roader. A vehicle that is designed to drive off the road. Off-roaders. Plural of off-roader. Off-roading. Driving a vehicle off-road. Off-roads. Third-person singular simple present indicative of off-road. Off-road. To remove a pupil from the list of those enrolled at a school for illegitimate reasons such as improving the school's examination rankings. Off-road. Simple past and past participle of off-roll. Off-rolling. Present participle and gerund of off-roll. Off-rolls. Third-person singular simple present indicative of off-roll. Off-sale. Of alcoholic beverages pertaining to the sale of closed containers for consumption off the premises. Off-screen. Alternative form of off-screen. Off-season. The part of the year when business is most slack and there are fewest clients or visitors. Off-seasons. Plural of off-season. Offset. Alternative form of offset. Offsets. Plural of offset. Offsetting. Present participle and gerund of offset. Offshoot. Misspelling of offshoot. Offshore. Alternative form of offshore. Offside. Alternative form of offside. Offside rule. Alternative form of offside rule. Offside. Away from a particular site. Off-slip. A slip road by which traffic leaves a major road such as a motorway. Off-slips. Plural of off-slip. Off-speed. Being a pitch thrown at a slower speed than a fastball, such as a change-up. Off-spin. Alternative form of off-spin. Off-split. Alternative form of off-split. Off-splits. Plural of off-split. Off-stage. Alternative form of off-stage. Off-stage. Simple past and past participle of off-stage. Off-stages. Third-person singular simple present indicative of off-stage. Off-staging. Present participle and gerund of off-stage. Off-street. Not situated on a street. For example, off-street parking in contrast to parking on a street. Off-target. Away from a target. Off-that. Alternative spelling of off the air, especially when used attributively. Off the ball. Occurring away from active play. Off the books. Alternative form of off the books preceding a noun only. Off the charts. Exceeding the normal range of measurement. Off the cuff. Extemporaneous, without prior preparation, spontaneous, impromptu. Off the grid. Alternative form of off the grid. Off the gridder. Someone who lives off the grid. Off the gridders. Plural of off the gridder. Off the pay. Ready-made in a range of standard sizes, not tailor-made. Off the rack. Ready-made in a range of standard sizes. Off the record. Unofficial. Off the shelf. As purchased or as commonly available without modification or customization. Off the shoulder. Not covering the shoulders. Off the wall. Wildly unconventional, bizarre, absurd. Off time. Alternative form of off time. Off times. Plural of off time. Off topic. Not related to the matter under discussion. Off track. Away from an intended route, wayward. Off tray. The sale of alcoholic drinks for consumption off the premises. Off trail. Synonym of off-piste, not prepared or designated for skiing. Off-white. A very pale color that is almost white. Off-whites. Plural of off-white. Off-width. Pertaining to crack climbing, in which the width of the crack is too great for one hand holds but not wide enough to be used as a chimney. Off-wiki. On a site other than Wikipedia. Off-world. Alternative form of off-world. Off-worlder. One who is not from the local world, whether a dimension, plane, planet, or universe, an alien. Off-worlders. Plural of off-worlder. Officer. Other. Office dike. A man-made dike designed to delineate the border between Mercia and Powys, roughly equivalent to the modern-day border between England and Wales. Other. The internal organs of an animal used as food. Other. Vile, wicked, mean. Awfully. Comparative form of awfully, more awfully. Awfuliest. Superlative form of awfully, most awfully. Awfelling. Auto. Offi. Comparative form of awfully, more awfully. Offid. Superlative form of awfully, most awfully. Awfully. Containing or consisting of awful. Those. Plural of awful. Awfully. A county of Ireland. Off-base. Alternative form of off-base. Off-in. Not on beam. Off-air. To carry off from the molding table and place on the ground to dry. Off-it. The beats not normally accented in a measure. Off-betness. The quality of offbeat. Off-its. Plural of offbeat. Off-board. To alight, especially from public transit or an aircraft. Off-board. Simple past and past participle of off-board. Off-boarding. Present participle and gerund of off-board. Off-boards. Third person singular simple present indicative of off-board. Off-tap. To take off the cap by way of obeisance or salutation. Off-tapped. Simple past and past participle of off-cap. Off-tapping. Present participle and gerund of off-cap. Off-caps. Third person singular simple present indicative of off-cap. Off-cast. To cast off, shay. Off-casting. Present participle and gerund of off-cast. Off-casts. Plural of off-casts. Off chance. Alternative form of off chance. Off church. A village and civil parish served by Ethorpe, Hunningham, Offchurch and Wappenbury Joint Parish Council east of Leamington Spa in Warwick District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3565. Octo. That which comes off or the act or process of coming off. Emission. Offtour. A newcomer to a place. Offcomers. Plural of offcomer. Offcome. Coming or casting off, retiring, shedding, detaching or emitting. Offcomden. Someone not from the area, an incomer, an outsider. Offcomdens. Plural of offcomden. Offcat. To cut off. Offcats. Plural of offcat. Offcutter. Alternative form of offcutter. Offcutters. Plural of offcutter. Offtoday. Present participle and gerund of offcut. Offcuttings. Plural of offcutting. Otta. Alternative spelling of oofta. Off-diagonal. That is not an element on the diagonal of a square matrix. Off-duty. Alternative form of off-duty. Ot. Simple past and past participle of off. Pronunciation spelling of often. Offenbation. Of or relating to Jacques Offenbach 1819-1880, German-born French composer, cellist, and impresario. Offenburg. A town, the administrative seat of Ortenau-Kreis district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Alplatz. British, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada standard spelling of offense. Offense taken into consideration. Alternative form of offense to be taken into consideration. Offense to be taken into consideration. An additional criminal offense which a defendant agrees to admit to following their conviction, which is formally taken into account when they are sentenced, but with a lesser weight than a full conviction. Offenseful. Offensive. Offenseless. Alternative form of offenseless. Offenselessly. Alternative form of offenselessly. Offenselessness of offense. Offenses. Plural of offense. Offenses taken into consideration. Plural of offense taken into consideration. Offenses to be taken into consideration. Plural of offense to be taken into consideration. Offensive. Obsolete form of offensive. Offensively. Alternative form of offensively. Offend. To hurt the feelings of, to displease, to make angry, to insult. Offendable. Capable of being offended. Offended. An offender. Offendance. Plural of offendant. Offended. Simple past and past participle of offend. Offendedly. In an offended manner. Offendedness. The state or quality of being offended. Offendee. One who is offended. Offendees. Plural of offendee. Offender. One who gives or causes offense or does something wrong. Offenders. Plural of offender. Offendest. Second person singular simple present indicative of offend. Offendeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of offend. Offende. present participle and gerund of offend. Offendings, plural of offending. Offender, obsolete form of offender. Offenders, plural of offender. Offendatron, a person who makes it their business to take offense wherever possible. Offendatrons, plural of offendatron. Offender, obsolete form of offender. Offenders, plural of offender. Offendress, a woman who offends. Offendresses, plural of offendress. Offends, third person singular simple present indicative of offend. Offense, the act of offending. Offenseful, offensive, displeasing. Offenseless, unoffending, innocent, inoffensive, harmless. Offenselessly, in an offenseless manner. Offenselessness, absence of offense. Offensensitivity, inappropriately high sensitivity to perceived offense. Offenses, plural of offense. Offensible, that may give offense, offensive. Offension, assault, attack, offensive, offense. Offensive, causing offense, arousing a visceral reaction of disgust, anger, hatred, sadness, or indignation. Offensive back, a player for the team in possession of the ball who lines up behind the line of scrimmage at the start of a play. Offensive backs, plural of offensive back. Offensive foul, a foul committed by a member of the team with possession of the ball. Offensive fouls, plural of offensive foul. Offensive guard, a lineman for the team in possession of the ball located on either side of the center and inside of the offensive tackles. Offensive guards, plural of offensive guard. Offensive line, the 5 players of the team possessing the ball comprising the center, the left and right offensive guards, and the left and right offensive tackles who are positioned around the ball at the line of scrimmage. Offensive line of scrimmage, the scrimmage line on the offensive side of the football field. Offensive lines, plural of offensive line. Offensive lines of scrimmage, plural of offensive line of scrimmage. Offensive tackle, a lineman for the team in possession of the ball located outside one of the guard positions. Offensive tackles, plural of offensive tackle. Offensive to pious ears, describing a doctrine or proposition that is not heretical, but formulated improperly or ambiguously and hence liable to cause scandal. A formal censure. Offensive zone, the ice between the opposing team's blue lane and their end board. Offensive zones, plural of offensive zone. Offensively, in an offensive manner. Offensiveness, the quality of being offensive. Offensivenesses, plural of offensiveness. Offensives, plural of offensive. Offensivity, the act or status of committing a criminal offense. A surname. Offer a knee, synonym of giving knee. Offer affordances, to give elbow room or leeway. For something to happen. Offer curve, a theoretical economic curve that shows the quantity of one type of product that an agent will export for each quantity of another type of product that it imports. Offer curves, plural of offer curve. Offer of proof, an attorney's explanation to a judge during trial to show why a question which has been objected to as immaterial or irrelevant will lead to evidence of value to proving the case of the lawyer's client. Offer one can't refuse, an offer from one side in a transaction with terms so attractive that the other side is almost guaranteed to accept. Offer one's condolences, to offer sympathy to someone who has recently experienced the loss of a loved one. Offer the light, to ask the batsmen if they wish to continue playing in conditions of poor light. If they do not, play is suspended for bad light. Offer up, to give thanks, praise to God. Offer versus serve, the option given to children to refuse up to 2 items offered as part of a federally subsidized school lunch or breakfast without the meal service operation losing the federal reimbursement for the meal. Offer wanted, a notice by a potential buyer of a security indicating their search for a supply from a potential seller of the security, often requiring a capital commitment. Offer, simple past and past participle of offer. Offerable, capable of being offered. Offer, simple past and past participle of offer. Offered a knee, simple past and past participle of offer a knee. Offered affordances, simple past and past participle of offer affordances. Offered one's condolences, simple past and past participle of offer one's condolences. Offered up, simple past and past participle of offer up. Offeree, one to whom an offer is made. Offerees, plural of offeree. Offer, one who offers. Offers, plural of offerer. Offeress, second person singular simple present indicative of offer. Offerer, third person singular simple present indicative of offer. Offeress, second person singular simple present indicative of offer. Offerer, third person singular simple present indicative of offer. Offering, pronunciation spelling of offering. Offering, gerund of offer. Offering a knee, present participle and gerund of offer a knee. Offering affordances, present participle and gerund of offer affordances. Offering formula, a conventional ancient Egyptian dedicatory text inscribed on funerary objects, beginning with the phrase letter 1E25TP letter 1E0FJ or letter 1E25TP letter 1E0FJ NSWT and indicating a funerary gift authorized by the king and provided by the funerary establishment of a local god. Offering formulas, plural of offering formula. Offering one's condolences, present participle and gerund of offer one's condolences. Offering plate, synonym of collection plate. Offering up, present participle and gerund of offer up. Offerings, plural of offering. Offerless, without offer. Offerer, one who makes an offer to another, someone who presents something to another for acceptance or rejection. Offerers, plural of offerer. Offers, plural of offer. Offers a knee, third person singular simple present indicative of offer a knee. Offers affordances, third person singular simple present indicative of offer affordances. Offers one can't refuse, plural of offer one can't refuse. Offers one's condolences, Third person singular simple present indicative of offer one's condolences. Offers up. Third person singular simple present indicative of offer up. Offers wanted. Plural of offer wanted. Artan. A place in England. Offertoyal. Relating to an offering or the ritual of offertory. Offertories. Plural of offertory. Offertory. A prayer said or sung as an anthem while offerings of bread and wine are placed on the altar during the Roman Catholic Mass or the Anglican Communion service. Overture. Offer, proposal. Overtures. Plural of offerture. Odd-eld. Alternative form of off-field. Off-gas. Alternative form of off-gas. Off-nast. Simple past and past participle of off-gas. Off-asses. Third person singular simple present indicative of off-gas. Off-assing. Alternative form of off-gassing. Off-assings. Plural of off-gassing. Off-by. A phase while the articulators are moving away from their position in articulating a speech sound. Off-glides. Plural of off-glide. Off-going. Departing, going away. A place in England. On. Without planning or thinking ahead. Handed. In a casual or curt style, without preparation or thought, impromptu, offhand. Offhandedly. In an offhand manner. Offhandedness. The property of being offhand. Offheld. Simple past of offhold. Offhold. To retain. Offholding. Present participle and gerund of offhold. Offholds. Third person singular simple present indicative of offhold. Offaton. Misspelling of official. Office. A ceremonial duty or service. Office automation. The varied computer machinery and software used to digitally create, collect, store, manipulate, and relay office information needed for accomplishing basic tasks. Office automations. Plural of office automation. Office block. A large building which contains offices on several floors, often for several firms. Office blocks. Plural of office block. Office boy. A junior male clerk employed in a professional office to perform odd jobs, such as running errands or making copies. Office boys. Plural of office boy. Office building. A commercial building containing spaces for offices. Office buildings. Plural of office building. Office chair. A chair that is designed for use at a desk in an office. It is generally comfortable and adjustable and can swivel 360 degrees and has wheels. Office chairs. Plural of office chair. Office copies. Plural of office copy. Office copy. A copy of a letter or other document kept in a file by a company or organization. Office drone. A white-collar worker who works a monotonous profession. Office drones. Plural of office drone. Office floor plate. The space available for use by commercial tenants within an office building. Office floor plates. Plural of office floor plate. Office girl. A junior female clerk employed in a professional office to perform odd jobs, such as running errands or making copies. Office girls, plural of office girl. Office holder, alternative form of office holder. Office holders, plural of office holder. Office hours, the times, typically from about 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday to Friday, when non-24/7 office workers are at their desks. Office job, an economic role where the associated work primarily takes place in an office environment. Office jobs, plural of office job. Office ladies, plural of office lady. Office lady, a woman who works in an office. Office landscape, a form of open-plan office space promoted in the early 1950s, typically having irregular geometry and organic circulation patterns. Office landscapes, plural of office landscape. Office machine, a device incorporating a mechanical calculator and a printer. Machines, plural of office machine. Office mate, one who shares an office with another. Office mates, plural of office mate. Office of ease, synonym of usual offices. Office party, a social event for a group of coworkers, often paid for by their employer. Office plankton, anonymous office workers. Office politics, actions and behavior that are employed to gain or protect status or resources within an organization. Office pool, an informal sweepstake held by the employees in an office. Office suite, a bundle of applications intended to be used together for productivity purposes, such as a word processor, a spreadsheet, a presentation program, a database, etc. Office suites, plural of office suite. Office up, to use an office. Office wall, an office wall, one of the walls of an office. Office walls, plural of office wall. Office wire, copper wire with a strong but light insulation used in wiring houses, etc. Office work, any activity intended to be productive, primarily using the mind and not requiring significant movement or bodily exertion. Office worker, someone who works in an office. Office workers, plural of office worker. Office goer, one who works in an office. Office goers, plural of office goer. Office holder, alternative form of office holder. Office holders, plural of office holder. Office house, a building or outhouse on a farm, estate, manor, palace, etc. used for household work, storage, housing servants, etc. The office of the steward or bailiff on a manor or estate, a house of office. Office houses, plural of office house. Office wall, alternative spelling of office wall. Office walls, plural of office wall. Office, simple past and past participle of office. Office up, simple past and past participle of office up. Office hole, the amount that fills an office. Officefuls, plural of officeful. Office gate, a 2001 controversy leading to the resignation of Henry McLeish, First Minister of Scotland, who had illicitly sublet his constituency office. Office hour, one who works in an office, an officer. Office goers, plural of office goer. Office holder, a person who holds an office, especially one appointed or elected to a public office. Office holders, plural of office holder. Office holding, the holding of an office formal role. Officeless, without an office room or building where business is carried out. Office-like, resembling or characteristic of an office room or building where clerical work is done. Office mate, alternative spelling of office mate. Office mates, plural of office mate. Officer, a surname. Officer cadet, a cadet in training to be a commissioned officer. Officer cadets, plural of officer cadet. Officer down. A police officer has been critically wounded, incapacitated, or killed. Officer friendly. A police officer. Officer of the court. One who, as a function of their professional duties, must promote the effective operation of the judicial system. Officer of the peace. Synonym of peace officer. Officer involved. Committed by a police officer. Officer involved shooting. An incident in which a police officer shoots at another person. Officer involved shootings. Plural of officer involved shooting. Officer-like. Alternative form of officer-like. Officer. Simple past and past participle of officer. Officeress. A female officer. Officeresses. Plural of officeress. Officerhood. The role or status of an officer. Official. Of or relating to officers. Officering. Present participle and gerund of officer. Officerism. The attitudes and behavior of an officer. Officerless. Without an officer. Officer-like. Resembling, characteristic of, or befitting an officer. Officer. Like or befitting an officer. Officers. Plural of officer. Officers of the court. Plural of officer of the court. Officers of the peace. Plural of officer of the peace. Officership. The position or role of an officer. Officerships. Plural of officership. Offices. Plural of office. Offices of ease. Plural of office of ease. Offices of. Third person singular simple present indicative of office of. Officescape. The landscape within an office, a landscape of offices. Officescapes. Plural of officescape. Office seeker. A candidate for office, often specifically political office. Office seekers. Plural of office seeker. Office seeking. Wishing to gain a certain position, often in politics. Officeful. Plural of officeful. Officeship. The position or role of holding an office. Officeships. Plural of officeship. Officesto. A multi-purpose building in Korea with both residential and commercial units. Officestols. Plural of officestol. Office wall. Alternative spelling of office wall. Office walls. Plural of office wall. Office word. Toward an office. Office wear. Clothes designed to be worn while working in an office. Office why throughout an office. Office worker. Alternative form of office worker. Office workers. Plural of office worker. Officey. Office-like, resembling or pertaining to an office. Official. Of or about an office or public trust. Official Aramaic. Synonym of Imperial Aramaic. Official at bat. A completed batting opportunity that did not result in a base on balls, hit by pitch, sacrifice fly, sacrifice bunt, or interference or obstruction. Official at bats. Plural of official at bat. Official cover. A cover which is a position at a governmental agency, for example, posing as a member of the diplomatic service. Official covers. Plural of official cover. Official Gazette. A periodical publication that has been authorized to publish public or legal notices. Official Gazettes. Plural of official gazette. Official language. A language afforded an elevated status in a particular country, state, or other jurisdiction, typically for government use. Official languages. Plural of official language. Official mark. A form of intellectual property in Canada, consisting of a name or authority for goods or services, somewhat similar to a trademark. Symbol circled M. Official marks. Plural of official mark. Official monster raving loony party. An intentionally bizarre political party established in the United Kingdom in 1983. Official passport. A kind of passport issued to senior government officials traveling on state business who are conferring a similar level of immunity from inspections, etc. Official passports. Plural of official passport. Official score. Synonym of scorekeeper. Official scores. Plural of official score. Officialate. A diocesan tribunal. Officialates. Plural of officialate. Officialdom. The people elected to government or employed in the civil service. Officialdoms. Plural of officialdom. Officialese. The typical language of officials or official documents, legalistic and pompous language. Officialesses. Plural of officialese. Officialhood. The state or condition of being official, officiality. Officialization. Alternative spelling of officialization. Officialize. Alternative spelling of officialize. Officialize. Simple past and past participle of officialize. Officializing. Present participle and gerund of officialize. Officialism. The rigid, perfunctory, and literal adherence to official duties and regulations. Officialisms. Plural of officialism. Officialists. A supporter of officialism. Officialists. Plural of officialists. Officialities. Plural of officiality. Officiality. The charge, office, court, or jurisdiction of an official. Officialization. The process or result of officializing. Officialize. To make official. Officialize. Simple past and past participle of official. officialize. Officializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of officialize. Officializing. Present participle and gerund of officialize. Officially. In an official manner. According to official rules or regulations. Officially known as. Used to introduce an official name. Officialness. The quality of being official. Officials. Plural of official. Officialship. The position or role of an official. Officialships. Plural of officialship. Officialties. Plural of officialty. Officialty. Alternative form of officiality. Officiant. A person who officiates at a religious ceremony other than the Eucharist. Officiants. Plural of officiant. Officiaries. Plural of officiary. Officiary. Of or pertaining to an office or an officer. Official. Officiate. To perform the functions of some office. Officiate. Simple past and past participle of officiate. Officiates. Third person singular simple present indicative of officiate. Officiating. Present participle and gerund of officiate. Officiation. The act of officiating. Officiations. Plural of officiation. Officiate. A person who officiates. Officiators. Plural of officiator. Officina. A monetary office that issues coins. Officinae. Plural of officina. Officinal. Medicinal. Officinalicinin. A particular steroid glycoside. Officinal. In officinal terms. Officinas. Plural of officina. Officing. Present participle and gerund of office. Officing up. Present participle and gerund of office up. Officious. Obliging, attentive, eager to please. Officious intermeddler. A person who voluntarily and without request or pre-existing legal duty interjects themselves into the affairs of another, then seeks remuneration for services or reimbursement. Officious intermeddlers. Plural of officious intermeddler. Officiously. In an officious manner. Officiousness. The quality of being officious. Officiousnesses. Plural of officiousness. Alternative spelling of offi. Avelve. Surname. Avels. Plural of offiol. Aris. Plural of offi. Ave. The area of the sea in which a ship can be seen in the distance from land, excluding the parts nearest the shore and beyond the anchoring ground. Avings. Plural of offing. Allington. A neighbourhood and ward in Worthing Borough, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1305. Offish. Aloof, standoffish. Offishly. In an offish manner. Offishness. Quality of being offish. In an off-key manner. Offlay. Simple past and past participle of offlay. Offlay. To offset. Offlaying. Present participle and gerund of offlay. Offlay is third person singular simple present indicative of offlay. Offlet, to lead off or away. Offlet, a pipe to drain or let off water. Offlets, plural of offlet. Offley, a civil parish in North Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 140 8262. Offlays, plural of offly. Offline, happening in the physical world, the real world as opposed to on the internet. Offline installer, a single executable installer for a program that already contains the full program. It does not need to connect to the internet. Offline installers, plural of offline installer. Offlineable, capable of being used offline to some degree. Offline, simple past and past participle of offline. Offlineness, the state or quality of via offline. Offliner, a person who is offline, one not using the internet or similar service. Offliners, plural of offliner. Offlines, third person singular simple present indicative of offline. Offlining, present participle and gerund of offline. Offlists, not on a mailing list or newsgroup. Offload, to unload. Offloaded, simple past and past participle of offload. Offloader, one who or that which offloads. Offloaders, plural of offloader. Offloading, present participle and gerund of offload. Offloadings, plural of offloading. Offloads, plural of offload. Offload. Authorly. Author. Pronunciation spelling of off representing African American vernacular English. Other. A surname from German. Authors. Plural of Offner. Onness. The quality of the off in various senses. Ottered. The Offords, the twin villages of Offord Cluny and Offord Darcy. In Huntingdonshire, England. Offord Cluny, a village in Offord Cluny and Offord Darcy Parish, Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 2167. Offord Darcy, a village in Offord Cluny and Offord Darcy Parish, Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 2166. Offord